Hello and welcome to the first Blast R6 Major. And it's happening on their home turf in Copenhagen, Denmark. Today marks the beginning of phase 1, where we have 16 teams in total competing for the final 8 spots to be heading into the second phase of this major. The teams are already unplugged into play, but first of all, let's have a look at the groups and what we can be expecting. Starting off with Group A, we have M&M, as well as Falcons, Sandbox Gaming, and Furry. Group B has Ninjas in Pajamas, 6 Karma, Space Station Gaming, Elevate. Group C, Northeption, Reven, Soniqs, and we also got Group D. There's a whole lot of teams, and we all know that they're here to compete, to try and go forward. So have a look at the bracket to see what we can expect in terms of the games that are gonna be played. We're gonna be starting off with a best of 1. It's a double elimination bracket, so even though you snooze, you're not out just yet, because you still have a chance in a best of 3 to try and crawl it through. It does mean that you have a lot more games to play, but also a lot more siege. So you know what, guys? That's exactly what we signed up for. I hope you guys are just as excited as we are. But first, let's have a little breather, a little break, and we'll be back shortly. We have 4 best of 1s and 2 best of 3s heading your way today, so that means there's a whole lot of siege. It's jam-packed, and honestly, I could not stand here by myself and do everything, because yeah, that's not how it works. We actually have some smart people that are gonna be able to help us walk through it, and this time around we have Lynx and Blue. I know I called you guys smart.
That's gonna go straight to my head, I'm not gonna lie to you. I am.
It was a joke.
That's made my...
Yeah, sorry.
Got him.
Got him. Yeah, he's Oliver. How are you guys feeling about today?
Pretty good. I think it's going to be some good matches, especially this first one to start off. We got 2 new teams as far as the circuit is concerned, so I'm really excited to see how they're going to face off against each other. Yeah,
Northeption not actually making a major before this game. A new addition, at least on the Japanese side of things, to a 6 major. And then, of course, we have Reven from Latin America, who have also, as a region, not made a major before outside of Brazil, being the first Mexican team. So I'm excited of the fact that we get to see some new faces here.
See, I said it. You're kind of smart sometimes. You guys take it away and do a little bit more of analysis.
I'll try my best.
All right, well, that's going to take us into our pregame segment now, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about ready to get started with the first matchup of the tournament here. Keep in mind, of course, every single game is here on the main stream. We usually do have a Bravo stream for these types of tournaments, but not going to be the case, as we'll all be live here on the main stream. Like we said, though, it's Northeption up against Reven, which should be an interesting matchup. Northeption placing 2nd in the Japan League during the most recent sprint, and Reven qualifying through the LCQs in the Latin American region as well. Reven definitely the more interesting kind of story here when we look at the fact that it's 4 EU players and 1 American as well that I think has been playing in Mexico for about a year or so now.
Yeah, Rath's been in the Mexico League, formerly MXPL, now the LATAM League, for about 2 years now. And he's been joined by the likes of, Draw, Runner, but I think a lot of people, Joe is the player that they'll be most acquainted with. Played for Navi years and years ago, fumbled around in EUCL, and has now made his way to the LATAM League and now made his way to the Copenhagen Major. But Northeption don't have an uninteresting story either. In the history of Rainbow Six, we've had 3 Japanese teams qualify for majors, and none of them are here. CAG especially, I think, has surprised a lot of people by underperforming in the regular season. So we have Scars, we have Varel, and right now we have Northeption, who, as you said, 2nd seed, falling to Scars, but still making it to phase 1.
Northeption have been on the kind of come up a little bit over the past few months as well, just barely missing qualification for SI a few months back, and then improving their performance slowly but surely since then to now actually make it through and qualify here by placing 2nd in the Japan League. Now, of course, making their way to the major. We have to see if they're going to be up for the challenge against Reven. Like we said, has that very interesting story of just importing a lot of players from EU, so you have a lot of experience being mixed in there from places like UCL, as well as I think one of them played in EUL during 2020, so a few years back there as well. Quite a bit of experience still to be spread amongst that team, so we're going to have to see how they face off against each other. It's very much a trial by fire for both teams as far as international competition is concerned. It'll be a best of 1 to start things out here.
Well, yeah, and a best of 1, and as Jenny mentioned earlier, it is a double elim bracket, so if you move down, you play a best of 3, but if you lose that best of 3, you're out. So there are some teams that if they lose both their games today, they might say goodbye to us very early for the Copenhagen Major. Could be Northeption, could be Reven, but I doubt either team wants to be in anywhere close to that spot. If you win 2 best of 1s, if Northeption or Reven does, they'll make it to phase 2. They'll just have to hope they end up making it. And I definitely think, at least me personally, both these teams have a good shot at winning this. I'm feeling a little bit biased towards Northeption personally, at least for how I think they might win.
It's going to be the same for me. I think Northeption just has a little bit more of a kind of solid package going on for themselves right now compared to what we saw out of Reven, who struggled a little bit inside of those LCQs in order to make it forward. But like we said before, we could be surprised with it. There's a very good chance for this matchup to go either way, especially with the nature of it being a best of 1, and especially once we get to see the map veto as well. Just once we get to talk about that in a little bit more, I think the map is going to play into this one pretty heavily in terms of why this matchup may end up being relatively even between these two teams.
I wonder where we're gonna go, because that's my main question. Because both these teams, especially Reven, have talked about that. They definitely like to focus more on their gameplay inside of the server, don't focus as much on prep. And for Northeption, at least me personally, they're a bit more of an unknown quantity in that regard. I think the map could be a big surprise for us, and we actually have the map veto ready. So if we want to take a look at it, where are we going, boys?
And it looks like we're going to be heading to Oregon for map number 1. It's a Siege Classic as far as everyone is concerned, so it's not going to be too surprising to see that being brought out immediately. That also means it'll be relatively comfortable, I think, for both of these teams. That plays into what Lix was mentioning before, where this should, in theory, because of that, kind of be a close matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, even if a team has a 1-2 record or a 2-1 record, even a flawless record on Oregon, this is a map that everybody plays. It's going to be in everybody's pool, and they're going to be to some degree comfortable on it. Maybe it's not their favorite map. Hell, maybe they'll even ban it out first or second in a best of 1, but it's never really going to be somebody's permaban, and if it is, it's just out of personal preference, not because they're not prepared on it. However, this is a little bit worrying for Reven, not because, they're not practiced on Oregon, but especially on the attack. They're a very aggressive team. They like to send Joe in by himself, and it's hard to get away with aggressive plays on Oregon. You're often funneled down hallways or funneled down stairwells, and if that's the same strategy they go with and they just send Joe against Northeption, he's going to die, and they're going to be down in a 4v5 very early on.
It's difficult to play that way versus Northeption, too, because if they try to play this similarly to how they played it against Scars during the finals of the Japan League where they qualified for this event, it's going to be very weird contending against kind of the roam game that we're more than likely going to see Northeption bring out on their defensive side. They play a very slow, but at the same time, very active roam. Like, for instance, having a player hide out inside of, like, small tower and things like that where they're playing on their tertiary site, but then very careful with their timing of when that player actually jumps into action. They try to extend it as long as possible and just bait out all of that time. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to play a very front-focused strategy if you're coming into this one as Reven on the attack, which I believe is going to end up being the case. They'll end up starting out on that side when we get into the game, it looks like.
And going off that point that you just said, how Northeption, as opposed to some teams on Oregon who typically will just bunker on the site, especially on a site like Basement, they do like to go for some of those extensions up to the middle floor or even the top floor in some cases. A player like Draw, who I did a podcast recently with Super, not to plug, myself, but Fresh mentioned that Draw is a player that he thinks a lot of you at home should pay attention to, because even though Joe might be the most well-known player on this team, Draw is a very, very talented player coming out of the T2 scene in Europe, and he plays that flex position, that Nook operator, and often, if you're struggling to clear out an extension, or if you're in a 4v5 and you are going into that clear in a man disadvantage, it's players like Draw who are on that flex who can maybe hit a lurk in the mid-round that can turn what is basically just banging your head against the wall into a winnable round, even if you're starting at a disadvantage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting into it here. As you can see, in just under a minute now, our teams are getting prepared to jump into the matchups. Let's get ourselves ready for it. Like we talked about before, it's a best of 1, no elimination contention just yet, but this is a very, very tough group draw situation, as we've now shifted over to GSL groups with the new format, meaning that if you lose this one matchup, one more best of 3 can potentially send you home here on the very first day of play. Teams have to keep their wits about them and make sure they focus up for this first matchup, as it can determine quite heavily your trajectory for the next few days at a minimum.
And it'll require some mental adjustment from these players as well. Again, if you didn't tune into the majors last year, you had about 6 best of 1s, and you could drop 1 or 2 before you ended up actually making it to the next phase of the major. Here, like you said, lose a best of 1, and you're on a do or die game. And this could be treated as do or die right now, whether you're a Northeption or a Reven fan. Definitely one of the more closer games that we'll have in these groups, both from, or at least regions that were either lumped into other regions previously, now their own thing. Both of them will try to prove themselves, not only as teams, but also as representatives of their regions.
As we can see here, some of the players on the side. Now, we got our first ban in from Northeption, and it's going to lean towards Nook.
Yep.
Nook has obviously been seeing a lot of play, specifically here on Oregon, to have that sort of solo flank and surprise capability to jump onto any more aggressively lean defense. Now going to be knocked out of play. This is a pretty expected ban, too. Ying's been incredibly popular for a long time here on this map, and now has seen even more play as of late, so it makes perfect sense to ban her out here.
Especially on Oregon, if you're gonna say bunker on basement and just try to hold angles on the site, Ying can completely throw your setup out of whack. If you're Reven and if you go to the defense eventually, you're not gonna want to worry about any of those Candelas moving into play. A zombie ban coming out from Reven as well. This is their preferred defensive operator. I think out of like 16 operator ban phases they've gone to, this is 14 of their 16 defensive bans. So definitely favoring that Azami over the Valkyrie. And speaking of the Valkyrie, that's Northeption's preferred defensive ban. And will they go for it?
Ooh,
no, they will not. They'll ban the Capcan. Interestingly enough, I will say this. Joe, I've mentioned earlier, is notorious for kind of running in by himself in the early round. Capcan might actually, or a Capcan ban might actually be a bit of a buff to Reven's playstyle starting on the attack.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they try to utilize it. The ban itself, just looking at it from a normal sense, though, does make sense in the fact that, again, much like a lot of the other operators in the pool, we've been seeing an increased amount of play out of Capcan. He can be very annoying if you end up in a situation where you're going for all these very low-timed executes, so we'll have to see how the ban potentially changes things up here. If we're seeing Reven get away with those late-round executes, that may be a mistake coming in from Northeption's side if they wanted to potentially use that. But at the same time, if they're thinking, we never really want to incorporate him into our lineup, we can just chuck him out so that we at least don't have to deal with that when we go into the second half. Either way, though, we are live with the matchup now as we head into the first round. We're already going to see some interesting stuff come out from Northeption. I was talking with you about this as well in the pregame. They like to go for a pretty aggressive roam from time to time on their basement holds, which is not something we tend to generally see from a global perspective.
Oh, no.
This will be really interesting to see how Northeption play this out now against a team from another region.
Part of the reason that you don't often see extensions on basement, it's not even that the strats are necessarily bad, it's just you have so much of what you already need on the bottom floor itself. You put someone maybe by the laundry machine and inside a pillar, and you can contest most of the entryways, or at least the stairwells, down into the bomb site. And because of how much the attack needs to open, especially those hatches, the defense's opportunities to rotate their utility. But look at this, Joe already creeping down laundry stairs. It's barricaded, so they gotta break it open. Yukiz immediately pops the head on Joe. 5v4 very early on. I mentioned Joe might be an early death, but even I'm a bit surprised at how quick this one's going.
Sam's gonna be in a bit of trouble too here, so he gets forced back early because of the toxic babe situation. Nicely done from Favor there to quickly force that back. Stem the tide of this aggression before it goes too far out of Northeption's control. Reven are going to realize this is a bit more complicated than first appeared, so they'll slow things down a little bit now as well, but still very much on the hunt. As we're following Draw right now on the sledge, going for a big rapid. He may very well slam a kill in here as well. Gonna find it. Sauchan, unfortunately, none the wiser to that situation, so we'll get spotted out by it. Gets tripped up a little bit here by the hologram, but thankfully no consequences that as he's in a pretty safe position. Nina, though, on the flight. This is a big player for Northeption, so we're looking for some big plays throughout the course of this round, but just not gonna happen as Runner establishes a proper cutoff and takes down Nina in the process.
A very hectic attack and a rush completely thwarted by the defense, but Northeption are now the ones caught off guard. The castle goes to retake top floor, but the attack, while pulling out from that rush, has now taken some decent control of the middle floor and cut any rotation or any flank over on that white stair side. It's the big tower side that is now safer for the defense, and that's where Shureep is trying to contest and find some angles against the attacking team. And now Reven are adapting. They've recognized the opportunity they have with 1:20 left. They can start opening freezer, they can start opening laundry. Meeting might take a little bit more work and maybe some more droning as well to make sure that nobody from Northeption is actually over by those stairs. But Shureep is pushing forward. Now they do have to be careful. 1 minute left, and especially with Fabar on low HP, somebody on the defense has got to make a play lest the attack gain even more ground with the final minute.
Should continue to try and stem the tide here with that final minute remaining. Shureep's gonna try and go for an aggressive play inside of Meeting. It has the lineup for it as well. Sam gets his head cut off, forced back deeper into the play. Now as Reven need to reanalyze things. They're in even numbers, and there's still that toxic babe holding things back. Thankfully, the final one just now expiring from Favor, so it should be a clean push from Wrath. No secondary phone call available, though, for Wrath. Both have already been used at this late phase of the round, so there's gonna be a little bit of a lack for intel. Most of the drones are gone, but they still have a few in the pocket, including at least 1 or 2 from either Draw or Wrath. So should be able to get that intel through another means, but getting low on time just may not be able to reckon towards it. You're gonna have to force the issue. Runner gets a clean entry to start things out. It's what we needed to see. Shureep also moves out, though, for the 1-to-1 exchange, but it's not gonna be enough as Runner holds things consistently, and Reven claim the first round.
And Northeption holding a lot of very good positions right there, especially that player pushed up into Freezer in the late round. That could have completely stopped Reven from pushing in. And same with the early round as well. Even though Reven end up losing the opening engagement, Northeption are holding on to, say, White Stairs or the upstairs position, but then they just simply lose their fights. You have the Jaeger upstairs who's caught on drone. That makes a 5v4, a 4v4, thanks to Draw wrapping around and getting the kill inside of Attic. And in the late round right there, Runner just creeps up Freezer, and that player holding that position is caught looking the wrong way. Those two gunfights brought back a seemingly losable round for Reven, not only stopping the damage dealt by a failed rush, but also in a very late execute in which Reven lacked a lot of control. Now they had it back to a man advantage, and now back to something workable.
Nicely played there by Reven to control the situation, keep the chaos in check, and take control over what was, from their perspective, probably a very weird setup to play against the Northeption, going again for that kind of extended, aggressive roam all the way up to the second floor, playing from the basement. Bit of a treat to see that, but obviously it doesn't pan out too well for Northeption, so we'll have to see if they change the game plan. We've gone to a retry of basement later on in the game. For right now, though, they're moving onward up to the second floor defense. Reven will make a few adjustments as well, specifically the Brava coming in now for Draw to deal with some of those interior site gadgets, such as the Banshees, potentially an Electric Claw as well, that'll help to move things forward a bit more quickly here for Reven's assault.
Or even just acquire a default cam to watch. I mean, one thing that I could think of, for example, maybe just acquiring the Showers cam, make sure that nobody can end up flanking from that position. If you don't want to take control of, say, Kitchen, and you want to focus on other parts of the map, like Master Bedroom Office or Attic, or even the Armory cam as well, as once you take Trophy, make sure that nobody can flank up main stairs. That allows you to allocate your drones to different positions, either to watch flank or to actively use. Joe, who almost spots somebody playing aggressive inside of the site, but he's focused on the concrete position, and excellent patience from Joe. Not a phrase you often say, but holding that angle, gets the first kill, and Northeption, no real opportunity to trade that one. And with a hack on the Electric Claw as well, this is a great first minute from Reven.
I think that's all three of the charges going for the Bravo drone successfully there, nicely played out on the utility usage from him. He'll take some excellent control, and as he mentioned here as well, does open up the walk-in closet wall pretty much easily for the taking, but the next swing from Joe is going to be unsuccessful. Shuri from the defensive side on Northeption ends up winning out the second fight instead, re-equalizing us down to a 4v4, probably causing a little bit of passive play now from Reven as they try to analyze what the best next move is going to be. And of course, all these gadgets still just open for the taking here as they're continuing to be stolen away by Draw. Finally, this one going to get interrupted though after only the first charge is used.
Able to clear that Banshee. That now means Runner can start creeping on in and take the fight with the player in concrete. Sayochan, a big kill right there, bringing back the man advantage for the defense. Reven's entry is a lot harder. Ooh, Draw unfortunate. Not really aware that the player's still inside of security. That's where Joe died to as well. A little bit of a miscommunication or forgotten intelligence gathered by Reven. Now that leaves Wrath, the only one left outside of the bedroom wall. And sure, Northeption have dropped some gunfights, especially in the last round, but this should be a pretty easy 1v3 to clean up.
Yeah, Wrath unfortunately dealt with much play contention here inside of the 1vx scenario. Gonna try to play it slowly. He still has a full minute after all, so we can take his time on this one. Give Reven a little bit of time to analyze what may have potentially gone wrong inside of the execute itself. You can see it here from our top-down POV at the top left there. It's just anytime he takes a step into the site, he's going to be stepping into one, if not multiple angles from Northeption. They've set this up pretty much perfectly. They're not taking any risks inside of the 1vx here either, as they need to catch up from the loss on round one here, make sure they stabilize and take the 1-1 scoreline into round three, especially if they're going to end up skipping the second basement play and go for a tertiary site immediately. They need to make sure the score is in the best position possible here. Phone call still available for Rathos, who's going to use it as he tries to sneak around towards White Stairs, where there is a player waiting, and hey, the top White Stairs kill does pay off this time. Not prone though, but we are going to see that kill come in from the Japanese squad as they do claim the tie point now at 1-1.
Good start from Reven as opposed to their round number one, which started with them entering a man disadvantage. But the mid round right there was pretty sloppy from the attack. I'm not going to lie to you. Joe just walking up Z seemingly knew that a player might be in security, but caught completely off guard with how aggressive that smoke or mute was playing inside of security. Then later on, Draw dies to the very same player in the exact same position. Just the intel for Reven seemed to be very solid in the early round, especially the game sense, just saying, okay, I'll go on this rappel, see if I can get a kill on the player concrete, and it works out. For the mid round though, when they already had a man advantage, you can't be losing advantages like that at this level of play, especially in that fashion, just dying to the same player in the same position.
It's a small hiccup for the time being for Reven, but they've got an immediate chance to correct upon it, depending on how Northeption potentially change up their own style of play here too. Maybe returning to a more traditional hold on the basement, but we'll hold our breath on that until we get a better sense of the setup. They have brought the Goyo into the second basement hold now, which makes me believe they're going to be pulling things back a little bit, given how Reven kind of matched the energy from Northeption with a very aggressive start to their own attack. So Northeption indeed looks like they're still going to be out and about. Once again, we'll be much more contained here to try and make sure that they can play off of the benefits that the basement site provides in and of itself downstairs.
And I think especially for this site, because of how strong that bunker is, it's probably for the best. You don't want to give Reven or players like Draw or Joe the opportunity to get an opening pick, then potentially move further off that advantage. Let them clear out their utility, let them have to coordinate and do things that don't involve getting kills, and that can be sometimes where Reven can struggle against some of these stronger opponents. Not much presence on the top floor beyond Summon Freezer and security. That Goyo does need to be careful, though. He has support and has someone who can help him rotate back inside of Freezer stairs, but he is cut off. He'll have to rotate in front of someone if they're holding that shower's hallway. And Joe could also move into maybe green or even kitchen, open up a hole in the wall to go for the pinch on the Goyo. Now the drone knows. Down goes the Goyo. Excellent intel gathering by Reven, able to take down that Goyo. Now the Warden, like, you're gonna need to fall back.
Sharif just a second or two early there on the Nitro cell, and Draw, the player that takes the majority of damage from it, gets revenge pretty much a few seconds later there. Sharif being brought down now to about a third of his own HP. Having to back away from that situation over at the top of the White Stairs area. Away from that, though, we're going to see quick work of the rest of the hatches being deployed. Now, since we've seen the Hibana brought out by Reven, so they'll open up a pathway into the basement. This is where Northeption, of course, going to be tested a bit more, and even more so now that Draw has claimed second blood. Sharif ends up being taken down outright, is not able to successfully fall back through the freezer, and as a result of that, it's already a 5v3 advantage here for Reven as they look to take a second attack on the basement psychic.
Moving very quickly to fill that gap. Now that they've entered the 5v3, they can start pressuring Freezer a lot more aggressively, because if somebody from Northeption holds an aggressive position in, say, long run the washing machine, Reven can play the 1v1 and still maintain at least a 2-body lead over the defense. Nina contesting the hatch will dodge a frag grenade for the moment, and this is where the round might be made or broken. If they can get a kill on this back tower stairs, which Nina's going for, but the aggression does not pay off. Faber also losing a hell of a lot of damage, only on 2 players of the defense to try and bring this back.
It's actually trying to fight fire with fire here as they get hyper-aggressive. Sayochan getting one more for the team's record, but ultimately still goes down on the trade to Joe. Favor, the only one left alive, and doesn't stay that way for very long as Joe finds a very quick second kill there to end the round, and indeed give over a second successful attack now to Reven as they take the lead once again at 2-1 over their opponents here.
Reven have got what is often considered the minimum on Oregon. They've got those 2 attacks, and it's on basement as well, so Northeption in a very difficult spot. They've won dorms, which is the secondary site, and still a very good site for the defense, but they've lost basement twice, which is unequivocally the best on this map, and now they have to go to a tertiary bomb site where they have struggled to really get a good defense on the bulwark on this map. They'll go to dining and kitchen as their main one. At least in North America, of course, John, this is the least preferred site that we're used to. Northeption will decide to go as their 3rd attempt now.
Northeption do love to do this nice little extension of small tower, however, so this is expected from them based on their play inside of the Japan League, but it's important to keep in mind these little aggressive extensions they've been going for is, even if we look at last round to the kind of pulled back version of that in the basement, they're still giving over far too many opportunities, it seems, for Reven to get those early entries, and Reven are sinking them every single time. So Northeption are going to be very careful with how they try to play out this aggression now, as it's cost them quite a bit inside of the early round, leaving them without much of a chance to come back. Second round a bit different, because they just played into, for the most part, a default on the upstairs kids site, and that went pretty much swimmingly, so they're going to have to hope for a bit more of a correction this time as they play into this tertiary site and look for another tie point at 2-2.
I'm interested to see if Reven decide to go for the small tower clear, because the utility, at least to clear maybe some of those ADSs, isn't bountiful. Of course, they have those frag grenades and they have those EMPs. So if they land where those ADSs are, that'll work out. But ooh, poor droning. Not poor refrag game, though, as Shurik takes down Joe. That does mean Reven still get the trade with Runner very close behind. That probably favors Northeption, though. You've lost the Alibi, who's already placed all of our utility and taken down 2 of the 4 frag grenades that Reven have. So even though Shurik dies and you don't get a man advantage, that's some important utility taken off the board.
Runner will continue to try and carve through the rest of the second floor setup, which, as you can see, is quite prevalent still for Northeption. Both Nina and one additional member of this team playing up here, but Nina, the aggressive peek on the big window, claims one, nearly lines up a second there. If the peek was just a bit more aggressive from Runner, might have been able to take a second head off, but not going to find it so early. Northeption, regardless, will take back the advantage. That's caused Reven to freeze, for at least for a few seconds here, as they try to figure out what to do next. The phone call is the immediate reaction to it, although it's not necessarily giving them the winning info that they would need to claim the next kill. Sam will ultimately find it, though, catching Nina on the rotate back over to the hatch drop from inside of Kids.
That's such a big kill for Reven. With their 2 nade players gone, their only way to really clear these positions was try and go play for a trade, but they're in a man disadvantage. How will they do it? But the other way is Northeption give them an opportunity, which they're now being presented with even more. The top 4 players are now completely dealt with. The thing Northeption had remaining to waste even more time is gone. Reven have a minute and 15 and a man advantage, not even necessarily to find these remaining players, but just to move into the site and get enough coverage to put the bomb down.
Runner will commit himself to the drop inside of Mina. Keep in mind, of course, playing into the kitchen site right now, so not full access just yet. Sayo-chan will immediately counter out some of that aggression as he catches Wrath, trying to go for the long haul control. Brings us back down onto even numbers, and Reven starting to run out of time a little bit here as we're down to the final 50 seconds of play. No immediate path forward here either. As you'll notice, the 2 Selmas going back over onto the kitchen wall. There was a mute jammer, it looks like, blocking that, so they're not going to be able to pop that open. They'll be forced to try and play things around the other side. They'll see if they can sneak in this impact to make the Selmas work, and indeed they will. So Sam will get back his angle over here directly into the kitchen. That'll cause at least 1 player to rotate on the Northeption side. But as you can see here, the Toxic Babes only just now being triggered. That was a second one coming out right there. So Sayo-chan still has 1 more to waste out an additional 10 seconds. And there it is right there. This will take us down to right around the 10-second mark. Sam trying to play more so for the angle here. So relying on Runner to get into proper positioning to swing the site. But you can see the Toxic Babe has extended over in that direction on top of the defender inside of security itself. Runner does make that entry, however, so it is still working out here. Sayo-chan finally counters and goes down to the ground for one final pump of the shotgun to close this one out for the defense.
Very close round by Northeption. They are giving so many opportunities away to Reven that are allowing the attack to rejoin the game, to recover what is seemingly a lost round. That top floor clear is a big example of that. They go 1 for 1, but a trade that favors the defense in actuality, even though they don't get a 5v4. But then the 2 players sitting in dorms rotate, or one of them at least, rotates in front of big window right here. And that makes it clear a lot more feasible. Runner also, that's not really Northeption giving up a kill. That's Runner getting some good timing going his way, because as Reven go for the flood, the security player makes the decision to try and deal with the player walking in. Runner just outmaneuvers him, but Northeption gotta be careful. Even though they won that round, you can't be giving opportunities away to Reven, especially with Runner 8-2 right now.
Northeption thankfully having a little bit of a sigh of relief since they haven't locked the initial site they won once again. So they can try to chain these 2 sites together here, see if they can take a little bit of a lead for themselves, at least try to go for the 4-2 scoreline, which will still be relatively okay for them at the end of the day if they're able to rebound for a pretty successful early opening of this game from Reven, taking 2 separate attacks on the basement site. Struggling outside of that one, though, maybe just in closing out inside of these late round situations, but this site was the cleanest one we had seen by far from Northeption, so we'll see if that'll be the case once again. Another aggressive run out here from Nina, and it does get it down. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get the full package here. Drell should be able to crawl back over behind the van and have a teammate bring him back up.
Still very nice, though. One of the 3 main frontline players for Reven now gone. 2 nades also, if you just land 1 bullet that you don't have to worry about anymore. And with how aggressive Joe is, if he ends up losing or gaining another opening death for his team, actually both the nades gone depending on how this round transpires. They've already made their way into trophies, so some good control established, but he's not on that window anymore. He's sitting in the doorway, and this is a lot, well, maybe easier to challenge, or at least a lot harder to take a gunfight, or a favorable gunfight for Joe specifically. But they've used those EMPs, they've at least tried to open up the wall, but the impact trick has not been dealt with. Nina's also got that kill on draw. They finished it off and taken down Sam as well. So that's your remaining exothermic done and dusted.
Definitely a solid side setup once again coming in here from Northeption. Sayo-chan striking on an aggressive swing too, this time against Joe. He's one of the leading players, but Runner is the leading man at the moment for Reven as he claims yet another kill. Still leading the charge for the overall server at 9-2. With the second highest being Shureep there at 7-3. Runner, we'll see if he can make things any better. up against a pretty tough situation here. He does still have the support of Wrath, of course, there on the Thatcher, but regardless, for both of them, this is a tough break to try and make work here. Now, from the 2v4 perspective, Case is down on the ground as well. I don't believe that this wall, nope, was never even open, so Wrath's gonna have to go for the hard peek over by the trophy doorway, which is very heavily defended. A good pre-fire there from Runner. The angle just doesn't line up, unfortunately, with the floorboards or something else blocking his way up on top.
Does spot one player downstairs, but loses the fight. Unfortunate for Wrath. That leaves Runner, the man of the hour, the man of the best of one so far, to recover diffuser, maybe, or at least just get 4 kills. Seemingly an unlikely position. Northeption, of course, did see someone get aggressive down below, but now they've won the fight. They're all standing stagnant in their positions, which is what you should do here. No need to throw it, no need to get too aggressive. Especially, that was for the early round. Northeption taking some very, very early engagements against Reven that paid off in spades. Nothing really to worry about once they got those first 2 kills, and especially once they took down the Thermite at that. So Runner's basically going through the motions and fulfilling a prophecy that was said about 30 seconds into this round.
Not much, like we said before, that he can really posture towards with it being a 1v4. Just trying to work this to the best of his own capabilities. Northeption giving us a great show on that round, though, showing us what they can do when those challenges are not really countered out by the attackers we've been seeing for some of the previous rounds. They've been great at countering out some of those aggressive peaks like we saw from the window, but Northeption having much more control over it this time, having angles that favor them a heck of a lot more than it was Nina that did most of the heavy lifting there inside of the early round itself, picking up 2 of those right from the beginning of it, included that initial down that obviously was translated later on against the Sledge.
Yeah, that C4 kill is just a big one. I mean, that presence in Classroom is not even really known from Reven. That's a big, big oversight. It seems like they know what they want to do. They know what areas of the map they want to take, but that's all they really focus on. They're not really gathering a lot of that secondary intel or keeping watch on positions like Classroom, and if they are, they're still letting players rotate in and then not just make, you know, impactless plays or run in and get fought off. No, that's a C4 on your Thermite. That's your entire attacking strategy done and dusted at that point. But thankfully for Reven, I can't believe I'm saying this, we're going back to basement. This is the only site that Northeption have not won so far, and they've gone to it twice. So Reven still have a very good opportunity, at least given the precedent, to end this 3-3.
I do think, again, that some of these wins from Reven have been because of the decisions that Northeption have made. They presented way more opportunities to Reven than may have necessarily needed to give them. So we'll see once more if Northeption is able to kind of make the adjustments they need to make in order to potentially have a bit more of a successful round. But it seems like, once again, quite an aggressive stance being put out by them as we have the Goyo playing small tower, trying to counter out the initial clear here. Time just a little bit off for that. And here's the problem. Once again, Nina, who is roaming upstairs on the 2nd floor, gets caught out by Wrath, I believe on a pre-fire, clearing out a barricade. As a result of that, just like the previous 2 basement holds here, Northeption are going to have to work from the back foot on this one to try and come back into the round.
That's a shame as well. With how seemingly early round focused Reven's drones have been, if that Solus had survived, could have seen a lot of damage done to Reven's mid-round game, but the damage is all done to Northeption. Runner getting the 3rd kill for the attack, the 4th kill going their way as well. 45 seconds in, boys. The round is done. The half is over. It's 3-3, even between Reven and Northeption at the side swap.
So as we head into the second half, for me, again, I got to put some, point out some issues here for Northeption. The fact that, in my opinion, they were their worst enemy inside of that half, giving over, especially in the early round, far too many opportunities for Reven to entry, especially on their basement holds.
And even the mid-round and the late round as well. I mean, that was their biggest problems on basement, is I think they feel like they need to do more than they actually need to defend basement properly. Take, say, on Freezer, you have that position, you're playing aggressively, seemingly a little indecisive on what angle he wants to hold or what he wants to prioritize, or even going further back into that 2nd basement round, having a Goyo sit inside of security. Sure, he's got someone helping him on Freezer stairs, but that's a very easy position to pinch for the attack. I think Northeption may be overcomplicating things for themselves, and a 3-3 half isn't bad, but there was potential for a 4-2, even a 5-1 if some individual decisions had simply been made differently.
We'll see if they can still rebound from that, as they've had a very successful attacking side in their past games as well. So looking to try and correct on the mistakes that may have been made inside of the first half here in order to still come out on top of this first game. Keep in mind, like I said before, very important that you win this initial matchup. This is going to be the only best of one. I believe these teams will end up playing into, at least for this phase of the tournament. After this, whether they win or lose, it's all best of 3s. But if they lose this one, their very next match is potentially for elimination. So they're going to have to be very, very careful here. Getting that win does give you that kind of extra life, as it were. And Joe nearly taking away one of those lives from Northeption right at the beginning of the round, but much like a lot of the pre-fire attempts we've seen work out, it just hasn't landed. The second peek is much better from Joe, though, as he's able to take down Nina once again here at the beginning of round 7.
And Nina, the star player on Northeption, by far and away the player seen the most talk about how powerful his entry game, or just how powerful his mechanical skill can be. So talking about him, it's not even the nades that are gone, it's just the fact that he's no longer holding a gun and that he's got to be on drones for the remainder of the round. Players like Yukiz or Shuri, they might have to pick up the slack. Dokkaebi call goes out, so they know Joe's still roaming around on this floor, but it's the smart read and the smart decision by Reven. They've got the opening pick. It's a basement defense. Just pull back. Northeption are still going to spend the subsequent minute or minute and a half opening up hatches, gaining intel, clearing out utility, using some of their Rotero drones or some of their remaining frag grenades. You don't need to give them opportunities to make this a 4v4 or 4v3 if things were to really go poorly. Just let them play their game because it's going to take most of the round.
Once again, Northeption playing this slowly here due to the deficit that was built upon them a few seconds prior. The Shuri only just now starting to move in and take out the utility pieces that are sitting on the inside of construction. Thankfully, it's pretty minimal in here. I don't believe we have the extended shield out, right? No, we don't. And on top of that, we've only got the one additional Goyo canister sitting here in the corner. Shuri's going to bypass that, though, and move forward to take out something else. That may have just been a standard drill moving forward. Either way, though, he's moving up now, trying to take better control. And the magnet that he took out with his initial Rotero drone has already been replaced, that I saw there real quickly, too, from Reven. So Northeption not having the best of luck right now in terms of opening up that pathway. We can see the X-Kairos does go off successfully, though, onto the inside corner of the E-wall. So that at least opens up that overwatch option from the players that end up dropping. They can keep one up on top, kind of lock a Wrath into a corner here, prevent him from getting hyper-aggressive. About to see that aggression come through from Northeption, though. Is Wrath ready for the challenge? Indeed he is, at least for the first player that comes up against him. Draw comes in for the assist. Sam will be lost elsewhere on the site. But the good news is Wrath, as well as Draw, still have great control over the situation, so they take quick control of this first round of the second half.
Very solid team play and decision-making right there, not only from Wrath, but also just Reven as a whole. Northeption decide that, okay, we've lost the opening advantage. Moving down Freezer, moving down Laundry, we're going to expose ourselves to too many angles. Let's just try to take a fight on big tower stairs. But no real use of the flashes, unfortunately. It's not entirely their fault. Those magnets still remain a menace, going well into that execute from Northeption. So even had they tossed out as much of their utility as possible, it was going to be likely it would have just been caught in the end, no matter what they tried to do. Northeption, an admirable attempt, but Reven simply had more utility and the advantage. So once Northeption went in for their best possible execute, Reven could just play those trades, and they didn't even really need to in the end.
Reven taking solid control there on round number 1. So on the warpath towards victory here now. If they can complete the set and do one more basement hold, that'll be it. And they will take control of this first matchup here. So we'll have to see now as Northeption tries to make up for things. A potential pause could be in the cards for them too if they don't get things together in the next round or two. So let's take a look at their second attack. Now going to be up against obviously kind of the second floor hold here from Reven. Pretty expected number of changes to come in from Reven as well. So they're going to triple down on the nade mitigation here as we'll have the full set. Jaeger as well as the Wamai and the laser gates coming in there from Wrath as well.
I think it's a very good decision based on the lineup that Reven saw, but also the lack of utility, especially projectiles they saw from Northeption. I mean, the flashes were either sucked up or weren't really used to clear Wrath out of pillar. Their nade player died early, so if they can get a kill in that entry, take down Yukiz or Shuri, unfortunately not happening today. Nina gets the better of Joe in round 8 as opposed to round 7. Still, though, not a lot of active utility lost by Reven. Those ADSs will persist. And the same thing is true. If you do end up taking down one of those nade players, it could be big, but they've at least taken down a player. Nina, that star fragger on Northeption, down 2 rounds in a row.
Bit of a trap counter working out there pretty well from Reven as they hear the rappel noise from Nina heading up to that second floor window, knows that it's going to expose him when he goes back down. So thankfully they had a second member roaming around on that first floor there and able to reposition him by classroom window where Joe had died. Draw, though, in a bit of a tough situation here as he's trying to turn this fight around against Shuri. Unfortunately, Draw brought far too low, though. Only had that little sliver of HP to peak with, so still ends up losing the battle, but gets some of the HP that was lost from him back onto Shuri there towards the end of it as he knocks out just short of about half of his HP.
Speaking of which, Shurip on that secondary entry also alongside Nina. Very well-renowned player inside of Japan, though a little bit more inconsistent than Nina. Some days he's very hot, some days he's very cold. Today, though, he's 10-5, by far and away the best performer on Northeption. Right now, one player 0-7, another player 1-5. Shurip able to salvage this and get an advantage for Northeption. Moving under a minute 30, we'll see a movement over towards Attic to try and open up an angle this way. But no movement over by Master Bedroom. That could be a problem. Even if they have someone big window, which they do, to apply some release pressure, they'd still only really be pushing in through concrete or through the dorms rotate, and the big window player can only help so much from that angle. Sayochan is banking on getting a kill from someone in this rotate, getting a little bit lazy or a little bit unaware inside of the site.
Rest of Northeption trying to group up for the first big push towards the site itself. Under a minute to play into now, so running low on time to make that happen. Shroop just gonna go for the default opening here above him. Nothing to be found inside of that, obviously, as you guys can see from the silhouettes. He just wants the POV, I think, more than anything right now. He's gonna try to stay down below and play this out a little bit longer here, hoping to potentially catch one or two players as the rest of his team tries to bargain for positioning by big window. As well as eventually with a push up through whites, there's here a lot of intel actually being bled out for Shurik there as the Gemini gets very deep into the sites, knows the exact positions of Sam. May have gotten a glimpse to the player that's rotating in between Attic and the current room that Sam's in as well. So a lot to play on there. But they do need that secondary angle to play off. But Shroop will get a little bit of intel if he saw the laser, which I definitely believe he did. So will now move in to excel and picking up that kill. Problem is, Sam picked up 2 response kills, and we're now pretty much out of time. Wrath shuts down the push from Shurip, and the last player here, Yukiz, gets away with one into the 1v1 itself, but Sam still controls it for Reven as they sit just a few rounds away from victory now.
Also, the first site Reven have won, that was not basement.
True,
on 2 different halves. Now they've won it to go up 5-3, and that was a very winnable round for Reven that they ended up winning. Northeption had the control they needed, but they just sort of stopped. And Reven had some useful angles, albeit the bare minimum. They had someone holding big window. They had someone who could contest either the trophy walk-in or the attic walk-up, or even white, depending on where they wanted to reposition, and a third player at site to aid either one of those positions as well. So Northeption, what they needed to do there was hit it. Recognize the control they had, move up white stairs, move in through big window, and try to play the trade on the player inside of dorms, but they let indecision take them, and the players on the attack just ended up pushing some solo angles, not really playing off each other, and gave Reven the 3v4.
That has been a characteristic issue for them inside of the Japan League games as well. One at least that I happened to watch last night getting prepared for this game today is the fact that they have great entry power when they're able to showcase it with players like Nina finding the entry against Joe, but then they tend to slow things down a little bit too much as they get closer to the site. And as you were mentioning, they sometimes end up floundering the advantage they may have when it comes to the actual site execute time. So we'll have to see if they catch on to that and try to maybe speed things up a little bit if they end up in a similar position into these future rounds. If not, Reven's going to certainly take back all that control, especially here on Oregon. They are given the opportunity to do so. Tertiary site now for Reven, so hopefully a good opportunity for Northeption to try and close the gap a little bit and prevent an outright map and match point from being claimed this early on.
Interesting. So we're going to see a quick execute from Northeption. The Amaro does not have the diffuser. That's a player stationed over by Garage or on the southern side of the map right now, but Shui may be planning to send it up through that meeting hatch, acquire some quick control, or cause chaos on the site. Now it seems they're pulling back. I thought they were going to move in quick, but now basically Northeption are all over the map at the moment. So unclear whether Sharif is going to go up that hatch or even where Northeption are going to push from. They're all spread out at the moment.
Phone call has gone in early from Northeption. And as you can see, Sharif has got the intel on a backstairs player. We'll see if he can get the successful sneak, but no, the crosshair is aimed too high. Joe gets the first peek of it. As it will swing out and knock out Sharif, first kill of the round once again to our defenders here on Reven. As Nina, or another player from Northeption, tries to pull a very similar move that we just saw from Sharif. I think he's a little bit slow on the reaction though. Unless Draw continues to maintain this position. Not necessarily going to line up for an opportunity, but here we go through the paling. Yukiz lost a little bit. There ends up being a 1-to-1 exchange, but Runner gets the player advantage back for Reven with his kill against Nina a few seconds afterwards. Yukiz now taking up positioning just on the inside of Cafeteria here as well, preventing the run out with that air jab. The swing may come in from Reven. They hold it back at the last second as they hear that breach going through, so don't want to challenge that in this scenario here. Still a 2v4 attempted to be worked right now by Northeption. And unfortunately, the entry angle that they've made for themselves is so brutal when you consider that hatch up on top. So Joe's just going to go for the outright peek, take full control over this situation, and put that map and match point up on the board for his squad.
4 rounds in a row, 3 defenses, all of their defenses so far in a row. Reven about to send Northeption down to the loser's bracket, or Northeption will have to play for their lives if they don't win 3 rounds in a row on the attack, which so far it seemed a little difficult to do. Reven take the timeout? Really?
Bit of a weird one, but it definitely seems like that's the case. So Reven, once again, icing the kicker a little bit here, making absolutely sure their next site defense is going to be set up the way they need it to. They have the pause, so they might as well use it, I guess. But yeah, when you're on a roll like this, it is a little bit strange to see them opting to go for the pause at this point. But a little bit of a present, I guess, to Northeption, maybe giving them the hint. Is like, hey, guys, you might want to figure out your stuff for this next round.
Yeah, Northeption also have a timeout. Like,
I mean, true, yeah. Just to correct,
okay,
that was actually Northeption's
Okay,
timeout.
I was about to say. I was like, Northeption, come on. Like, you're 6-3 down 3 attacking rounds on Oregon. Surely you don't let your opponent take the attack timeout. But yeah, it was Northeption that took the timeout. So we're all good. No need to panic. Still think it might be a little bit late. Maybe should have taken it after that dorms round when you went down 5-3, because now you can fix this attack, sure. And if you win basement, that is a pretty good omen to go forward, I will say. But it's still only just one defense needed by Reven. One round where things almost go Northeption's way, but maybe draw clutches a 1v3, or they trade back an important opening duel. And that's the best of one done.
Yep, it is all or nothing from this point forward here for Northeption. 3 rounds in a row, otherwise Reven takes the game outright. And even those 3 rounds in a row don't necessarily guarantee a Northeption win, mind you. That just gets us to overtime. So a bit more work to be done even beyond that as well. But that's the next point where Northeption would be given an additional round to lose. So let's see what the plan is going to be. It's a little bit different here, especially if you look towards Shurep, as he is going to be bringing in the Monty to play things out on this round. And Joe, a very aggressive drone kill here to start the round out as well. Knew it was in the corner, so might as well get rid of it.
Bro said I could play Solus and do that exact thing, or I could play Warden with a better gun and do that exact thing. Go for it.
Swing out and take care of that real quick. Thankfully, no one from Northeption anywhere close to being able to take advantage upon that. Still way too early in the spawn for them. Being sneaking the Twitch drone forward, but being a little bit cautious. Doesn't want to send it around the corner if someone is waiting for it. Joe quickly turns tail and runs down the stairs, though, when he notices that there is going to be a Monty pushing things here in Big Tower. So that's going to be very quick Big Tower control going over towards Northeption. Not going to be the end of all the aggressive shenanigans maybe getting out of Reven, though. They've taken a bit of a page out of Northeption this time, as you can see. They have quite a bit of an active roam over towards Freezer Stairs and at the bottom of Classroom Steps as well here. Runner gives up the ghost, though, with those shots. So we'll need to begin quickly negotiating a rotate back downstairs. However, Nina's here, but Runner gets the better out of it anyway. Runner down to a sliver of HP as well from that one. Just barely somehow turns that fight around against Nina.
Not the roaming Mira. Surely not the roaming Mira. On 1 HP as well. This is not a great omen for Northeption. Still have over half the round to go, but only just now opening up these hatches. I believe a C4 was just sent out by the defense, one that misses. Now one player that goes down as well. That's Joe taken off the board, and with Runner on low HP, he's playing back inside of the site, but if somehow Northeption can find him, or even find another kill on, say, this player inside of Long, could make this a 4v3 and then a winnable round. The Montagne is pushed very far down, but is very separated from the rest of his team, and unshielding a little bit too aggressively for my liking. The rest of Northeption is going to need to catch up and flood into Pillar soon, or else Reven will probably pinch this guy.
The Montagne being played so actively right now. He's moved all the way from pillar to elbow here. The Toxic Babe in its face, and as well, he's going to pop it. That'll finally force him back. He'll just follow it through, stack as much damage onto the Montagne as he can, and this is the more important part. Give the room needed to get this reinforcement down and close the jaws shut on this attack, making the situation very awkward for Northeption. As you can see, they do not have a proper angle of attack now as they try to open up a second one inside of E. Immediately, a Nitro moves forward. Now, Troll and the rest of the squad have had a large issue taking out this Monty, but they've finally completed the task by using those Goyo canisters. He goes down. Favar, though, has been able to insert himself through E and has found the counter on to Draw. So Northeption still very much in this round, and as a result, still in this game. Only 25 seconds to try and make this work. First plant attempt coming in now. Runner goes for the peek and drops the planter. Doesn't need to stay out for that. And with one more kill, they'll seal the deal.
With that done and dusted, Reven move on to the next BO1. Northeption down to the lower bracket. We have a break coming up and more matches right after this.
welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Copenhagen Major, the first major under the new ecosystem for this year of Rainbow Six. And what an interesting result we just had from our very first match. Northeption for giving us some interesting defensive holds, an interesting play overall on the Oregon game plan. Problem is, giving up way too much, especially on their defensive side, I feel.
Yeah, I think that's the sad thing. Their attacks left a lot to be desired, and based on how they were playing, the game was probably going to go Reven's way no matter what. But Northeption giving up some of those defenses would have at least made it closer, maybe more like a 7-5 or even overtime. But Reven's attacks, or Reven's defenses, excuse me, looked way more clinical than Northeption's.
We're going to have to see as well here how Northeption will try to kind of correct those mistakes. I do feel, once again, it was a lot of the same things that we saw echoed forward, at least from the smallest sample I was able to get inside of the Japan League. So hopefully this is something they're able to go back to the drawing room tonight, be like, okay, guys, we tried to play things out our normal style. That's not really working, at least against Reven. So we have to analyze things for our next opponent now, see if we need to potentially go for any more drastic changes or potentially hold it back and change, or rather make some smaller changes for the next game.
Of course, Northeption now, they do have that best of 3. It's a do or die, of course, in elimination, but they've got more than just one map to try to make this work. Minimum of 3, max of 4 in the Copenhagen Major. And of course, they'll have to win them if they want to move on in their group.
Absolutely the case. So once again, just going to be a few more moments here, ladies and gentlemen. We will have an interview ready with our winners in just a moment as well. We're going to stick with you and break things down. Actually, it looks like we're ready for that interview right now. So let's head over to the player area and congratulate our first winner of the tournament.
What's it like being on LAN here?
Well, this is like my first ever LAN event. I've just turned 18. Well, a few months ago. And I've just got into Pro League, and first stage I've made the major. Online is completely different to an online build, so I was a bit shaky getting into it, but I had a good game, so not much to complain about.
You had a good game indeed. So moving forward as well, how are you feeling about your individual performances?
Individual performances, I think we're all strong as an individual performance and team performance. We get along with each other, vibe along with each other, and stuff like that. It's good. Okay,
this is actually also the first time for you guys that you're going up against a Japanese team. So in terms of the vibe that you got, how was it?
No disrespect, but EU's better, unfortunately. But yeah.
But you're not from EU yet, though?
I'm English.
Fair enough. But yeah, that's a fair enough point. So you backing the EU boys this time around?
What, sorry?
Are you backing the EU boys?
Of course I am. Soniqs are going to get a good win on them.
Okay.
I believe Citizen will go insane. He's my boy, obviously.
Okay, so I love that you're bringing up the next game, because that's also one of the talking points that I want to go into. The fact that, you're predicting Soniqs coming through, you're then going to be heading up against them. So how are you feeling about that one?
I have a feeling we're going to have a good, we're so unpredictable in how we play. And I think Soniqs are more of a structured team, and they play better against structured other teams, and we're not structured at all. Okay. So I think we'll come out on top.
Okay, I love those expectations. In general, looking at the whole picture of things, I mean, this is phase 1. Obviously, the goal is to be going to phase 2. Realistically, how far are you expecting yourself to be pushing it?
We're winning the major.
Okay, I love that. The confidence, let's go. Thank you so much for the time to do the interview. We are going to be heading to a quick little break, and we'll be back shortly. Hello everyone, welcome back. Reven Club just takes a very dominant win up against Northeption, and that's the first best of one out of the way. We have another one coming in this exact same group. It's going to be Soniqs up against Vega. Now, this is again going to be the first time that we're going to be seeing some of these teams because again, it's day one. So let's bring up the bracket, starting off with the fact that we now have Reven advancing towards these first best of three. They're in the upper bracket, they're chilling, but Northeption still get a chance in that lower bracket to be heading forward, but that depends on who is gonna win the next game. Sonic up against Vega, loser goes up against Northeption, and that is when best of three comes into play. Loser is out. We could also have another look at the groups just to see what we could expecting today, because as we said earlier, we're gonna be covering Group C as well as Group D. Once it does show up, we'll talk about it, but for now, we have our casters as well who are going to be walking us through the next game. We have a little bit of a caster rotation, which also means that we're going to be talking to Hap and Fluke once they're ready. At the moment, you know, we're still waiting for them to come through, so that's fine, okay? And it does happen sometimes. I mean, I'm going to be sitting here. There's a couple of players behind me. You guys can already see that they are getting ready, which honestly on this LAN environment has been pretty impressive. You can feel the energy in the atmosphere. I wish you guys could hear the players. I don't know if my microphone is picking up, to be completely honest, but we are, it is. I got told that it is, so maybe at some point they're going to be picking up. But we're going to be coming back after a short break. Thank you guys for tuning in. We got the vibes going, but like I said earlier, there's going to be another caster duo on the block. This time, I actually do mean it because we have them on the line. So, Hap and Fluke, hello.
Hello.
I was debating hiding from you, Ginny.
Yeah.
Just for them to
I was
have the throw.
elsewhere. I didn't know I was supposed to be on set. Sorry.
Happens.
I don't apologize to you. I apologize to Ginny. Yeah, we're here now. Hey, that's Hap, I'm Fluke.
Hello. Still here. I don't know if Ginny's still here. I don't think
No, Ginny's left.
she just left. It's
Ginny's
fine.
gone. Ginny's got Ginny business to do. What business do we have to do, Hap?
We have two teams going up against one another,
Yeah.
and the winner will be going up against the Reven that we just saw play, and the loser will be going up against Northeption for a elimination match later on today. So a lot at stake that we have to go over here, but who are these teams, you might ask?
I'm so glad you asked.
Oh, there we go.
I'm so glad you asked. Yeah, here we have, obviously, Soniqs. You're probably a lot more familiar with them outside, especially the viewers of our majors that we've had. It's a team that keeps showing up, one of the strongest teams in NA that's had a bit of a rougher time, a bit of a rougher road than some of our others, finds themselves having to do this. Really start from the bottom of the barrel and break their way all the way to the top. A team of superstars, but can they be the stars that shine best here? Vega up against them are a Korean League team, and this is almost the opposite story. Really the first performance on any grand stage in any region as well, not just on the sort of tier 1 majors, but this is a roster who is entirely fresh to comp of this level.
That's it, right? Like, we haven't seen this team play yet on the international stages. This is going to be their first attempt at trying to make it to that next step. They're here, that's that step. Now let's see how far they can come. And you just mentioned Soniqs starting at the bottom of the barrel. But actually, their story, if we start looking at the entire season so far, 6th in the North American League. Then they had to go through the last chance qualifiers, which they also won. So it's like, as an NAL team, it's about as far down as you might be able to go. But what map are we going to go to?
I don't know, but we can find out.
I have a feeling it's going to be Clubhouse. I know, it's sad.
Is your feeling related to the fact that it's on the screen?
Yes, that was my feeling indeed.
Yeah, I can see that being the part there. Clubhouse. Now, Club is a good Soniqs map, but do you think it's going to be as easy a story?
Well, the thing is, Soniqs has played it 5 times over the years so far. They've only lost it once against Oxygen for the 5th place last chance qualifier with a 6-8. At the other side, Vega has also played it. They've played it a total of 6 times, won it the last 4 times they played it. Their overall round count is at 36 versus 30. The ones of Sonic is 34 versus 21. So, you know, definitely a bit favored statistically. But also you have to take the opponents into account, because I think Sonics, they might have had the more experienced opponents to go up against over the years so far.
I think that's always the thing, isn't it? When you look at statistics and you don't really have the truest comparison, and the truest comparison is always going to be against each other. The second truest, the secondary term is if they've played like for like teams, if you have both of them go up against SSG, then you can go, okay, well, this is how they did and this is how they did. And this is the sort of wind around that. Again, we cannot overstate just how much of a run this is going to be for Vega. Coming from the sort of open qualifiers, getting themselves through into this situation. The only real recent victory they've taken against another team that's here was DK, and they were able to get a map win, and I believe it might have been on Club. I could be wrong about that.
I believe it was Club indeed. That should have been like a 7-4 victory that they then managed to get. So the thing is, both these teams like Club. It's just that Club is like the second preference map for Soniqs. They are a team to be reckoned with as well. They were at 6 Invitational, and when I just mentioned that to our North American counterparts as they came back from the previous cast, like, guess what map we're going to? The first thing they said is, please do not let it be Club for La Vega. So that should tell you about all you need to know.
But it's, in the weird way of saying it, it's a risk, but it's not a risk because it's Club. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows the steps. Everybody knows the dance and the maneuvers. Clubhouse is familiar ground. And, you know, the other one that was at the end of that map, Veto, was Oregon. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of Club at Oregon
I agree.
over the next few days.
I mean, Clubhouse is what we call the checklist map. It's the map where everybody knows what to do. You just mentioned it. And that always gives us that even playing field. Whose basics are better? Who has those fundamentals really, well, fine-tuned ahead of this major? And that's why it's such a good map to go up against for basically an unknown team against an established team, because it gives us, for the remainder of the tournament as well, a bit of an indication about how far they actually are with the rest of the teams here at the tournament.
And as we have our wonderful sweeping shots, we'll be in the game as soon as possible. And I mean, it's still early doors in the sort of showing. And, you know, I think what we get from these teams, or what we sort of expected from the stage 2 teams, it's weird to call them that, because the first stage teams, the teams that have found themselves on the lowest possible rung of the fight of the tournament, the fact that one of these teams will be eliminated by the end of the day, maybe one of the 2 from this matchup.
Yeah.
And then Soniqs is in this pile of teams, and you're thinking, should they really be here?
Yeah, should they be here? That's always that big question you have.
But I guess it's down to them to prove it.
That's it, right? They didn't have the best start to the North American League. They struggled behind there, 6th place. Just like Vega, by the way, in Korea, 6th place as well. Both on their respective last chance qualifiers. So their road towards this major has been practically the same. But of course, we have slight bits of differences in terms of notability from teams out there. So let's get underway. It is going to be Clubhouse. We mentioned it before. It is the basic map. It is the checklist map. It's the fundamentals that shine here. And as we get going with the bans, we're going to see 4 operators removed that cannot be played for the remainder of the match. Yes, I know. It's the definition of banning, I would assume.
This is the definition of banning. If you're new,
I'm just making sure the new viewers that are just catering in for the first time.
New viewers. Hey,
this is what we're going through.
No Flores. You may think, but isn't that Flores casting behind the desk?
Yes, that's why I banned.
That's why it's banned.
I cannot play and cast at the same time.
Cannot participate. Hibana as the follow-up there. And the thing about breaking down as well in terms of teams and how they run the gauntlet and have themselves used to the situation, Soniqs also obviously have a fantastic back of house stuff. You've had players and brains there that have won awards for what they can do behind the scenes in terms of preparation and delivery for the team support structure.
Yeah.
Bans like Flores, removals like those with such a sort of delicate attention paid towards what your opponent's doing. Again, is it another arrow in the quiver?
Could definitely be that it's one of those, you know, cheeky little punches they want to throw out early. Like, we know you rely a lot on Flores. Let's take that out because you might have been winning it for the last 4 times you've played it, but we saw you relied on that. So we take that away. How good are you on that map still as we go on? So round 1 is going to be starting off very soon. It is going to be Soniqs seemingly on the defense to start off. To be down in the ground floor, the basement to start it off with, and you know that basically always lets us go over towards these kind of hatch drops plants or executes to come through, and they're always a bit tricky to nail down. So it's going to be very good to see how Vega is going to be going up against this North American team that, you know, has a lot of experience playing down on this site here.
And as always, it starts with a steady balance of what we have on the right-hand side of the screen. If this is a check-for-check map, these are check-for-check attack operators in the current meta. Ashe has had a big bit of resurgence recently. Dokkaebi is too powerful, I think, in the books of pretty much everybody. Alongside the destruction and the soft and the balance, this is a lineup that once upon a time we had an attack meta that was the same 5 operators. Attacker repick showed up, but here on this map, on this site, these operators, you could blink and have been back 2 years. The approach will start it to a cracked over the top. They'll try and get some clarity on anyone that might be going for a hold and a roam all the way across the top 2 floors. You'll probably see about 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes worth of just getting the clarity before they start smashing down hatches onto the basement itself.
Now, if I'm correct, I do not really see any roamer currently on the board for the side of Soniqs, and that should speed it up for Vega if their drone game is on point. Actually, scratched out, I believe it's just one. Should be the Valkyrie or Citizen that's out there near the main stairs, roaming around. Coming back down now as the phone calls goes off, of course, means that he might be hunted, so wants to give himself a bit of a security as he does so.
It's almost like the BDS roam. The joke that Dez loves making is, you know, BDS are roaming if they have a Valk and then bring them back towards the site early on. However, the aggression that Soniqs hold is one that is more than happy to try and fight its way out of sight in certain places. This isn't an easy site to do it on, but if you suddenly have an opening or an option on towards blue, maybe even on towards the main stairs, you'll try and make the best use of it. Gunner getting quite aggressive on the hold here. We'll hear the plant, hear the breach, we'll have the awareness, but again, as I said, up until that sort of final minute, they're just preparing. They're getting themselves the width. The Buck is going to shepherd the player away, bait out the C4, and give themselves hopefully a cleaner route through.
That's it. There's 2 C4s and Valkyrie cameras have been placed. You just saw outlined there. It's active in the kitchen as well. And that means that if they want to go for a drop out there and they haven't really opened everything up with a skeleton key, they might be prone to be caught off by one of those nitro cells. And the same goes for main here. You see the opening that has been made. They can just, you know, throw one over quickly if they realize there's 1 or 2 more players inside of the main area.
They haven't been able to get a body in a fight. This is when that time starts to become a little bit more worrisome. There's a spread, there's a push onto pipes. They see the hole in the hold, but with this going over the top, this might get caught out. They're not going to actually throw the explosives back towards it, but they're going to fight their way around onto Moto. The call of the hammer, and they can't quite get the hit behind it as the Dokkaebi is still just held off from the ace being the swing round. The smoke is doing everything to stop the swing, support that Dokkaebi, and as I said, they're isolated. They do not have the motion to be able to finish what they started there because of the good play. Grixer bites their way back onto Moto Door. There's Geometrics getting themselves tucked in onto the tuck plant itself, but now with only the Ashe left, what started as a bit of a drive-through was met by a blue wall built by Soniqs, ready for multiple different angles. This sort of just tore up Vega as soon as they tried to enter.
bit of an awareness from Soniqs when the eventual push was coming through. You saw there was Citizen. He was trying to challenge the hatch, trying to make sure there was no drop coming down a motorcycle. Didn't realize that there was already a player down there inside, taking a horizontal fight, which shut him down. But yeah, afterwards, no real problem coming through for Soniqs. They were able to properly, you know, take out those kills one by one. You see it from Crown here, just picking them up beautifully. Bit of an awareness. But you're in a very good position, playing aggressively onto the Selma openings that have been made on that breach. Wasn't really being put under any pressure there, so you could just continue playing like he did. Picked up 2 kills as a result, and you know that kind of halts your attack if you're coming from that side.
Keep pushing, keep moving. See where we end up next as they begin the rotation, but do not head to the top floor. Instead, Baba.
Bar stage, yeah.
I'll always push that button.
Bar.
The bar button.
Used to be the biggest advocate for when it was a bar.
Now, bar stage, I love it as a site. I think it can offer obviously a lot more than it used to offer with the rework, with the changes there. But most importantly, it offers creativity. It gives you a bit of a space to play some ideas. There's the first. Can we try and take out the Maverick early on? Well, didn't quite get the lock in. But as I was saying, there is this the room for the sort of mirror windows, the stretch, the solace all the way underneath, causing problems here. Maybe wants to get a bit of a punch onto dirt.
Now, verticality is often very important here for bar stage, and as the mirror window gets spotted out now, Marine also very much aware of the fact that you don't really want to be going down there. You need to deal with that mirror window in a different way. And, you know, going to be using an extra thermic for that, most likely. Well, at least punch it open. They shoot it open as well, and that means they can now go for an impact trick. If an actual extra thermic is going to be attempted by Crown, who's playing on that thermite.
Waiting patiently, maybe for something to be thrown out and baited at them, or maybe just for an adventure, but the adventure will only be pressured by this, the Iana on the back end, forcing the space. They're hoping to waste the utility, because they can now try and push that, and also hoping for that, the removal, but the impact does not quite have the impact that they wanted. Went straight out, Citizen. You can see shakes his head and his character a little bit, but he still has the second wall to fall behind. There is a lot of focus here onto the bedroom side instead of what would usually be a stage take.
Yeah, that's it, but they realize the neededness of taking that top floor under control, because the amount of verticality that's out there is going to be making it very difficult on actually getting a plan down. So they realize we need to take this under control. We need to shepherd out these players before we can even attempt to plant. What they do not realize, though, is that a lot of time will be wasted this way. 90 seconds. They do not need to move on the Sonic side. All they need to do is stop Crown as he moves in. But he gets the entry yet once more. And that's a double to follow up with it. And suddenly the whole top floor seems to fall as it's only up to Citizen now. As he strikes back with a double.
Swings through, gets the collateral, is trying to find the third piece to the story, and he catches him reloading. And he might have lost the wall, but he's able to almost take them all. Crown swings around the top of the main stairs and puts a much-needed stop to the rampage of Citizen. However, suddenly a 2 versus 2. They have some pocket utility. 2 flashes, 2 grenades, but where are Soniqs going? Gunner on a long rotate, all the way around to the back, and Geo with a rotate of his own towards the top of red. They're hoping they can be the surprise factor. When you have that Solace that just drops the drone there on the corner, watching the flank, suddenly those options are getting worse and worse, and that 30 seconds is ticking ever closer to a perpetual disaster.
2 evil eyes, and of course the Solace gadget out there that they can use to stop this from happening. They have everything in the pockets now, Soniqs. All they need to do is make sure that the plant indeed does not go down. Now, the cover is going to be attempted. Grenades are going to be tossed around just to make sure that the evil eye will not be successful, because look at Crown. Look at how low on HP he is. And as soon as Soniqs find out that they're no longer going to be on the top floor, this round will be retaken as Gunner just in the middle of the side, cleans it all up and finds themselves a second round.
It's like a moment before tragedy. Caught sprinting, rotate. The default camera knew where the plant was. They didn't trust that they could sort of hold the stick and get the cover from that side as well. I mean, obviously, a lot of it boils down to Citizen sort of sticking his heels in and getting 3 kills on the top before he was taken off the board, but still, in that sort of situation, how they got there, the collateral round onto the swing, Crown lost a lot of health. You can see Geo's making the distance. The Solace was above across all the soft as well, and there's nowhere you can really hide.
We're doing the good touch right here, by the way. No. Crown did a lot of work there, though. The Heartbreacher getting 3 kills over the top floor. Like, it just personally cleaned it all up. Of course, Citizen was able to strike and find 2 in the meantime, but he did everything he needed to do there. And as we head towards the gym area now, gym and bedroom, of course, we're going to see a bit of a repeat as what we saw in that last round. Again, the gym and the bedroom, very important. This time it's the site, however, and that means a lot more utility will be, well, basically put inside of it because they need to hold on to it a bit more drastically now than they needed the last time round. But we also will have the extension over towards CCTV, towards cache, maybe even a little bit onto the mezzanine in the garage, just to make sure that if they want to go horizontal, their life is not going to be made easy here, and especially having that window and CC under control so you can stop them if they're going over the balcony and trying to put pressure in from the windows. That's always a big thing to have.
Soniqs have got themselves 2, but that last round I think might be a bit closer than the ending did, apart from that little bit of heroics in the middle of the round. Can they see if they can try and push that advantage, carry themselves a bit deeper, a bit further in? The first round was definitely even-handed. At the same time, Soniqs, I think there is that level of pressure, of expectation. They should win this. They have a very good chance too. It's up to Vega to have to step up massively here, and as long as Soniqs sort of keep themselves level and play to their game, I feel like we're going to see a lot more rounds similar to the first than the second if they can get their heads on.
It's kind of what I said beforehand to you as well, before the game started. Like, Soniqs have everything to lose here. Like, this is their game to lose. They're expected to come out on top of this group without too much struggle going through it. So that's what we want to see from them. We want to see that dominance that they know they can bring. And of course, the Vega, they are here. They are the underdogs. They're trying to make something happen, a surprise. And, you know, they've taken quick control of CCTV and cache, now trying to move over towards the construction. They have some free space to move through, but they need to be careful for the player that's inside the logistics, or even at the bedroom door, because they can just swing in and take you down as soon as they get a sniff of you being out there.
It's good. They forced Geometrics Geo off of his position there, and further and further back, they're just pushing behind their own cover. There's the swing. Citizen taken off first. There's an angle down towards the back end that they just get the pick back up on. Grixer was able to find the Iana before they swung themselves back into the site itself, but suddenly the balance is still into the favor of those putting pressure onto the site. Damali gets Geo at the top of the stairs as well. A 4 versus 2. They blind the player tucked in. Gunnar has the impact, but he doesn't really have anything to loose it on. There's a swing round. Damali's on a quad. There is an ace out of absolutely nowhere. First ace of the tournament, I believe, and it was cool as you like via logistics with the map drawn straight through the heart of Soniqs' site.
Every single round so far, Vega has been able to get the entry kill. Maybe even 2 at points, but they weren't able to convert it until just now. And it starts off with the ace. Again, Heartbreacher is doing a lot of work out here. Clears the guy in construction, clears the main stairs twice, and then goes over for the final kill. But it seems to be a bit of unawareness on the side of Soniqs, because he gets that 1 kill from logistics, and then he's able to just get a second one right in the back of it.
Wow, welcome to the Tier 1C. Welcome to Copenhagen.
Welcome to the big stages, yes.
Welcome to the big stages. Pull off an ace on your 3rd round against Soniqs. That's something you write home about.
Definitely, even if they would be losing the game later on. It's like, I aced against Soniqs. It doesn't matter.
Dear Diary.
Dear Diary. Today I aced.
I mean, it's a great round, and obviously, you know, you could talk about an ace being a defining factor. You have to look at what else is going on there, in that pretty much every single other remaining player of Vega was still up, was still putting pressure on. A 4 versus 2. They got the swing onto 1 just about their Maestro before they were dropped from the back end. Ooh, they got the down. They got quite, there it is. I mean, he saw the player go down, double dip with a pistol, just to make sure that Iana does not have a round, but to be honest, 0-4, haven't been able to have one yet.
No, not really able to put his signature onto the game so far, so that's unfortunate for the side of Vega. For the first time, not going to have the entry frag to go in their favor, and it's definitely going to be hurting them later on as we're going back towards church. Look at Gunnar, still around in strip, still out on the road. He's taking out some drones, which aren't really being watched, but is he aware of the fact that there's someone on the opposite side out there? Well, there was a bit of a spray through the softball out there, but they don't really seem to have any information on Gunnar, so he has the opportunity to just dig in, stay inside the strip, let Crown come to him, and I believe that's exactly what's going to happen, because he's hiding at the doorway here. He's going to be opening opening this up soon. Gunnar exactly aware of what's happening. Just waiting for that door to open up before he goes for a run out there.
Oh, the drones roll through and the lines go on, but it's an awkward play space to get yourself out of. The music can only cover so much, but what it doesn't cover is the swing round. You have to think there's one route out. If they're watching Billiard's window, that gets watched off either side, regardless of which rotate you choose. And then there's 2 ways in to your box. You are pretty much caught in the end of a mousetrap, and the balance is back, but time has been wasted. As I said, they've got about 20 seconds to try and keep themselves onto the pace. They've lost the Iana, they still at least have the hard breach, but you're thinking of what they'd opened before and what they still have to open now.
They do not know about Citizen, though. He's still hiding around on that top floor on the logistics desk. So if they want to go for a push
Hands off the
down,
keyboard.
Yeah, his hands off the keyboard. He doesn't want to move. It's just in the mouse if they start pushing in. And now they start pushing in from the main stairs. There is fire out there. We'll keep them at bay for now. But as soon as there's more pressure coming onto the site, Citizen is going to be making a move. He's going to be playing that lurker role that we know and love him to do so from the EUL. There he goes, spot spawn. He's waiting very patiently, but he misses the opportunity. But now they're aware there's one on the top floor. And it's an important choice to make. Do we hunt? Or do we let him be as Citizen gets the first of his flank?
Quick to kill through the bars there onto the door. Damali, the man of the previous round, is going to see if they can try and put the hunt and the hurt onto Citizen, but 30 seconds. You're taking a big detour for a 1 versus 1, and yeah, you got to make it happen, but you've also got to make the site take, and that's it. They weren't given the fight in a clean way. They didn't think they could have the strike. They tried to bait the motion there, hit the window, but Citizen, he's cool as a cucumber. He has nowhere else to be. He's happy to sit and wait for this. The pressure to drop the smoke canister onto one side, the drive straight down onto the plant behind the A. Okay, so the pressure towards it itself. There's a fight from Grixer. He downs the Ash, which you might not know about, but as they just try and stick the kit with the cover, it's Rexen getting the swing round. It's slivers of health and Grixer with the final tap onto one more, and Grixer gets the end of another Soniqs round.
So Gunnar taking a lot of the attention there at the start of the round. Of course, it started with the spawn peak, but after that, he gets spotted inside a strip. There was no way out for him there. He was guaranteed to die, almost. And I have to say, Vega played that well. They did everything they needed to do. They had the drones in there. They were approaching from multiple angles at the same time. So a refrag was always going to be happening out there. But then, you know, there was 1 minute 30 left on the clock. They didn't really drone out that top floor. They basically assumed it was going to be clear, and that's what hurt them there. They wanted to go for a hunt. It's not enough time. Decided to go for just a quick push onto the site. Soniqs was ready for it, managed to shut them down, find themselves a 3rd round. And they'll be happy with it.
We're going cash here.
They know what they need to do here today, Soniqs. They have one goal that's been given to them. Survive this best of 1. Do not drop down into the lower part of this GSL format, and make sure that you can lock this off as first in your group. That's the goal they've been given by their support staff on the back.
The goal,
the dream, the task at hand.
The task at hand. What's on the dream board?
The dream board?
Yeah.
I guess winning the major.
That's
would be
probably good.
Yeah.
You want that in the middle?
And then go over to 6 Invitational afterwards. Win it 3 times in a row just so you become the new dynasty.
That's a very big dream
You were
board.
talking about dreams. I'm giving you dreams.
Okay, but like, how big is this board?
I don't know how big of a board
I
they
think
have
follow
at
your
the Sonic
dreams,
HQ.
guys, but also start small.
You start with small steps, right? You go
The journey of 1,000 dreams starts with a single smaller dream.
Which is win this game first.
Win this game. Win another round. Will the Monty be that hit guard? Aptly named. This is the one with the tons of steel in front of their face and driving their way up towards the take. Now, when you've limited your hard breach and using an exothermic there on the bottom of garage, it does raise a couple of worries. Obviously, you've got the pocket hard breaches in Damali, but you're looking at where you want to use the other one. You sort of need CC wall open with an exothermic, and you've got to play that smart because you know it's a team that likes to play against you.
There was nothing there to stop it, so they were able to open it in the end. I'm not sure if they found out by droning, but at least they have the opening. Now, the fire is starting to come through, and that's going to be forcing Rexen into a bit of an unsafe position as the Monty's coming right at it. But Gunnar gets one, somehow only up into the last bullet before Guard is going to be able to get the kills. Not even that. It's the fire that managed to get that kill down onto Rexen, but at least they have the Monty into the mezzanines. That's often a very important part of their strategy.
Yeah, it was Gunnar swung his way around just here from hit swing, and now as the door is under a lot of pressure, Geo's offering some support, but they've got the Monty right up against the boundary of the site itself on the top of the rafters. A minute 20 gives them time to formulate a plan, but you're now looking at, well, what do we have? We've lost the grenades, the couple of smoke canisters in the pocket might be able to cover some, but when you're playing against the danger of potentially impacts, 2 more smoke canisters of their own, you really have to try and find a way to waste that utility, bring it out against you without losing any of the ground or your own.
I think that's why Marine just opened up into stock as well, just to let them know, hey, we are willing to take this vertical fight, just so you cannot be able to go in from below, use those impacts against us here. So smoke canisters are going to be used right now. Crown wanted to go for the plant right in the breach, as you saw, but it popped off, so it's going to be stalling him for just a little bit longer. It's going to be a bulletproof camera down on the side as well, so they're going to have the, well, basically complete knowledge of where the actual push is going to be coming from. It's Gunner now. He's going to be stuck with the Monty inside his stock, and there is a door right behind him that could be utilized by the remaining players to Vega. Oh no,
Citizen rotated his way down, and you were sort of screaming for it from the players that were on the side and the balcony outside CC. They had the man boxed in. They get the pickup, sure, but it's 20 seconds late and at the cost of Monty, who was just dancing. The fight onto stock door, they really did not need to be that delicate about. 4 seconds, Grixer tucked onto a side, knocks one, gets knocked back, but Citizen gets the end of it, and now Soniqs, they're still hurdling. They're finding success across the board, across multiple different sites. Will they be able to, I don't know, maybe bounce their way over towards gym bedroom, see if they can get the lockdown there from what didn't work, or go back to bar?
Good aggressive swing coming out from Gunner out there, and Citizen coming in to support. That's probably some unlucky timing from Garg there, because he unshields, he unextends at the moment Citizen comes down the staircase there. Pure unfortunate series of events there, but even then it would have been a 2-on-1 situation. Very unlikely to win as a Monty at that moment in time. And indeed, we are going back to gym as the very final defensive round Soniqs wants to play today. Unless we head to overtime, then they get to play 1 or 2 more, because they want to prove they can win on every single side, I guess, against Vega here. I mean, they love Clubhouse. So
they love Club.
It's kind of a statement piece.
They're in the club.
They're in the club right now.
In the club.
Might be clubbing right after this. We know. Who knows?
You find them in the club?
10 seconds left.
We find them in the club?
Okay. Don't worry.
Right now. Sorry.
Your knowledge of early 2000s rap and
Attacker's objective is to locate a
I
bomb
was
and defuse it.
just a mere child in the early 2000s.
I think it was early 2000s. It was a while ago.
98.
It was a while ago. 4-1, Vega. I mean, if they can try and get a second round here, obviously on a site where, you know, they've been able to find high pressure. As I said, it was an ace, sure, but the team had good structure. The team was moving behind it. You're only really seeing one player in this whole lobby, actually, that hasn't been able to get themselves buried into the game of kills as of this moment in time. It's a shame it's Yuriana, but you're up against some great gunners. You're up against some of the best gunners in the world. So it's always tricky. The pressure, the cutoff on the rotation, you sort of try and force those players, Grixer and Rexen, out across the top. They have the support of the Solus underneath this time, though, so I think they're going to dig themselves in a lot longer, because at this point last time, they're already giving up parts of the zone.
There's definitely some good quick openings being made here by the side of Vega. I like the structure that they're bringing with opening up construction, opening up CCTV, just so they can start getting some control out here. But look at Gunner, just hiding. Have they just seen him, though?
I think they saw him.
Oh yeah, there comes the grenade. He needs to move, because that's going to fly right through him, and that's going to be the kill first. Boy.
Yeah, it was a bit of a risk. Rexen does fight back, and I guess this is what I mean by they're not going to give the territory over. As I said, they'd long since left it. We already had pressure onto logistics. That difference of 30 seconds. Think about all the rounds we've had here from Vega before, where time has been the ruiner. They're going for pushes with 15, 20 seconds left, and, well, that's why they got to do this. They rotate round onto the back end. They're not going to play games with players and just lose their time, but Citizen wants to play them of his own. Swings the construction breach, and takes Crown out for the trouble.
It's 2, 4, and 3. Not a lot of time left for the side of Vega. There's a minute left. They need to try and formulate a push right now. They need to go in together and make sure they have that one synchronized push to come through. You cannot go for too many angles at the same time now. And you also still have Citizen inside the logistics. Hatch drop here is going to be all taking you down. So you need to try and find a player first. But Citizen finds him instead as he was trying to get right behind the railings. And that leaves it only up to Gart now. And a 1v4 gets taken out from the window on the side. And that means it's 5-1, a very solid half for Soniqs here.
They put up the front. They went to that play that we saw them on the first sort of sight of the day, and I said it, there's 20 seconds left, and Soniqs have given them everything Soniqs want to give them. To the plan, and to the play, and to the idea of, this is where we draw our line. Before that line was much further back on Jim, and they suffered because of it. They didn't expect the swings to come through with the aggression. That time there, though, that was a Soniqs that said, oh, no. This is what they get. And they get a body, they get the grenade from underneath, they get a bit of pressure here, but otherwise, I'm happy that this is Soniqs territory.
Onto the attack now, and it's a very, different kind of lineup we're seeing coming out from the side of Soniqs than we saw from La Vega. We see a Fuse, we see Brava, the Nuck on Citizen, of course, a more mainstay operator. Actually turning into an IQ. Just make sure that you can hunt down the Solas, the Warden, the Mozzie drones. A lot of information that can be... Never mind, I shouldn't be talking about this stuff. Just keep changing their mind.
Change their minds. Get it out of here.
It's lying. This might be a quick rush.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Good gun, good ability, good bit of control. But it doesn't allow just a quick rush, but also a coordinated rush. Yeah. And that might be what they're sort of banking on here, the coordination of their guns swinging in hot, rather than their guns swinging in hot as they also push in hot. Ooh, although, look at that. Straight through, there's one. Is the second found through the corpse? No, Gunner. They're able to survive, a lot of bullets absorbed there, but still, well, I guess you're partially right. They went for, what was a quicker take? They're stepping in, which is hyper-aggressive, but it paid off. Damali wanted to route back through to the site, and he found it via Gunner's head.
Got a quick push coming in from the side of Dirt right now. They have a bit of a ping to go for. It's also going to be the E1D. It's going to be straight through, but not quite the kill. Crown lives. Didn't even have to move there, Gio. Not quite accurate with the actual shots to come through. Spots the back of the smoke. They're still not able to connect. And now they know he's definitely going to be coming in from the Dirt tunnel here. They can just shut that down, use that utility, keep some guns pointed at that direction because they have a man advantage. They have that 4v3 situation going for them. So Citizen, he's going to try and go for a bit of a different angle, seeing what he can maybe find. Brixer as well inside the bar. Might have the opportunity to, come down the main stairs. There's no heart breach gadgets they can use. There's no more Selmas either. So it's literally just going to be through a choke point.
Selma did get a little bit of an opening, but as I said, the cost is now one where they've got to try and rebuild the rest of it with just brute strength down onto what is already open. They have a couple of flashes and a couple of claymores, but otherwise, you're eyeing down the fight against 4 players with C4s, impacts, smoke canisters, everything that needs to deter a push down. Oh, a couple of routes through. The double door itself, blue door, and Dirt. What are they going to do here, Soniqs?
They might just try and hit it from every single possible direction they can hit it from. Main stairs, blue, and Dirt tunnel all at the same time. See if they can isolate a pick somewhere. At least one of the hatches has been opened up, but this one is not too favorable for any drop because you're literally going to be seen from the AKs. The Mali can just step out at that moment right from behind the generator out here and open up some pressure on you. Even the smoke canisters are starting to come out. So they have a really good idea where this push is going to be coming from.
Oh, Damali dipped a bit deep there. Gio's able to lock out the kill. The E1D pops off, as he said. Citizen tries to put some pressure down on from the double door. Suffers on the end of it. He needs the remaining Soniqs players to either assist him here or put the pressure elsewhere. It comes down onto the corridor from the Buck. There is 15 seconds. All 3 of them throw themselves through. Suddenly they have the man advantage. Suddenly they have an eye towards the side, but it's watched from the back. And there it is. They're able to find their second round here. One off the back of an ace, one there off the back of sort of keeping a good bit of cool and control. Their first defensive sight. Can they make it 2 in a row?
And that's that next step. Of course, they are still 5-2 behind. Now they're on that defense, slightly favored, so they need to start working that and make it a big favor for them. Let's go for a third round. It's a shame that the buddy blocked so many bullets out there. He was really trying to, you know, take the fight for it. Ooh. Ooh, good shot there at the end, actually. Did see that one happen.
Little pop and a fadeaway.
A little just pop, single shot.
See you later.
All you need.
I got business elsewhere.
Yeah.
I can't sit around.
We're somewhere to be, and that is gym,
Yeah, it's
bedroom.
on
Yeah,
top.
that's where we have to be.
Not too far away, thankfully.
No, the travel time is very restricted out here. I think it takes a minute or two from end of round into the next.
Brava. You want to explain Brava for all the people at home that might not?
Yeah,
familiar?
so Brava is the newest operator we have in
Yeah.
the game. Brings the clutch drone, which is making for fun workplace for us, but not so interesting for you guys watching at home. The drone has the ability to swap, as they mentioned it during the death panel, swap allegiances of gadgets.
Yeah, so-
electronic gadgets.
Yeah. So if you've got a Capcan trap, they're like, boy howdy, do I hate attackers
with this? Yes.
It gets a little bit of a talking to by a Bravador, and suddenly it's like, well, maybe you're right. Defenders are the ones that should explode.
Yeah.
So you can steal gadgetry.
Master negotiator.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Brava yet, if you're sort of coming back into this after a season off, they are a good addition. Some of the notes that we've had about the drone as well from the players and the teams is it's quieter and quicker than you sort of are used to. So you've obviously got Flores drones, you've got the noise here, and if it's a gadget that is, you know, this sort of position, it'll just work for your favor. Didn't get them on my disc, but did get the 2 bandit charges.
Yeah, and that means this wall's just going to be able to be opened up now. Of course, it doesn't have any use of swapping the allegiances of a bandit wire out there, so it just destroys it instead. Magnet would have been if it would have succeeded. But openings have been made by the side of Soniqs, and, you know, that pushes them towards that next point of ingress. But Damali down here, prone, inside a cache, looking to take the fight over towards, I was going to say the garage, but a drone has just spotted him out there, so they're aware of the fact he's out there. They're not going to be overextending right into him. Some extra angles are being created for his teammates out there, and all Gunnar needs to do is just wait until he just steps out of line.
Yeah, he's gone. He didn't want to sit around. I think he sort of smelt how much danger was around him. He's tucked close, and actually, as I said, he dips his way back in. He's trying to waste as much time. He's got the confidence, but all here is a little bit more pressure. The reveal on the player. There is the ping. There's the drone. There's the catch. And a bit of revenge for the grenade kill we saw against Soniqs in a similar position as before, but they didn't see the second player. God gets one, Lion gets one right back, continues the pressure onto logistics as Grixer dives all the way towards the face of the site, but caught by a C4 through the hatch. I was going to say, that floor's not destructive, but a hatch that's open sure is.
Yeah, through the arc, just in range to pick it up. And now, having the opportunity to rotate back, the pressure on the side has been alleviated just slightly. But, as you see right here, coming up on the main stairs, you're instantly taking some shots. You cannot really push through as far as they want to, as quickly as they wanted to, because Citizen is on that hatch, stopping that rotation from happening. And as long as Citizen has that covered, all they need to worry about is that player inside of the bathroom. Another grenade comes through. It's going to be putting up some bit of pressure. Gunnar now inside the side, but not with the diffuser, so cannot go for a plant.
Well, Citizen's able to get the player's head on the back end. The camera's giving them some support. Sprays through onto one, caught quickly by the pickup onto the next. And Soniqs sit on map. And, well, series, it's best of 1 point. If they take this next one, will find themselves progress along this bracket. And unfortunately for their opponents, they'll find themselves suddenly in a best of 3 to determine if they can keep fighting in Copenhagen.
It was just a drop down from Damali as well that actually got him killed out there. Like, he stepped off the table and that moment the grenade exploded. That's what got him killed in that matter. Tactical timeout will be called by the side of the Vega. They have some stuff to talk about here because, well, I mean, this is it. It's do or die for the next 4 rounds. They do not have any breathing room. They need to make sure every defense is going to be perfect from here on out, or perfect enough to make sure that Soniqs is not going to be taking the victory away from them.
Perfect enough.
It doesn't need to be 100% perfect, you know? If Soniqs make a mistake, he can make a small one too, but you do not want to give them the advantage. You need to make sure it all sticks in your favor.
It's obviously the change in the tournaments, the change in the structure that we have now is this first day can be everything. This first day used to be start of groups, start of first performance. Maybe you'll play 2 games, maybe you'll even play 1. Maybe you'll have a day off sometimes.
Sometimes you do, yeah.
Sometimes.
Worst case, you have the rest of the tournament off.
That's the worst case.
Yeah.
That is when, yeah, I would
That's one
definitely
of
say...
these teams that we saw play for the first match, and this match is going to be the case at the end of the day. It's so sad.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. They flew all the way over here to Copenhagen to play a tournament. For some, the very first opportunity ever. Going out in day one, it's not what you want.
And obviously, based on the result, if you do not want spoilers for the first game,
10 seconds
well,
to go.
now's the time to not listen.
5 seconds left before insertion.
The other APAC team that we've had from this morning lost that match.
Attackers are heading
So
out to defuse a bomb.
if Vega lose this, it would be two of our previous APAC sort of the regions were played together, Japan and Korea. Now obviously they're separated in the new system, but they are still fresh regions, they're strong regions. And one of them will be going home, one of the new bloods from those two prosperous regions in Siege.
Yeah, and the winner will be playing up against Reven, who said they were going to be beating Soniqs if they were the ones coming through. It's going to be a very exciting match to come through. And the winner between those two is already qualified. The loser, of course, is to play against the winner from those two we just mentioned. Some small holes being made by Maverick here, just to provide some lines aside. We are on CCTV. It's fallen out of huge favor for many defensive teams due to the fact that it is such a checklist map. And you're going up against one of the best Clubhouse teams in the world. Not the best, one of the best. And that means they will have no worries opening up this wall unless there's any impact trick out there to stop it from happening, but it doesn't seem to be the case. And with that, an opening has been made. With that, the pressure will rise significantly.
They're just looking for that first pick, that first engagement that they can sort of full send themselves behind. The Bandit tried to do a bit of thievery of a body outside the site itself, but they just sort of draw some focus as Damali suffers next. The Solace under pressure towards Bar. They're trying to tuck their route through, but with stock being opened quite early on, it's always the worry that you're going to get caught out. The drone is the feed through. The second drone, I think, was there on some support. They're holding the angle. They want to try and, as I said, take this first engagement, Soniqs, but they're not quite sure where they can put their weight and put the pressure down.
Still a minute left on the clock. Garage now opening up. It's usually step 2 of your plan of trying to get rid of the player onto the mezzanines. But Wally still being out there right behind the motorcycles, and Damali getting that first kill into Grixer is going to be making sure that there is the opportunity right now for them to at least hold on another round if they manage to work their numbers advantage properly.
Reven. Rexen even. Reven was earlier. Rexen. Sorry. Rexen able to get one back there. The Bandit gone off the top, and suddenly they're inside the site. Gunner swings around, is able to take care of one, gets the second right behind, and well, this is suddenly falling apart here, and in the blink of an eye, Soniqs, they throw themselves into the site, and they take over this game.
And with that, we are headed to a very quick ad break before we'll be back with the post-analysis of this desk.
Really, the mic.
What was expected. Soniqs, they're able to sort of take a strong handle over that showing onto Club. They keep going forward. The Vega, unfortunately, find themselves now on that lower bracket.
It's what was expected. Vega had a tall ask from them, taking the victory here from Soniqs, and Soniqs showed exactly why they might have even belonged in Stage 2 if their North American season was a bit better than it was. Of course, they came through the last chance qualifiers, but yeah, they make some short work of some of these rounds, some good shots coming through. But I want to say, just have it said, Vega, they had some good ideas. They played structured. They tried to work together as a team. The ace coming through from Damali was beautiful to watch as well. And
we love
they definitely
ace.
caught Soniqs off guard with some of their entry kills.
I think that was the sort of showing up here, though, is against a team that wasn't Soniqs, Vega definitely would have been able to get themselves more teeth into the fight itself. It's a roster that's having their first international showing versus a team that's had plenty with some of the players that have played on the biggest stage in the sort of penultimate and ultimate rounds. And then you have this roster from Korea that's come up in the new system, got themselves a couple of sort of heads from their region, but experience wins out. When you see Citizen with hands off the keyboard at certain points waiting, that's experience. You can't really teach that.
It's like, I'm not making a single move. I don't want them to hear me. I'm just gonna use this hand, just keep it out somewhere else, and just wait for the perfect moment.
Now the perfect moment is upon us as we throw it over to the wonderful Ginny with her interview with the winners.
Hi, the winners indeed. We have Gunnar from Soniqs. So first of all, welcome to Europe. You flew all the way over from NA. How does it feel to be here?
Feels great. Well, I'm a little jet lagged, but it's all good.
Regardless of the jet lag, you guys had a really great performance. But I want to start off with talking about the ace from Demarley. How was the team morale after that one?
I'm going to be honest, I didn't even know Demarley aced, but good for him. I had literally no clue until right now.
Okay, well, you're welcome. I'm here to give you some of the insider information. You weren't playing the game, it's fine. But you're going to go up against a Reven club, and we just had an interview actually with the runner, and he was really looking forward to playing Citizen. So, in that regards, do you want to exchange some words?
You know, good luck to them. They had to leave their region to go play in an easier one for some reason, but, you know, we'll see how it goes.
It's on Thursday, so you're seeing, we'll see how it goes. But do you have expectations at least? Maybe a prediction that you would like throw out there.
No, that curses game. You know, it'll be a good game no matter what.
Okay, it's going to be a good game. Kind of speaking about the good game that we've just seen here, last time at SI there was a lot of expectations from Soniqs, and felt like you didn't really meet those expectations. So what's it like being back on the international stage and having that opportunity to prove yourselves again?
It feels really good. We've put in a lot of work recently, so we're just here to show out and maybe meet those expectations.
Do you have any expectations for yourself individually?
I mean, I'd love to see us go all the way, but one game at a time.
One game at a time. I absolutely love that. Thank you so much for the interview. We're going to be heading to a break, and we'll be back shortly. Hello, everyone. Those were the first best of ones completed out from Group C, and we have our winners that are heading up into that upper final. It's Soniqs up against Reven Club. Now, in the lower final, which means that's going to be a best of 3, it's Northeption versus Vega, and this is something that they're going to be playing out later today to determine which team advances to the lower final. So now we're going to be heading into Group B, and we have Ninjas in Pajamas up against 6 Karma, as well as Space Station versus Elevate. Again, both of these teams are going to be playing a best of 1 each. Winner goes into the upper final, loser drops towards that lower semifinal, and they're going to have to play a best of 3 later today as well. Thank you guys for tuning in for that, because we have another surprise for you, and that means we have another rotation of casters, because we love to bring our talent on show. This time is Dev as well as Mandy. Hi guys, how are we doing?
I'm doing great. I don't know about you guys, but it's really exciting to be at a major. It's really exciting to see the new format. Blast Rainbow Six is in full swing, and we got yet another banger BO1.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Should be a good one. 6 Karma and NIP, both from the LATAM region, should be a really close, exciting match.
Yeah, well, you guys take it away, do your thing, and enjoy it.
Thanks very much. This is a great game that we are very excited for, because as we have teased out before, it's Brazil versus the rest of Latin America. This Mexican-Argentinian cocktail of 6 Karma. The first time a team from Latin America that isn't Brazilian has come to an event, with the exception of Reven. But they're a special case. We'll talk about them a bit later. And back into the present, NIP, 4-seed team out of Brazil coming into this.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, they had a pretty shocking stage 1 going into the BR6 league. Actually, all of them are called BR6 now. Anyway, they actually bottomed out in their group in stage 1, and they made this massive resurgence through the last chance qualifier to steal away that spot. So whatever happened between then and now, big revitalization for this team.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, NIP, these are former world champions. The first time that they are back at the international stage since Berlin, where they had quite an early exit. As you said, they've redeemed themselves. Talking to a lot of other people from the Brazilian region, they're very impressed with the current form of NIP. They just won that G8 qualifier. They're coming into the major in hot form. And I would say they're quite favored against this much less experienced 6 Karma roster.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Favor does go in the way of the Brazilian teams, as historically through the entire of 2022 in the Copa Elite 6, a LATAM League team was never able to get past quarters in CE6, never, against these Brazilian rosters. And if I suppose behavior goes to show, Brazilian team should come out on top. It should be NIP taking this one. So if 6 Karma win it out, it's breaking the streak of 2022.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I love underdog stories, and so I really hope we see a bit of spice out of 6 Karma. But let's dive into the map, Veto. And as we can have a look-see, we're actually going back to Clubhouse. We've already seen it just a bit earlier today, Mandy. What are your thoughts on the map, Veto?
I think should be good. Clubhouse, pretty good map for NIP, I think, playing into their strengths. I'm surprised that 6 Karma decided to go to it. I think they had the choice between banning out Sky or Club, and I feel like generally 6 Karma a little bit stronger on Clubhouse as well. So I feel like, yeah, just playing the safe, more comfort pick for those for that team. In fact, for both those teams, I think should be a pretty comfortable map.
Just having a scrub through at the moment, and this year's 6 Karma have won Clubhouse 4 times, actually on a 4-match winning streak, that they did lose it at the very start of the year. As for NIP, 5-match winning streak, and they haven't lost it all year long. So this is a phenomenal map for both teams, and that's really cool. When we get to go to some home turf for both squads, we get to see the best siege that these rosters have to offer, and we get to jump straight on into it. Clubhouse will be the destination for this Brazilian versus Mexico and Argentinian matchup here, and I, for one, cannot wait to get started.
Neither can I. I'm so excited. Look, it's not technically an inter-regional matchup. Well, it sort of is, but not really, right? This is a LATAM League team and a Brazil League team, and geographically too far away from each other, yeah? So it's likely that these two are probably scrim partners. They've probably played against each other plenty of times, which is quite different to the last 2 matches that we've seen already today. So I'm looking forward to seeing if these 2 teams know each other's behavior, and then therefore how it translates and plays out into the server.
Well, clearly NIP knows something about 6 Karma, because that Montaigne ban immediately signals a target ban, right? You just don't ban Monty willy-nilly. When you see that big shield getting taken out in the veto phase, especially on a map like Clubhouse where there's so many other high-value attacking operators like your Ying, for example, like your Thatcher, your Maverick, that you might want to be targeting, your Hibanas. When you see that Monty come out, you know that they're clued in and they just want to get rid of that highly specialized operator.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Taking away the disruptor operators, as you like to call it, typically we have the Monty aiding your pushes, making them a little bit more linear, like you imagine. The big Monty walking up the garage stairs can be pretty scary for that player on the rafters, so I think taking it out will force 6 Karma to do things with a bit more utility, with a bit more tools in their hand. And I think the big thing to note out of this is that all of the Hard Breach and Thatcher Maverick has both gone through. So for the attacking side, walls getting open made it a lot more easier. Not only that, but Cade being taken out as well will enable the attackers to get open all the hatches that they might need on the attack side.
This really does feel like a Hard Breach's smorgasbord here on Clubhouse.
It does.
Every possible option is available to you. Everything's on the menu. And with the Azami band out as well, a lot of positions that would otherwise be very powerful to defend I can be much more vulnerable now that the Azami is gone. So I hope we see a bit of Solus. I hope we see a bit of active defenses. I feel like a bit of an aggressive game is going to be required here to keep the defense comfortable.
I think that's exactly right. I feel like the map is going to be very open for these attackers, and as a result, they're going to struggle going into this defender side. I think going down to the basement is a good choice here for NIP. They're going to bring along the mirror aided by the shield of the warden as well to try and hunker down inside of that basement. They're not looking to do something too extended. Just looking to open up half of that, or 1/3 of that triple wall, make it difficult to get that bottom main stairs pressure, and instead try and situate their players to prevent that kitchen hatch drop or to prevent that blue push from coming through later.
And we're seeing a couple of teasers in the operator repicks for this attacking side as well, Mandy. A blitz from Pachito. That is very exciting. Whenever you see a blitz pick, especially when the Monty is banned and you're going to your next shield operator, you know that something is being teased out. And Pachito's also a new addition to this roster and the in-game leader, so you know that 6 Karma are cooking up something exciting.
I think you might be right about that. Pachito, in fact, starting out in front of the dirt tunnel, but perhaps rehost is being called here.
Oh no.
So, oh no, this isn't looking so good for us.
Oh, that's devastating. Well, I sure hope NIP haven't clued in as of yet what the push was going to be, because it may change how they decide to set up. Unfortunately, as you can see, we are just hitting this quick rehost. But now we get to see the beautiful players.
Wow, lovely. This is exciting.
I love that. Really exciting to me is jumping into an international event, and some of these teams, some of these players familiar, like Psycho, like NIP. But even then, you know, it's been a hot minute since we've seen these guys on the main stage. A lot of fresh faces that I have never seen before for NIP. The new pickup of Cons is very exciting as well. And for 6 Karma, well, all of these 5 have their major debut here as well.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting to see these 2 rosters coming through. I think, like you said, the pickup of Cons is quite exciting for NIP. I think that as they've sort of fallen from grace, they needed something to resurge them back into the server. And I think that changing out their roster and bringing in what is a more supportive player, actually, in the form of Cons, I think has just put a bit of backbone to the team and makes NIP look pretty comfortable in the server.
I'm super keen to see Chubbs as well now joining the NIP support staff roster. A very highly esteemed coach winning back with Team 1, the Mexico Major, funnily enough, and now he's going up against a Mexican team.
Wow, no way, really?
Yeah.
Gosh, that's a bit of trivia for you.
Yeah, I don't know, just it just occurred to me out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean,
To be the dream.
it's pretty cool though, because historically NIP were known for that like high energy. Bob, you know, their manager, he would always be behind the players back when they won the Six Invitational 2021, back when they were finalists in the Six Invitational 2020. It was Bob hyping them up, but he wasn't their coach, he was their manager. Now they've got someone who really knows the game, who knows
Do we
what
actually know who's behind them today?
It's Chubbs, I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
That's
wow.
according to the photos that I have and looking at that beautiful beard, I'm pretty sure that is Chubbs right there.
Wow, there you go. So yeah, they're not looking to bring the energetic pep talk into the timeouts. It's more like from a strategic point of view. I feel like it makes sense coming into the major as well. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to see NIP. I really hope that their last chance qualify run wasn't a fluke, and that the Games Without Borders run wasn't a fluke either, and they're actually back in their form, and at this major they can prove themselves. I think it'd be really exciting to see NIP back again.
Like you said, Con's the new pickup. He is making his debut here at a major, but he's not your typical, like, he's not the young gunner who's like going to go and destroy and farm. He's not going to be on entry. He's more of a supportive player. He has a lot of experience. He's come up through the Brazilian scene and kind of grinded his way to this point, and now he's been like, given his shot, right? His shot with one of the big league teams.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think that for a new player going into a roster, it's always exciting to be in an international event for the first time. Speaking of being there, I think Six Karma, I think is a big story for that, right? It's their first time going overseas for an event like this. They've always been on the back end of the Copa Elite Six. They've never qualified past the quarterfinal in 2022. And so to have their own region segmented off now from Brazil League and have a chance at this international stage is really exciting for them. And honestly, Six Karma, these guys are undisputably the best team out of LATAM. They're 6 times, is it 5 or 6 time champions, I believe, for these guys. It is within their own league, and by far and away are the best coming out of LATAM League, but they never seem to show up against Brazil teams, so they can take down NIP today. It's a big upset.
Yeah, it's unreal. I also have that they didn't lose a single game during their entire stage. I'm going to have to double check those stats because that's actually crazy if that's true. Six Karma have been so dominant, and they even themselves said, right, that they had quite a few roster changes in the off-season. Previously, the Mexican kind of league was separate to the South American league in the old last year's format. And now that it's all bundled into Latin America, Six Karma have essentially cherry-picked the best players from, in this case, Argentina, and the best players from Mexico, and they've kind of got the epitome of both of last year's leagues in the one team.
I think it's really exciting, and I think that the dominance of this team has really come to show in 2023 as well, so we'll see how they go on the international stage. Rehost has come through, and the rulebook would say that you need to go back to the same bomb site with the same operators. Same thing on the attack as well. It needs to be the same repicks, which is exactly why we've got Pachito going back onto that blitz, so they need to approach this round in exactly the same way. Looking for a little bit of a roam through the top 2 floors, but not too much dedicated to it. As we alluded to before, it's going to be that mirror, warden, shield setup down in the basement. That's really going to be the linchpin of the defense.
So previously we saw NIP, I'm pretty confident, they didn't actually reinforce the dirt tunnel. We can see that is the same again. So there's no rule about they have to use the same reinforcements, but it's nice to see that they actually have, and that does leave the window open now for Six Karma to breach that essentially for free with some of their soft breach. They got the Buck, they got the Flores. Interesting that they're using that Flores to open up the floor.
Yeah, pretty interesting approach to the map so far. They have all 4 of their players starting out on this northwestern side of the map rather than going for a full sweep and trying to pinch out the entire map. They're just trying to segment their push inside of this dirt and kitchen side, force the defenders to come back to the site, which is exactly what's happened. 4 defenders now back in the comfort of the bomb site as they start to get their drones in to see where they can push their way in to the map.
Barbed wire waiting to meet them. And you can see as well, the mirror, it's Cons on the other side. He's clued in. He's heard that skeleton key ring on out. And he will attend constantly to this dirt tunnel to make sure that this is not free. But hang on a second. Pachito marches his way forward, going for the risky aim down sights with the blitz as well.
Yeah, but NIP being pretty disciplined here on this defense, not looking to over-peak, but the moment that I say that, Pino goes down. Another defender on the other side of that big box will play the tango with Pachito, but not giving away his life. But down in the man advantage, this could open up the opportunity for Six Karma.
That said, Psycho's not going to let it slide. Zakabil does go down. Valuable player, Skimzy has snuck his way into blue, and he's going to be able to take down that critical player. It all falls apart for NIP. And now their captain must pick up the pieces. 2 kills on the board so far, with 2 more to go. Lying in wait, it's Skimzy and Socko on the site, but where is that diffuser?
Oh, where is the diffuser? That is a good question. It's certainly not in the hands of the 2 attackers. And like you said, it is in fact outside of the building. It's opened up the opportunity for Psycho now in the 1-on-2 to try and collect the clutch of his own. Flashbang does not sink as he makes his way around the rotation hole, but Skimzy can clean it up.
And a great recovery there from Six Karma. They didn't get too skiddy once they realized that it was a 2v1. Psycho had snuck his way back upstairs, and yet they retained composure. Honestly, credit to NIP. That was a bit of an awkward push to try and address, but I really love that unpredictability from Six Karma.
I really like it too. I think that what Six Karma were able to do is as soon as you put the pressure onto the bomb site, it's hard for the defenders, right? They need to make the choice. Do we give up the real estate of the map and then come back to the bomb site? Or do we hold on to it for a little bit longer, anticipating that the roam clear is going to come through? I think Six Karma realized that by the time that they'd hit the bomb site, there was already 4 or 5 defenders back, and therefore there was real estate given to them on the rest of the map. They could sneak their way in through blue, get inside a kitchen. It was only Psycho, the sole lone play, that was going for that retake. So Six Karma putting full exploitation into the weaknesses of what NIP brought to that defense.
You see 6 Karma pretty fired up after that first round. Even just the one round, and they're already looking very excited, very keen. And you got to remember, there's a lot riding on this game. 1 BO1 and 1 BO3, and you are out of the major. And I think a lot of people would expect 6 Karma to potentially fall that way. Just being a debutante team, having such massive competition going up against them for NIP. So this is a grudge match, not only because they have actually faced NIP before back in the Copa Elite 6 and lost to them 2-0, but because historically, like you said, it's always been Brazil. Within the Latin American region, it's always Brazil. And I think it might be about time for Mexico and Argentina to have their say.
Absolutely, and if there's any team to do it against, look, it's the NIP, right? They didn't top out their group in stage 1. They only have found their resurgence recently in these last chance qualifiers to make it through here, right? So if there's any team to do it against for the Latin American League team, it's going to be NIP. Interesting bomb slider choice. We're actually going to go to Bar and Stage as the second one for NIP. They're deciding not to go back down to the basement off the back of that first loss, and going to try and throw off 6 Karma with a tertiary bomb site.
I like the idea, but 6 Karma have wasted absolutely no time taking map control, and now breaching that stage wall onto the site. It's Socko here. Pachito is also going very aggressive. He has that diffuser in pocket as well. He's looking for any yokai drones, any gadgets or utility that might be on the site, but really what you got to be cautious of is the vertical angles. Skimsy's made his way into kitchen as well, and he's cautious of those vert holes that Pino is currently holding.
Yeah, the moment that you said it, they showed the awareness of it straight away. Pachito is going to look for a blind spot in the vertical to try and get this bomb down. He's identified there are no yokai drones inside the bomb site and is actually going to try and play the objective here.
Half the round timer done, and the diffuser is planted. This is where we go into retake overdrive for NIP. Man advantage on their side, thanks to an early kill there from Pino. But now they have to go nuts, and Pachito's good to hold on to that kitchen window. It's now up to just 3 players from NIP, and this retake is just insurmountable, seemingly, as continually Pino, Psycho, and Musi look for picks. Psycho even making an ambitious rotation at Garage, but have a look at that clock. There's just no time left. And 6 Karma might have made it look easy. Pino and Musi might be able to find a few exit frags, but this round was over a long time ago. 6 Karma, 2 attacks straight.
Yeah, and in both of those attacks, 6 Karma able to exploit the weaknesses and the holes in the defense of NIP. That time, Pachito was able to make his way into the bomb site. No one was there to greet him. There were no vertical holes in that diagonal double doors, as we like to say, on the stage. And so as a result, was able to sneak his way in, get that bomb down. With that IQs, able to figure out, well, there are no yokai drones to see me. There's probably going to be no one on the vertical because I am in that blind spot. And he exploits that weakness straight away to claim the round for 6 Karma halfway through the round.
When do we get excited, Mandy? Like, when do we start to... I know it's only 2 rounds in, that's why I'm so hesitant to get ahead of myself. But this is a bit of a surprise. Even just the fact that on the attacking side, 6 Karma have had 2, I would say, pretty convincing attacks. It's very surprising to me. I thought this would be a pretty open and shut case, just like our first 2 matches. And now I got the feeling maybe not.
I think you're right. I think that for NIP, they don't really seem to be with it as much as 6 Karma are. It just feels like 6 Karma are really setting the tempo here, going into these defenses. They're immediately identifying a weakness and jumping on it. And there are no NIP players that are ever there to contest them or to meet them. I think I like what NIP are going for now, where they're changing their philosophy and going for this really extended roam through all 3 floors of the map to try and actually meet 6 Karma right at their doorstep and put the pressure on them right from the early round through to the mid round and then fall off to the late rounds.
We talked about it in the operator veto. You got to take the fight to your opponent, but even when NIP try to do that, 6 Karma read them like a book. Pino, your soul is going down early. That active gadget utility completely useless for the rest of this round.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. That is the one operator that you do not want to be going down at this stage of the round, because that Solace is going to be the one aiding the defenders, telling them what safe rotations there might be, where there are no 6 Karma plays, where there are no drones, for example, right? So taking down the Solace is a big pick for 6 Karma on the attack.
So much patience and restraint shown by 6 Karma here. Continuing to do their due diligence on this roam clear, with the drones to cut off these rotations, as now they do move into the map. It's Skimsy here. We saw his drone earlier spot the player inside of storage. It's Cons, the news pickup for NIP. He does find a nice headshot, though, on that narrow angle. It does potentially bring it back here for NIP, as they've already lost 2 players. They begin to look for their way back to side, but for Psycho, it's back onto the roam before he's swiftly shut down.
Yeah, Psycho in the man disadvantage felt the need to try and claw one back and make it even up, looking for that aggressive peek onto the main stairs, but now a 2-on-4 situation seems pretty dire for NIP. Cons on a slither of HP, now being droned out on those main stairs. Wizards gonna try and double down with him to look for a play. Heroics are what you need to bring the man advantage back in your favor.
Yeah, but with that Logic Bomber ring and the Lion a call, and Cons is in a very unenviable position, but he does find a second kill and another angle that he probably should have lost the fight to. He finds out of nowhere.
Still, hard breaches are plenty for 6 Karma, as they've got not only the 2 exothermic charges of Morphed, but also the tin can openers of Socko, so they can open up as much of this bomb site as they might please to do so. Drones now dialing it back, trying to figure out what the safest way into the bomb site is. They've also got the vertical of the buck in their hands to make sure that the back arsenal is clear, but as the time ticks away, decision-making is going to have to come up pretty soon.
Yeah, the lower the number on that clock, the more that you get the feeling NIP might be able to make this work. Cons has already found 2. A Wizard as well, lying in wait. Here comes Pachito. He's the first one in, but it's a 3rd on the round for Cons. The trade comes through thick and fast. And Wizard is gonna have to conjure up something special in this 1 versus 2. C4 in pocket, but still that plan not going down. Is he gonna be able to deny it? Out comes the Nitro, denied! And the round for NIP.
Really nice stuff there from NIP to be able to retain their composure. 2-on-4 was the situation for Cons and Wizard, but well, he knows the dark arts of denying the plan and playing the objective, winning the round out for NIP.
That's what you love to see. If you're a Brazilian fan, if you want to see these former world champions get their heads in the game, they're going to need some more moments like that. But the fact it came down to a necessity for Heroics does not bode well for NIP.
That being said, I did like their philosophy in that round way more than the previous 2 losses that they had. They were really there to meet 6 Karma as soon as the round began. They did not give them the free real estate. They didn't show signs of weakness like they have in the previous 2 rounds, than that they actually met them to fight them and to try and collect these kills early on in the round, stop them in their tracks, and that's a really much better way to play this game and to play this map of Clubhouse, where there's so many tools to the attack side.
At least the first round on the board here for NIP, and a first defense. They can start to work from that. Like you said, the aggression, I don't know if it consistently works. They ended up losing the opening pick, but I think they're on the right track with it.
Yeah.
And sometimes you're going to lose those. That's just how it works. But for Cons to have such a phenomenal impact in that round, for Wizard to be able to deliver when he was called upon in the clutch, it's things like that that NIP just need to start stringing together as they go over to Cash and CCTV. The first time we're seeing this, and to be honest, Manny, I find this a really scary bomb site to play when you don't have that as army.
I think that's exactly right. All of the bans lean into this bomb site being really weak, right? You have all of your hard breach, so all of Garage is going to get open. The Kennels wall is going to be open super easy, aided by that Thatcher and exothermic charge combo. Not only that, but like you said, there's no Azami as well, so that Rafters position is about as powerful as it can be. There's no keeper barriers to heighten that position, so we're actually gonna have 2 players play instead. We've got Wizard, who's got his little magnets to try and protect his teammate of Muzi.
As we said before, hard breach should be no worries for the attacking side. That said, this bandit is proving a little bit of a pain. Overcomes the EMP, and Morph should be able to breach this external construction wall. I didn't manage to see yet what's been happening on that main CCTV wall.
It's already open.
It's already open.
Yeah.
Was it Ace or Thermite?
It was Thermite that already opened.
Okay.
Yeah, so both exothermic charges already used on the 2 primary breaches going in towards the bomb site. Not only that, but they also have the Selms to try and create an in onto the garage as well. They've got the window angle open, and they've also got a way into garage too. So everything open now for 6 Karma. They just need to figure out the path of least resistance, which is what they've been doing the last 3 rounds.
In goes another Rotero to clear some barbed wire and enable potentially a late window vault from the attack. But as you said, really 6 Karma need to focus up on clearing these power positions, because NIP have 2 players on the rafters.
Ooh, bit of a scary bullet flying past the face of Akibel. as he's able to find some info on the player on that garage. Single window, but hang on a moment, someone going to swing the breach. That's Cons looking for something a little ambitious of his own. Now man advantage in the favor of 6 Karma.
It's a big play to lose as well. That's your smoke. No more late round area denial. Psycho, though, he finds a bit more luck on his peak. That Thatcher goes down. Pino as well. I mean, they're all just loving it, aren't they? And all of these 6 Karma players begin to drop. There's Skimzy as well. Potential run out from the breach could finish him. The impact to do the trick. Socko now in a 1v3. Low HP and trying to move in through Con. But it looks like it might be a second round for NIP. Out comes a Skeleton Key to save it. But once again, it's Wizard to close a round for the Ninjas.
Yeah, good stuff from NIP, able to hold onto their ground as individuals. I think 6 Karma really looked to probe the map just then. They tried to make their own way in individually with all the breaches that they had open, try and collect the kill of someone that was looking away from them perhaps, but the rest of NIP able to take those one-on-one engagements. We're seeing them here now in the replays, one coming up the red stairs, even on the breach, even coming in from Con side. They were all able to take the one-to-ones pretty well, and as a result, 6 Karma fall.
Difficult to get a handle on what's happening in some of these rounds, to be honest. I mean, there's exchanges going over just about every different point on the map. Like, NIP's looking actively for these peaks, for these picks. And I think that's the right way to play it. They've now gone from 0-2 to 2-2, so they're clearly doing something right. And I'm pretty optimistic now. I don't think they've got their mojo back. Maybe it just took a couple of rounds to warm up.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It's about keeping pace with your opponent, right? When the attackers are getting their way in, when they're sort of just injecting themselves into the defense. As a defense, you want to respond and just push yourselves into that attack and be present in those gunfights. And I think NIP have really identified that in those last 2 rounds.
And so we go to Gym. We haven't gone to Gym yet. Funnily enough, this round does mark us going to all 4 bomb sites on Clubhouse. Just 5 rounds in. NIP showing their the breadth of their strat book. You know, you need some depth, but you also need to be able to have breadth and try different things. Doesn't matter how amazing your strats are, if you just can't make bar stage work, you've got to move on. I think Gym is the right play. It looks like the mirror is once again being utilized.
Looking pretty comfortable now for NIP. Like you said, 2 rounds on the trot. The momentum now swung onto their side. 6 Karma once again looking to probe through the map. They don't want to dedicate themselves to one linear push. They're just trying to see what walls they can get open. I think Keeple's pretty keen here on this ace to try and open up this jacuzzi wall, just making sure there's no one tricking on the other side. Socko and Morph, they're going to double down. There we go. They're actually going to double down with the exothermic charge as well to ensure that this jacuzzi wall is most definitely open. They even have triple hard breach for Barnatep. There's a lot going down here for the attack.
I love that. And in comes the double hard breach on this external wall. And there was... I think that the Ace Selma destroyed the thermite charge. Am I crazy?
I actually have absolutely no idea, to be honest.
That's a bit awkward.
I wish I could tell you, really. I really do. But I've got absolutely no idea. Anyway, one more exothermic charge on the wall. We'll do it for you. As it gets open, mirror window now exposed on the other side, but it is electrified for Psycho. They still have 2 EMPs and a Selma charge in the hands of Akibel, and so if they do want to open up that mirror, they can do so. It's just a little bit dangerous to stick your face in that breach.
It really is. It's also dangerous to play on this balcony here for Skimzy. I know there was a breach on the CCTV wall, but if there's no one actively watching it for 6 Karma, NIP might be able to find yet another opportunity to look for an aggressive peak. But if not addressed, Skimzy could be a massive detriment here on the balcony. He can cut off so many positions on site. And in conjunction, I was going to say, with some team play, he might be able to make something work, but he's not going to make anything happen from the grave, as Cons has a nice C4 lined up for him. Pino looking for an aggressive peak of his own, dissuaded by Socko. But this push has been stunted.
Stalling out a little bit with a minute left on the clock. 6 Karma do not need to put the pressure on just yet. They have time to recompose here, drone out the positions of the defenders, see if they can make an execute work in their favor. But I think they've realized that there are so many power positions that they might need to flood a little bit more with utility before they can make their way in. So Pachito first going to look for a cutoff here inside of Con. EMP to go out. I think they are trying to work this mirror window as Pino takes a chunk of damage.
Muzi is still aggressive inside of Cash though. Pachito looking to find him. But elsewhere, the execute is attempting to slide on out. Akibel made his way to the top of the main stairs, but Psycho to take him down. It's a bit of a bloodbath. Pachito is still waiting for this player to make a rotation. Just 2 left on the board for NIP. But Wizard is once again being a thorn in 6 Karma's side. He's once again gonna have to do it all himself. He's the last man standing, and that diffuser is being planted. A flash to come out. He sees the first player, but can he deny the plant? One down and one to go. With a shotgun in hand, he gets onto that diffuser and he begins to bait out some shots. Pachito's gonna have to play this perfectly. He does just that. Once again, forcing the first move from Wizard. It's a reload. And the SMG-12 out, ready for a long-range engagement. Pachito now once again to play the baiting game, but he has the superior angle, and he's got the clutch gene in him. That's a 3rd round, finally, for 6 Karma.
Really good from Pachito there in that one-on-one. He used the first sprint to actually bait Wizard to get off the plant, fell back all the way into cash, and actually played this cat and mouse game to try and play that diffuser dance, and it was perfectly played by him. He held that long line of sight, a bit of an off angle to throw off Wizard, and is able to clean up that 1 versus 1. So really nice from 6 Karma. I really like that they're able to dial it back through in that mid-round and get those drones and identify what the weak points are and how they're going to go for this execute at the same time that Pachito was going for their playmaking through Con. Not only that, but the push came through from the breach and through Gym Window at exactly the same time. So just some really excellent coordination through that mid-round from 6 Karma really enabled them that round win.
There's no doubt about it, NIP is filled with massive talent, right? Like, Wizard alone has showed that. And he's this new 18-year-old that's only been on the roster for 10 months. And then you've got the massive talents of like Psycho, Muzi, Pino, who have each been, you know, labeled one of the best in the world at some point throughout history. And so they're going to keep making their star plays. We expect that. But 6 Karma are showing a level of maturity that you wouldn't expect from a team making their debut at a major. For a team that's consistently struggled to make it to these final events, this is the best team from Latin America. And we're starting to see why, Mandy. They're playing really well. They're playing some sophisticated Siege.
They're looking really comfortable, especially in the coordination part, right? When you think about these teams that come from the, I suppose the secondary regions, right? Brazil's a big region here for LATAM. Latin America, we've never had a team make it past quarters. So for these guys to be showing the advancement and the maturity that they are in their playstyle and their coordination is really quite something to see on this international stage.
Skimzy is looking for something a little bit cheeky early on, sees the feet of Pino as he walks on past and once again misses an opportunity.
Wow, good trigger discipline though. Really good trigger discipline. I mean, if he'd shot there, he would have given away his position. In fact, he sees the player once again, and this time does give away his position, that power ringing out on the side of the Brava. Oh, that's cool, actually. He can get this Brava drone down and actually try and take down some things on the side. I love seeing Brava. That's awesome. It's going to enable him to push through blue by taking down that Banshee.
If only he'd done that before he moved on in. Now he's looking for the Valkyrie camera that he heard being thrown out by Pino earlier, but it's proving to be a bit of a nuisance, isn't it? Pino's now gotten on it, and he's got some info.
Really nice work, though, so far from Skimzy. It's putting a lot of pressure on the bomb site. It's forcing them to pay attention to blue. Even though there is a Valkyrie camera there, it's going to make sure that there's a defender at least paying attention, looking to it. But look how cool that is, honestly. It's really great seeing the Brava drones do some parkour like that while the rest of this attack team, they're working the rest of the map.
That's super cool stuff. But as you said, there's a lot of map. And Wizard, he's on this roam at the moment, getting aggressive inside of Logi.
Yeah, like we were saying before, right? The NIP changing their philosophy. They're trying to take the fight to 6 Karma rather than giving them free real estate. So I like that they're holding on to this top floor for a little bit longer, peeking these hatches. It's fair enough, honestly. 6 Karma have been pretty dominant so far on the attack.
Skimzy has done an amazing job of getting in this really advanced position and not giving away his life. And in fact, it's Cons who is the first to fall. He was a massively impactful player in the first round. The NIP managed to pull away. Now Skimzy eventually taken down. Psycho has a good play, but Pachito does trade one back. Low HP, but looking to finish off what's left of Psycho. Unfortunately for him, it's not so easy to take down one of the most experienced players in the game. Akabil deep in sight. He's got his teammate here to join him. That diffuser going to be forced down now, and 6 Karma look to protect.
Really comfortable here from 6 Karma. Very linear push through that dirt side as they get the bomb down. Akible's able to collect one back, but not before the trade comes out and the re-attempt to come through.
2v2 now. Socko is the one to cover, but Akabil can cover himself. He keeps faking this diffuser and then farming some kills. It's Wizard once again in a 1v2, but third time certainly is not the charm. 6 Karma are doing bloody amazing here.
Fake it till you make it. That's the phrase, right? But that's for the bomb going down. Good job from Akibel to be able to play that objective with the 2 attackers on his side. Really nice identifying that they could get through dirt, they could get through blue. They didn't actually need to clear the map in the end. And as a result, the defense was very disconnected, right? They were forced to come back to the bomb site. But by the time that was happening, there were 3 attackers that were already in and playing the objective. So 6 Karma doing such a great job at running circles around these defenders and forcing them to make decisions through the mid-round that they're not keeping pace with. That's so cool.
It is.
That's awesome.
They're getting hyped. I mean, Mandy, these 2 teams did play each other once before. It was quite some time ago, back in the Copa Elite 6, as you mentioned. No team from Mexico, Argentina has ever beaten a Brazilian in the BO3s and the Copa Elite 6. But NIP won that series 2-0, and this was just about a year ago in Stage 2 last year. It was a 7-2, 7-4. So 6 rounds that 6 Karma managed to achieve across 2 maps. Now they've already got 4 rounds here. Like, that's their record that they've gotten in a single map against NIP.
So exciting.
And as we switch halves, now 6 Karma on defense. Not going to be easy with these operator bans, but I totally back them in to get 1, 2, 3 rounds in the next 6. I think they could absolutely win this game.
But I think, like you alluded to, the bans do lean into Clubhouse being, in my opinion, a little bit more attacker-sided in this particular matchup. Typically, we say Clubhouse is pretty defender-sided. There's a lot to get through in the map. But the thing is, for the defense, no Azami, all the walls being open because you have all your hard breach, you also have all your hard breach, all your anti-hard breach tools, like all your EMPs and whatever you might need to try and deal with and open up the map, right? So 6 Karma on the defense are probably going to face all the exact same adversities that NIP faced.
We do see the Solus. If there's one thing that Solus is great at, it's getting information and using that to enable plays from your teammates. Now we're seeing an aggressive roam, but one that has the ability to peel back if the situation gets too hot. And as we say that, 3 players from 6 Karma fall back onto site, and that's at least 4. I'm not sure where that 5th player is at the moment for 6 Karma.
Yeah, this is pretty conservative from 6 Karma. They want to play the actual bomb site and try and lean into the power positions of the basement. Keep in mind, basement is one of those bomb sites that's a lot harder to get into, even with all the hard breach in your hands. You can only get open the hatches, maybe you can get open the triple wall, but in the end, there are not that many, well, not as many viable points of entries that are like external from breaches like on all the other bomb sites, right? So I think for the defense to go down to this basement first, it makes a lot of sense.
Akibel looking to get aggressive, but he's going to get caught on his way out. Great vertical play there from Pino, and this is where things get a little bit difficult for 6 Karma. As NIP have made a very efficient roam clear, and now they're getting to work with clearing out the site. But hang on, I don't mind that from Soko. Trying to impact away that Claymore. Now a flank opportunity is open to them.
Ooh, do they seem aware though? Muzi, he's there just outside of that blue door, and I actually don't know. I don't think he knows. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think he's just loitering his way inside a stock, and if opportunity calls for it, Soko could definitely go for this flank.
It's a risky play for the Malusi, a slow operator, and already lost 1 teammate in Akibel. With the rest of the team looking to hold on to the site as the heat continues to build. As the church wall has been open, at least they have some solace behind a shield, but it may not last for very long.
Really uncomfortable now with that triple wall open inside a church, but the executes come through for NIP.
And it's Pino to find his second on the round. NIP have been patient, but they are oh so deliberate. A 5v2 now as this execute comes in full force, and Cons begins to plant that diffuser. Soko and Morph, their positions revealed. They are kept at bay as that kid is forced onto the ground. 40 seconds left on the clock for the defense to make a play. But this just seems so challenging. You've got 5 angry Brazilians waiting to receive. Could it be the first flawless rounds of the matchup? NIP assert their dominance in the opening attack.
And I think the prophecy comes true in that attack as well, right? So if we were saying that with the amount of hard breach on the side of the attack, it's going to really make this defense claustrophobic and uncomfortable. And that's exactly what happened right there. All the hatches got open, triple wall was open, so Church felt really unsafe to be in. And as the defense fell back to the bomb site and gave the real estate away to the attack, they just got absolutely choked out of their positions. First, the one came through this vertical just as the replays come through. Not only that, but the second as well from Pino. There was just not that many safe positions for the defenders to be in.
just such a phenomenal round there for NIP, really exuding confidence.
Bora, caralho. Linda porra.
Wish I spoke Portuguese right now.
I do. Every time that they say something hype like that, I really wish I knew. They're so excited as well. Every single round, it's so cool.
I mean, there were some fairly quiet faces, I will admit, on the NIP roster, fighting from behind, especially against a LATAM team that's not from Brazil. Not something they're particularly familiar with, but they're building up that momentum. And that round was a pretty red flag for 6 Karma, right? Well, before that, the closest round we had was like, 2, 3 players up left on the winning team. That was flawless.
Yeah, I think the thing is like, once again, switching over, good grief, to that defending side. We already alluded to the adversities that they might face, and I think that's just the nature of this current Clubhouse ban. Like, all the operators that have come through really lean into the attack, having a lot of tools. So I think for 6 Karma, like, look, yes, we're losing a round like that. Not super great. Does bring the scoreline a little bit closer to them, but I don't think it's any way surprising.
Camera feed.
Oh, aggressive Valkyrie camera there. And nice little bandit juggle here from Morphed. That makes things very awkward now for NIP. They have to change their minds. 1 exothermic down. You still have that Hibana up. But where are you going to use that very valuable and now very precious exothermic charge that you've got remaining?
So keep in mind this attack is a bar and stage attack, so what NAP have got to do here is they need to choose whether they actually want to clear out that top floor and get the full vertical control, or if they're going to do something a little bit more linear like what 6 Karma did and just try and push in through that stock lounge side and get the bomb down. So lots of decision making here now in the early round, and like you said, with the minigames not going quite their way, they need to problem solve.
A lot of information gathering on that defense as well that will be challenging to clear out. Thankfully, Muzi is on the IQ, so keep that in the back of your mind as we consider whether we might see some action from the Valkyrie cameras, even from the Solus. But for now, really, like you said, it's about map control, and Psycho puts his boots in the building and finds the opener. Skimzy goes down. He'll have to sit on his black eye cameras for the rest of this round. Jumps straight back outside, and sitting pretty now is NIP, but still a lot of work to be done in the round.
So what I'm looking at is the diffuser on the side to Cons, right? He's got it in his hands and he's looking for the opportunity to see if he can get it down. That entry through the top floor might indicate that they're looking for a sweep, but in fact, NIP have actually fully rotated off that top floor and down into this ground floor instead. Maybe they've identified that there's no one on the bomb side and they want to hit it.
Numbers advantage makes that a bit more doable as well. The concern here is now not having top floor control. You're vulnerable to all the vertical angles. Akabil, though, he makes his way in a pool, and Cons just marches straight on in looking for a trade. He's in the center of sight. And NIP have found a lot of control now. What are they going to be able to do with it? Is a plan on the cards. Vulnerable now to several angles to the vertical game. Takes out a default camera. But his teammates are dropping like flies. It's Cons on the side looking for a safe haven to work with.
Cons doing a great job at finding a blind spot through this vertical, but not before being taken down by a Keeble. 2 on the hands of Soccer will claim 6 Karma yet another round.
It's unreal.
It is.
These guys are just so active and so prepared. NIP are looking to adapt, looking for weaknesses, and every time they think they've got one, perhaps they have underestimated 6 Karma. Just 2 rounds away now from closing the map and taking down a once world championship team. This is a massive moment for 6 Karma.
I think the difference between 6 Karma and NIP just then is that NIP took a little bit too long to make their idea work, I think. Like, by the time that they got into the bomb site, identified that they had that ground floor control presence, they took a little bit too long to actually set themselves up and get the bomb down. And by the time that was happening, 6 Karma had actually got a read onto what was going on. They realized, oh damn, they're in the bomb site. We need to go, right? And so I think that the difference is when 6 Karma did that attack, they really did their attack with full conviction to get the objective down. That was a Keeble going for his plant in the blind spot, if you remember back then. So I think that there's a really big difference in philosophy and in mindset between these 2 teams right now.
For NIP, there's no choice but to take a tactical timeout now. You can see they've had a bit of a chat for the last minute. I've got to say, that was a pretty damning player reaction camera on Pino at the end of that lost round. He did not look happy.
No.
He looked really tilted. So I really hope there's been a chance here for Chubbs to talk some sense into the roster, get these guys back into it. Because Pino, once upon a time, was labeled, one of the best players in the world. When he joined this team, he was insane. And now he's a real veteran of the scene, of the roster. He's played at countless international events and countless times, champions and highly esteemed within the Brazilian region. And he's struggling now against a Mexican-Argentinian roster.
You know what, Deb? I don't mind that, but look, out with the old and in with the new 6 Karma. These guys are so exciting. This is a brand new roster making their debut on this international stage. And yes, while there are veterans in the server, they're being shown up by these young gunners in 6 Karma. And I think it's just been so exciting to watch them play in the server today.
Yeah, it's a huge moment for these guys. They've been looking for an opportunity to make it to a major for such a long time. 5 times champions within Latin America. And yet always gate-kept from these majors and 6 invitationals by Brazilian teams. Now they're up against one of the most esteemed names, not only from Brazil, but in Rainbow Six. Here's a fun fact for you. Of all the teams at this event, NIP have won the 2nd most prize money across their stint in Rainbow Six, just behind G2. And that's thanks to these guys having exceptional results time and time again at majors, at 6 invitationals. And 6 Karma is showing them up.
Impressive stuff from them so far. Now, on the defending half, going over to Jim and Boatroom will be their next bomb side of choice. A wall's already been opened, as we expect from this match of Clubhouse. Plenty of hard breach in the hands of NIP on the attack. They've already got open that cash side, Kennel's wall. They've also got an open Jacuzzi in tandem as well. So lots of pressure so far on the defense. Psycho's just found a bit of a cheeky vertical angle onto the play inside of Con, but doesn't peek his head quite far enough into the angle to collect the kill.
Oh, this is so ugly, isn't it? Trying to land this shot through the bars, going the wrong direction. Oh, he sees a player for just a moment, reveals his position, and backs on out again. Cheeto has done a good job of taking out some information on site. And he'll have his own information as well on the back of those yokai drones from Echo. He's got the shotgun as well. That Supernova getting a recent buff has enabled its play a little bit more as Muzi is getting to work looking for those yokai drones. How about that from Akabel? I love the idea there. I'm not sure, did Psycho shoot that C4?
Out, yeah.
That's
Impressive.
Insane. This guy does not want to lose, I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, man, that's not easy to do on the rappel animation either. Some good stuff there from Psycho, but keep in mind, minute ticking down on the clock. Look, there is yokais and there's IQ to try and deal with these yokais, but as the time ticks down, it's going to get pretty finicky for the attack.
Yeah, it is time to get a rig along. Both of those yokais are still up despite Muzi hunting them this whole round.
Wow, they're all below, Dev. Oh, they have so much denial from below, don't they? Because they got the Solace to be able to inform the attack, and the yokais, and the C4 on the side of Morphed as well. So they're completely giving this false sense of security to NIP on the attack.
This is terrifying now for NIP. 5v5 with 30 seconds left to go. No second chances. Match point awaiting 6 Karma as Wizard, just around the corner. He sees Soko, and he does take his head clean off. But it's a 4v4. And while all these players are down below from 6 Karma, NIP are not going to have a safe haven to go for this plan. Overcomes the C4, it misses, but out comes the yokai, and it lands perfectly. Now NIP have to spring into action. Morph to take it down, Skimsy to deny the plant. And 6 Karma, they're on match points.
Incredible stuff here from 6 Karma. Unheard of here between these Latin American teams and the Brazil teams. 6 Karma could be the first to do it, to break the dry spell for Latin America League and take down a Brazilian team now at match point.
And they're just playing out of their minds. They have read NIP like a book. They baited them so perfectly, and here we get to see it. I'm not sure which player there. Maybe it was Cons who had that diffuser denied with the Deagle. They're just so hyped.
I mean, so would I be. I mean, if I was in that server right now and you just pulled off the bluff of the sentry like that, giving the attackers a false sense of security, oh, there's no one in the bomb site. We're just going to work our way in. Nah, there are 3 players down below that are ready to deny that, and NIP had absolutely no idea.
I mean, NIP tried their best, right? Spamming the EMPs from the Thatcher in the late round to try and disable any of those Echo drones, disable any C4s if they're thrown out with unfortunate timing. But now 3 match points that they're going to have to stave off to push OT. And even then, I'm not optimistic for their chances. Mandy, this has been a devilish time for NIP. They flawless their first attack, and since then, they have been falling to pieces. Even on the back of their timeout, the only gift they receive is a match point against them.
All right, and thanks to a lovely observer, we have seen that there is in fact not a whole lot of utility being dedicated to the bomb site. 6 Karma are looking to extend their way through the entire map instead. Push the fight to NIP as they try and make their way into the building. Already Skimzy aggressive on that window, anticipating someone to open up that barricade, and he's going to jump him and scare them.
Very extended roam here, thanks to those mute jammers from Skimzy, denying that information. Here comes the breach, though, from Cons. This should get over that mute jammer. Make a nice big breach onto the site. Not the site, rather, onto CCTV upstairs. Try and put some pressure on these roamers above.
Yeah, and this room is always going to be pretty tricky to clear. You've got the Vigil aided by the intel denial as well of that mute and Mozzie combination. Not only that, but as the round ticks by, you've got to worry about those pesky Kapkan traps, which are somewhere through the map as well. And it's up to NIP to try and clear this one out. That or try and hit the bomb site. It's the decision-making through this mid-round that is really going to tell the tale.
Perfect round to bring out Kapkan, right? You're tilting your opponent. But in comes Pino. He is the tip of the spear, and he's basically touching shoulders with Psycho. Skimzy takes them both down. The double spray, the single mag of the SMG-11, and he finds another with the shotty. It's all falling apart now for Wizard and Muzi. A massive task lies ahead of them, and how about a flawless round to close the map for 6 Karma? A historic victory for Mexico and Argentina as the Brazilians go down. And we go to a quick break. Well, put your hands up if you had that in your bingo card for today. I certainly didn't. 6 Karma, what an upset. They've taken down NIP, and they made it look pretty easy. What a 7-3 to kick off their campaign here in Copenhagen.
And that is breaking the dry spell of Latin American teams not being able to take down BR teams through the entire 2022. To reiterate, there was no Latin American team able to make it past the quarterfinals of the Copa Elite 6, and now at the Major, we've seen 6 Karma really show up against NIP.
Yeah, and it's in a game that really matters as well. NIP sit on the verge of elimination with one best of 3 between them and going back to Brazil. For 6 Karma, though, a single best of 1. They win that, and they're through to the playoffs. What a glow-up from time and time again, dominating within Mexico, within Latin America. They now have a chance to show what they're made of on the global stage, and they are delivering.
It's so exciting as well. I mean, there's such a story for each of these players as well. For Pachito, the new addition to the roster, also leading the team. I think we really saw his prowess in the server today, being able to make calls through the mid-round, being able to make these cross-map rotations with his team, to run circles around NIP, especially on that attack, was just such a pleasure to watch here from the casting desk. And I think for each one of these members coming from a region that we barely ever see on the international stage, it's just such an exciting prospect.
We say that the Brazilians are passionate and energetic. We see that in the teams that we get after these major events. We see that in the crowds, and we've had events in Rio and Sao Paulo in the past. But we need to give some credit to these Mexican and Argentine players. They are, you could just tell from like the first, the second round, there was something tasty about it. And I'm keen to see what these guys can cook up for the rest of the tournament. We're going to go over to Ginny, who's got an interview.
I do have an interview indeed. So first of all, I want to say congratulations on the win. You guys have just taken down a Brazil team. So please tell me, how does that feel to you?
I mean, it's an amazing feeling. Well, the last couple of years was rough for us. It was so difficult because we didn't have enough experience. But now I know I'm confident that we can beat any team.
That's good to know. I love the confidence coming through, but also you guys were the top team in LATAM, so you're coming here on the international stage. You have all the heavy weight of making your region proud. What does that mean to you?
Well, it's an honor for us to represent all the LATAM region, and that's all we're doing, all the work that we put on the streams. It's for them, obviously.
Aw, that's so lovely. Last time at SI, however, you guys didn't manage to qualify, so you're now back on this international stage. What are your expectations going forward? Because you guys had a really good game.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, we're going to put all our effort to keep going through the tournament. And that's all. I mean, we're going to try our best.
Okay, well, there is another game that's happening after this. It's Space Station Gaming up against Elevate, and whoever wins is going to be your opponent on Wednesday. So in that regards, do you have a favorite? Is there anyone you want to play?
No, I mean, SG is a very good team, but who wins, I know it's going to be a really good match.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the interview. Before I close it out, is there anything you want to share with fans watching at home?
Yeah, thank you so much for all our for all the support, all the Latin region that's watching us, that's supporting us, all the messages. Thanks so much, and my family, thanks so much. I love you. Yeah.
That is so lovely. Thank you for the wholesome interview. We're going to head to a break. We'll be back quickly. Six Karma secured themselves a win in the upper finals with some crazy tricks that they've done on the server. But honestly, that's not the only crazy trick we've seen, because we've got some pretty interesting mouse gameplay. Okay, that was a joke. We're gonna go back to that later. First, let's talk about the games that are coming up next. We have Space Station Gaming up against Elevate, and the winner of this match is gonna be heading up against Six Karma. The loser is gonna drop down and face Ninjas in Pajamas in the semifinal in the best of 3. So those are played later today, which means that unfortunately, by the end of today, we're gonna be saying goodbye to not one, but 2 teams, which is a little bit sad, but it is what it is. Space Station Gaming coming into this, some might say the favorites, some might say it's Elevate. I guess we're gonna have to wait and find out. But once again, we have a bit of a rotation, considering this is the final best of 1 of today. We brought in these casters. One of them is very lovely. Their name is Ace, and then there's this other caster called yeah?
Our reputation precedes us,
Doesn't it just? Dev, yeah.
Which
He's
one?
not important. Don't worry about it.
Who came up with the name first? Was it Dev? Was it Dez? Who
Me,
copied
'cause
who?
I am well older than Dev. Therefore, it was
very
definitely
true.
me first.
I'm well older than everybody, so.
Weird flex, but okay. Anyway, guys, you do your thing. Take it away. Talk about how old you are. Talk about how great the games are going to be.
Thanks very much, Ginny. Tim.
We're back.
We're back. It's going to be so much fun. And look, you know, I feel like Saya, because it's just dark sea. I feel like in these black chairs as well. And in this like blazer, like I could be a real good like evil mastermind.
I mean,
like I could definitely pull it off.
Yep. The studio is pretty dark. I can't see half of it. A, because of my vision, but B, because I forgot my glasses as well.
I could be like,
oh, do the chair spin.
I've been expecting you, Mr. Tim. We could do this whole thing.
That wasn't the line. That wasn't the line that you should have hit us with.
What should I hit you with?
It should have been siege time, Des.
Oh,
I've had to tell him now. I've ruined it.
Come on, do it with me. Do it with me.
Hang on.
Hang on. You ready? You're off the camera at the minute, mate. Come this way a bit. There you go. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. It's siege time! That's going to do for that one. We've never done a chair one before. That's a new one. I like it. Awesome. Well, we've done a bit of a mess around. Shall we talk about
some siege?
Elevate versus Space Station. I think for most of you that have watched international games before, these 2 teams are no strangers. You know the orgs well, Space Station especially. They've won the 6th Invitational before. Big time team, lots of roster changes coming in, including a changing in coaching staff as well. You know, Lycan, who was very much a permanent fixture on this team, we've also seen him move on as well. But Elevate have made a couple of changes of their own. There's no more Super Onigiri, you know, for for all argument's sake, you know, he was the guy. He was him on this team. He was the go-to out-and-out fragger. So both teams have kind of got a point to prove, I feel. Space Station had a good stage, didn't do too well in playoffs, hence that's why they're here in phase 1. So it's kind of it's a point to prove for both teams, I feel, going into this game.
I think it was a little hit and miss. You know, they are good and bad in the playoffs, me, did Space Station. I was thinking about this earlier, actually. It raises a really interesting point with our format. So Space Station, I look at it and I think, you know, yeah, they made some wholesale changes. Bosco, Rampy, you know, particularly
Crazy
going
thought,
Yeti as
isn't
well, who, you know, was instrumental for the short time that he was with the team. But huge changes for Space Station. But they look great in stage 1 in NAL. And then they come in, like you say, a little bit hit miss. They might have felt a little bit disappointed at not making it straight into phase 2. I think it's fair to say. But they get themselves into the major. That's the important thing. They're here in phase 1. But then I was wondering about it, Des. You know, they've got that time through phase 1 to like warm up a little bit now. You know, when they're going up against those phase 2 teams, it's going to be the first time those phase 2 teams are playing. Whereas, you know, the phase 1 teams have had those couple of games, your Soniqs, your Space Stations. I think they could be really dangerous because of that.
We talk about it quite a lot when teams have had that chance to warm up and they come in kind of with the motor already running. They're in 3rd gear while you're still trying to get off the starting line. It can net 3-4 rounds sometimes, and it doesn't sound like a big deal, but it can work into being just that small enough an advantage that you actually need to get over the finish line. So heaven knows on that side.
Yeah, we'll see as it progresses. Obviously, Elevate that they're going to be going up against as well. Like you say, plenty of pedigree. Yeah. Pedigree for upsets, I would say, more than anything, but a very different roster than the one that we used to seeing. No Sapa, no Super Onigiri, all changed, but they have got some experienced hands come in. Speakeasy, plenty of experience coming in there. They do have a stand-in, I believe, so
Sunan, the coach,
Sunan is going to be... You know, it's not always the worst thing when a coach has to stand in. Obviously,
he used to be a player.
He
back
used
in
to be a player,
2020,
so technical ability should be at least okay. You know, and you've got a thorough understanding of the strats. It's not like just having to bring in another player and get them ready quickly.
Right, map veto's ready. Let's have a look at what map we're going on to. It's going to be Oregon, which is an interesting one because of both of these two teams. It's up there as a top 2, top 3 team. Both have had good recent success on it. It feels like both teams are happy going here rather than it just being a very kind of middle ground map.
Yeah, I think, you know, quite often I joke about it. I say, for me, it's more Oregon. I do love a bit of Oregon if you get 2 good Oregon teams on there. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see this time, Des. Like you say, it's a map that's favoured for both of them. SSG winning it 3 times in NAL Stage 1. You know, they're going to be good there.
You know what I've just realised? You probably can't see that TV, can you?
No. Not at all.
Breaking the fourth wall. We've got a TV over there that he keeps looking at. I'm like, Tim, there's a TV right there. And just realised you can't see it.
I can't. Not one bit.
Bless his soul.
So if you see me looking off over there,
you know
it's
why?
not because I'm staring into the distance. It's because there's another television on that side that I can't see. So you've basically got
You're not casting off that TV, Tim.
You've got the choice of me looking that way, or you've got the choice of me looking to my left. But how about we look at this game, Des? We're going into Oregon. It's going to be SSG versus Elevate, and I have been looking forward to this matchup all day. There is always the potential for upsets, but I'm going to throw it out here early, Des. I really like SSG coming into this major. I know that they didn't make it into phase 2, but they've got J9O and Forest who've come in from Astralis. They've gone fantastically well. You've also got Merc, who's been brought in. So much experience there. Former world champion, you know, alongside Fultz, another world champion. Just, there's so much for this team to work with. And honestly, I think we might just see Space Station have a much better and deeper run than they did at SI23, for example, where, let's be honest, it really wasn't their best showing.
I honestly wouldn't be shocked to see them being a finalist team, and I know it feels very early to say
genuinely,
that.
I don't disagree.
But I really think you could see this team be a grand finalist because they've had a bit of time to get the gang together to figure things out. They battled their way through playoffs as well. You know, they've shown what they can do. Sure, was it the go-to result they wanted against M80 when M80 pushed them down into the lower bracket? Absolutely not. Not when you had Space Station coming in with the auto buy into the second round for sure. But I think you ought to see them warm up the more and more this competition goes by. But let's not write Elevate off either. There is still every chance that they can battle their way through here. Now, you touched on a couple of these players. Forest, I do really want to raise up for a second because I spent probably the entirety of the 6th Invitational bigging this guy up. Back on Astralis, he was going through the ropes in terms of what role he was playing, right? He was jumping left, right, and center. He was playing support for part of the year. He was playing more towards entry and flex for another part of it as well. A real multi-role player, but consistently you had like plus 30 on entry, I think it was. He was right up there battling with like players like Nuas on entry as someone that had played most of the year on support. Genuinely a really terrifying player that you have to respect. And so looking down the whole lineup, as you said, 2 world champions on there. Hot and Cold's unbelievable. J9O, part of Astralis, who also, of course, alongside Forest, made it to the grand final back in Charlotte. There is every chance this team has got fraggers in every single role, so we'll keep a really close eye out for how they do. Probably the blessing for them being as well that they start on defense here on Oregon. Elevate are the ones who are going to have to unravel this maze that SSG put before them and figure out how to start getting some rounds on the board, because if they don't get started well, Tim, this could be a real punishing first half.
Certainly could. Let's get into things then. We head into our action phase all the way down in the basement, and we will have Speakeasy straight away getting himself into the bunker, looking to open up the door, pressure onto elbow, Hot and Cold Nitro in hand though. And the thing is, with that Nitro already pulled, there's going to be no audio cue, and that could be very, very dangerous if he can manage to get a deep throw. I think Hot and Cold's actually just moved away from that position. I'll tell you what, not a second too soon, Des.
Absolutely no. Ney going in towards what's often known as Shaiko spot as well, just inside the single door when you're coming in from the construction side, because believe it or not, a player called Shaiko on BDS often plays in that exact
You might have heard of him.
You may well have heard of him. Known as one of the best players in the game, but that is the spot that he always plays. Some good pressure coming in earlier from Elevate, forcing J9O back down, but Forest is the first one to strike, already taking down the Yana and I believe a nade offline at the same time.
We know how good Forest can be, particularly on the fragging. Forest and Fultz particularly doing extremely well in stage 1. Both of them picking up over 100 kills, really going fantastically, and we expect to see more of the same in this one. I mean, Hot and Cold's, you know, he's got to be worth a shout as well. Another one for you to watch out for at home. Maybe you've not seen too much of SSG before. Hot and Cold, these two teams actually met at SI23, Des. As you'll remember, they played in Group A. It was 2-0 to SSG on that day. Hot and Cold had a fantastic day. I think he was second in frags, and he had an 80% cost across 2 maps. It was a 7-4, 7-3 with the 2 score lines, and Hot and Cold went fantastically across 21 maps. 80% cost is crazy, really.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't heard of cost as a scoring before, it means kills, objectives, survive, and trade. If you do any one of those things in a round, you get a little mark against your name, and as you can imagine, the rounds that you get a mark against one of those 4 areas counts as yes, others count as no, and therefore you get your 80% across all them. So yes, very good going for a player like Hot and Cold. Still, let's see how Elevate start to stack up. They've got a big focus here in towards Big Tower. They're working their way down here, coming in for one at the same time as the drop comes through, but SSG are just clinical. J9O, the only one taking a small tickle, but it's a flawless round as Elevate look limp in that first round.
Mop them up like a spilt drink there. There's down in the laundry, and as you say, claim themselves the first in flawless fashion, and that does not bode well for Elevate. Obviously, it's always going to be difficult, you know, when you're coming in, maybe with your coach standing in, there's a whole storyline there, but essentially, you got to play as you are in the server. That's just how it goes. And SSG, they can only play what's against them, and they've just done that fantastically well. The worrying part for Elevate, for me there, is some of those shots that were getting hit. They were almost casual from SSG there. They're looking focused, they're looking nice and calm, casual about it, and they feel dangerous for me today. I know we're only a round in, but they feel dangerous.
For me, a lot of it was the composure being shown too, because Elevate had the right idea. Send a couple of players down Big Tower stairs, have one drop in through E-Box hatch. It gives you a nice little crossfire onto the player, Merc, that was sat on pillars. But rather than Merc looking up towards the tower stairs alongside the player that was on Shaiko, he left the Shaiko player to do that alone, and also had support from a player inside the site itself, as you saw the Vector coming in from Hot and Cold to just beam down the player that was on big stairs. So Merc knew what was coming, turned towards E-Box and sprayed the player down as he tried to push through. It's just SSG having all bases covered. There were no surprises that upset them. It wasn't like oh, well, we were all looking the wrong way. They just had the answer. And now for the second round in a row, Speakeasy is the first to go down. It was as the Iana last round. It's Sledge here, and he goes down with both of those frag grenades still in back pocket.
Could be again getting into the map quickly. We saw this last time. It was Speakeasy on the Ana who tried to push into bunker quickly. This time there's a little bit of pressure put out towards small tower, but there's going to be not too much resistance there for the time being. They've got that ground taken, and the Ash is working his way in alongside Ape on the book as well. Just trying to again take that kitchen position. We've seen how vital this kitchen security position is. It started being played a lot because you can open the ceiling up in security and actually play underneath the double window that leads directly into site. It prevents attacking teams from just hopping in through that window and getting the diffuser down. So J9O in a very important position here, and it could be that they just look to get in there and clear him out as a priority. But saying that, Ape has moved away now a little bit more on towards that main lobby side, maybe trying to push into Armory. J9O taking a little bit of damage, but he's got the hatch open. He's likely to drop himself away before this gets too dangerous.
I like it, because Ape here wrapping around through Zulu means they can get some good pressure in from both shower side and up towards the right, but it's a 1v1 being isolated. He swings a bit too late. Really wanted to chase him down there, but again, great movement coming out from SSG. J9O respecting it perfectly and manages to dip away here into the nethers of the basement. Not really a place where anyone should be, given we're defending the upstairs, but making use of an escape route, absolutely perfect. And now Ape has been found from above and then finished off from the same floor. SSG are just in full control of this map.
They really are. Ape, unfortunate there, getting taken down by the Vector. Suna manages to find one, which is at least going to give them something to work with. And there's a second coming in for Elevate, leaving themselves now 2 versus 3. This is a round that is winnable from this position. The difficulty is always attacking onto top floor. You need a real man advantage for me when you're trying to push yourself on into site. 2 versus 3 for SSG. They can just hold the angles now. They know where where this push is likely to be coming from, and they're just going to play time.
And they've got 2 C4s in back pocket. They should have no real reason to step forward for these gunfights massively unless they really want to prove a point. It feels they could just toss C4s wherever they want, but at this point, Sudan's got no idea. He doesn't know where his left from his right is, walks in and is blasted down. Comfortable M once again from SSG, and this is what we were concerned about in the pre-game, Tim, is for SSG, 5 absolute gunners on side. They look well drilled coming into this game. I've seen Hot and Cold flicking through a couple of the strat sheets off towards his right-hand side. There's a game plan. They're executing it super well, and despite Elevate trying a couple of nice little things here and there, they're just being absolutely destroyed by the American side.
I mean, it's a lot of what we expected to begin with, to be fair. We're not sort of writing Elevate off in this one. There are always 2 teams in every server of Siege, but it is always going to be a big ask for Elevate. As I say, SSG quietly for me, I don't want to put too much pressure on them yet. There's much bigger games for them to come, but just given their performance, reaching second place through the group stage of NAL Stage 1, I just feel like there is a real potential for a good LAN performance to come in for them in this one. So it was always going to be a tough starter for Elevate, and I mean, unfortunately, I don't want to talk in terms as if Elevate have already lost this, because they haven't. There's a lot of Siege to be played.
I mean, speak for yourself, Tim.
Right, okay, what I will say is, looking at
let's calm down now.
Looking at either team, whichever team loses this, they're going to go up against an NIP side who have just been beaten by 6 Karma, are going to feel like they've got something to prove, and are never going to be an easy match, especially in a knockout situation. So, the prospect going forward from here is not too pretty for later on today.
No, I mean, I'm excited to see that game later. We are casting that one as well, which will be our last game of the day, so you can look forward to that one. But now, of course, still got to find our way through here. Good pace being shown by Elevate, already looking to push their way through this top floor particularly quickly so they can get some control of Attic before they start looking in towards meeting itself. And this side's quite interesting because you see a couple of styles of attack coming in onto it, really, where a lot of teams for the longest time defaulted to was coming in from the north side, so behind where Forest is right now, and opening up the double wall, normally using something like an Ossa, putting the shield down, planting behind the shield on the stage itself, and that was normally the go-to. Whereas here, Elevate have opted not to bring the Ossa and instead want to go for a full top floor clear. Where I'm a little bit nervous about that is SSG have held ground really aggressively, like you're seeing here, and beating them on their entry. Again, great team play coming through, and Elevate are being given nothing. There is far too much ground to clear, too many players to push on through, and this is looking like another flawless round coming out for SSG.
I don't see anything that Speakeasy can realistically do here. SSG 5 versus 1, they've got the top floor, they've cut them down at every angle that they've tried to push into the building Elevate. It's been a real tough one for them, and just this is maybe, it's not even about taking time to have a chat amongst yourselves. Like Speakeasy, he'll try and do what he can do, but they know exactly where he is. Hotton sees him on the door trying to push in through Trophy. They know that he may rotate back around, but for the time being for Speakeasy, I think it's just take a little bit of an opportunity, see if anybody pushes you. Maybe you get a cheap kill or two, somebody chasing that final kill. Maybe you help yourself level the odds a little, but it's just so unlikely.
More of a chance for a timeout, I imagine. Again, for those of you looking at this thing, and why is he fighting? This is something else that we see a lot of teams do, is when you're in a 1v4, a 1v5 like this, and the round is 99.9% not winnable, you use it as a timeout. So rather than calling in a 60-second timeout or whatever it is that your team gets to use to talk to each other, use it now. Just sit and wait, have a chat like you can see them doing here, and just figure out what needs to be corrected, because realistically now, that's been 3 rounds, 3 different sites that Elevate have been absolutely decimated on and need to find a new idea. They've got to take a new approach, otherwise they're going into the second quarter doing exactly the same as they've done in the first 3 rounds, and they're being absolutely brutalized all over again. 3-0 to SSG, and a timeout coming in for Elevate, just to double down on the time they had there available to them.
I don't think that's a bad choice.
No, I love a 3-round timeout, me. First quarter goes by, timeout, have the chat.
I think not just necessarily, I agree with you there, the 3rd round choice, but also the fact they've effectively just had a minute and a half. So what you've done is you've put 5 minutes nearly onto SSG. You've put the brakes on. You stop them being able to at least continue that momentum. Do I think it's going to be the difference maker? In all honesty, no, I don't. But I still think, as far as your decision, they can only make the decisions as best they can in the circumstances, and I think it's a good choice for Elevate.
What I will say though, Tim, They've got 2 kills so far across 3 rounds.
It's not good.
I mean, let's call a spade, Tim. It's terrible. It's tragic.
But we do have to remember, this is not the full-strength, normal Elevate lineup that we would expect to see.
It's not.
Barcode is not here. We've got Sunan in place.
But Sunan's got one of those 2 kills.
But
so he can very happily sit there.
I'm trying.
He can very happily sit there and go, I got my one. It's more the truth is to the point of, you know, players like Speakeasy that we were holding up and saying, okay, they've got to make a difference. Or
this is the time you've really got to make a difference.
Or Ape, we've got to see play well too. SSG are just giving them no room to be able to get a kill, really, though. I mean, again, look at Jane when he was playing inside of security in that last round. Took a kill, immediately dropped through the hatch, and you know, it was quite narrow to being caught out, but even the Buck had to stop chasing him. Ape had to give up that gig altogether and just say, right, we've got no idea what's going on down in basement. We know that SSG have been playing in 2s or 3s pretty much across the entirety of these 3 rounds. We'd be stupid to go chasing him into an area that we don't yet have information on. So it's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. You can't chase down the kills, but if you don't, SSG will take 3 kills away from you. But again, that's why I keep on stressing, this has been a masterclass by SSG so far, showing a lot of discipline, a lot of control, and giving Elevate absolutely no room to create any opportunities.
Let's get back into it then. Tactical timeout will be over, and SSG now just have an opportunity to rinse, repeat, and just follow the same rotation. Down to Laundry they go for round 4.
Ah, classic. When things are going south, what do? Bring him on, Exactly.
Throw the
and
shield
the thing is, I don't hate this from Elevate either. You know, looking at how the last round went, they wanted to push in through Big Tower. They clearly want to try and do something similar again, likely playing around the E-Box hatch, but also working in through Big Tower. There's a good bit of drone in there, and Jano up here. The only danger is they bat that drone away pretty quickly here, and Jano has kind of said, right, let's do what they won't expect. Let's go aggressive once a drone has seen me, rather than trying to pull back and play safe. They've got to be really careful. Oh my, no! This is what I mean! They didn't expect them to come down so aggressively, and he's picked up arguably the most crucial operator to this whole attack. It's the Monty. There is no spearhead, there is no impenetrable wall of defense marching at your face anymore. This is just like the previous round. They might even get a second kill with a C4. No, just dodging away. Oh no! The aggression from SSG is paying dividends, and Elevate are not showing enough respect.
You just thought for a second, Ape picks up the trade onto J90, and you think, yep, maybe they can keep themselves in it, but like you say, maybe just pushing that little bit too hard. They've not done a bad job of elbow healthcare on the Flores, using the Rotero drones. He's managed to take out a lot of the utility around that area. They're still being held at bay by Fultz, who's got 2 more smoke canisters in pocket, so can still burn about another minute or so, as well as continuing to challenge that position. He's looking to get aggressive, actually. Needs to be careful. He's just doing that so that he can deploy that canister into the most effective position, but needs to be careful there. Fultz doesn't want to throw his life away. Speakeasy taking down Forrest with a beautiful headshot through the soft wall.
And to a second as well. Speakeasy finally coming online here, making a little bit of room for his team, but told you not the place to be. A good cross held though here between Hot and Cold and Fultz, and I think with no pressure on the south side, this is theirs to the taking as well. 60 seconds to go. Find one more, and there is just one left. It's Ape inside of blue here. Gonna have to try and isolate 2 separate 1v1s, but no idea there's a player in behind Pillar, I think. In fact, no, he's got the idea, but he looks the wrong way at the wrong time. It's Fultz on the swing with a shotgun, and for a second there, SSG may be feeling a little bit nervous, but still get the 4-0 close.
Well, it's always, you know, in a 1v2, there's always that opportunity for Ape there. He gets that first kill maybe, and you're in a 1v1. It's anybody's at that point. So yes, you know, you've always as a team in that situation with the advantage. Got to be careful. You know, really the way to go about that is to engage at the same time, because of course, you know, there's no way that Ape can look in 2 directions at once. No way that he can try to take multiple gunfights. So SSG closing that out well, getting themselves round 4 on the board, and they now have an opportunity just to again continue that rotation, head themselves back up to dorms, and just get themselves continued with what is so far a pretty smooth game for SSG.
That's it. I mean, again, nothing really seems to be slowing them down. Elevate have had that tactical timeout. They had the good breather. They've gone through, you know, 4 rounds now, 3 different sites in that time too, and still come up absolutely short. The last time they got closest was that one just then, and that was off the back of 2 kills from Speakeasy. Outside of that, 3 kills across 4 rounds, Tim. I know it feels bad to keep on highlighting it, but to have 5 kills as a team across 4 rounds, it's not exactly encouraging.
Attackers must locate and defuse
Oh, look
the
at
bomb.
Jano here. Straight out the front door and not even caring that they see him. And he uses it as a bait.
Yep.
I love that. Jano is the bait there. They always think, okay, look towards main door, look towards main door. Then straight out a classroom window comes Merc, gets himself a freebie, I believe, and that's it done and dusted. Wonderful stuff once again.
And that's the sort of experience that I was talking about, you know, from a player like Merc. You bring him in, you know, he's played so much of this game that those ideas are going to come easy. And as a team, they're just, you know, they're really just gelling very well. It's good to see from SSG at the minute. There's still, you know, a game to be finished here, but I just really don't see it going anything but SSG's way. I think the only question now is probably the scoreline.
Yeah. I like that they have the Ying on side, although the immediate response from the others is that Merc's on the Warden. So it doesn't matter what you try and bring here to, not so much cheese them, but to catch them off guard with those Candelas, just full blinding anyone that seems to be either in the room that it's in or in the room next to it. It's an absolute nightmare to deal with. But really, Oppe's operator is the one that you want to keep an eye on here. If they're going to get any success in this round, it's probably going to come from that Ying.
Sunan's just going to be droning in ahead of the man trying to get established inside of Attic, just playing onto the window there. Going to be clearing out utility. That's something that Elevate have done well. I've got to give them the credit where it's due there. They've done a great job of clearing out utility. Healthcare, particularly on the Flores, using those Rotero drones well, clearing the path, taking out the barbed wire shields. Hot and Cold getting so aggressive here, like you say, to play right up on the trophy door like that, just waiting for that exposure from Master Bedroom is just...
Look at it, like...
There you go. That's what it is.
And then Forrest has got the flanking kill too from behind as well. Like, how do you even stop this? I mean, it's easy to say, oh, bring a Nomad, watch the flanks better, but they committed so many drones to moving forwards that they have basically nothing left, but there's only 3 in back pocket, and it's been this way now for about 30 seconds. Just running out of tools, not able to make, stack up in the gunfights, and in a way, being caught unawares by SSG time and time again.
The thing is, it's not even just about shutting down the flanks, because the problem at the minute is SSG just used the flanks, yes, but they did that because they could.
Yeah.
If they can't, they'll do something else. They've already shown us that. You know, they've
aren't
had a
bothered,
few rounds where they've taken them head-to-head gunfights. They've had a few rounds where they've used the flanks. So if they do bring the Nomad, they bring the gridlock, right, let's shut the flanks off. SSG will just do something else. That's the problem for Elevate at the minute.
They've played spawn peaks, they've played baiting spawn peaks, they've played crossfires, they've played roaming. It doesn't really seem to matter what you try and, you know, come up against. They're still going to shut you down. And sorry, I thought he was out of classroom window at the start of this round. I saw him drop towards the left, but no. In fact, maybe it was the second player coming out of classroom at the same time. But this is what I mean. Titan killer at the back stairs. Easy kills on the flanks. Yeah, this sounds bad. I'm not trying to say it's like they're ranked players, but that's the kind of stuff that would happen to you in ranked. That you'd have an Ella charge up behind you and just blast 3 of you in the backside whilst you're all looking the wrong way. You know, it's supremely confident by SSG so far, and that's really the only summary I can give to it. Again, I hate to keep on coming back to it, but looking at the kills down the left-hand side of your screen, 6 across 5 rounds.
Barely enough to win one.
1.2 per round.
Barely enough to win a round.
Yes.
You know, is the way to look at that. And it's always going to be tough for Elevate, if they can't be winning those gunfights. But
5 seconds remaining.
I said it coming in. I'll say it again. Forest and Fultz, 100+ kills each through stage 1.
Yeah.
This SSG team looks good.
They do. And it's another thing I will say is that we are obviously in phase 1 of the competition, right? This is designed to give, I don't want to say Elevate are like a lesser team from a lesser region, right? Because they've been at so many international events now, it's not even funny anymore. They are very much a part of the Tier 1 circuit, but with the changes they've had to go through themselves, you know, I would hate to be any team coming up against SSG in my first game of the competition, because you know it's a death sentence. I would argue SSG so far in this game is probably not the best out of any team that we've seen so far today in terms of the command and control they've had of the game, the gunfights they're winning. Everything is just going their way right now. And Elevate, they're struggling for ideas. Speakeasy almost losing his life again, and Forest almost being traded down to a slither of HP. Almost got away with it, but Speakeasy with a great bit of movement in towards Trophy does get the shutdown.
Now, Elevate need to take their chance. They've got the opener. They've got, you know, a big gunner off the board with Forest going. 5 versus 4. It's on a tertiary site. This could be their opportunity. Every comeback starts with a single round, and that is what they need to find here. They need to get this top floor control for starters. Jnano's going to look to hold on to it. He ducks, he weaves, he finds a beautiful kill with a headshot onto Speakeasy at Trophy Door. Jnano still holding on for the time being. Like you say, they've got got the full white flash. You've got to get in there and take advantage. But no, J9O is still in position.
Good read from Ape to get into this spot as well, though. I like that transition across and making use of the skeleton key to get to work. It should force SSG to back away here as they're down 2 players, but that's a minute and a half being wasted up top there as well. Hot and Cold suspecting that there's going to be a push coming in this way, and he's absolutely correct as Healthcare has rotated over towards Small Tower.
All the changes coming in from SSG here as they just adapt to the fact that they've got a few less bodies to try and hold on with now. We're going to see the mirror window taken away by Fultz. Hot and Cold actually gets quite aggressive down there, right up at the bottom of Shower's corridor, just trying to prevent any small tower control being taken by Elevate. Elevate, in contrast, they've got themselves established above. They're trying to work those vertical angles, but that's why you've seen SSG just sort of dip away from sight. They don't want to stay sat in there because they don't want to give them the opportunity from above, and it's going to be Merc who manages to find Healthcare, leaving them in a 3 versus 3.
It's such a good read from SSG as well, because what they've understood is that they want kids control upstairs to control vertical into kitchen. So what have you seen SSG do? Destroy their own mirror window, get out in towards dining, and basically say, we don't want to play inside a kitchen, but we want to hold long angles against you. That's Fultz that you saw inside of dining, but it's a good 2 versus 1 coming out on towards him, and finally Elevate have some control. Hot and Cold, not realizing there's a player so close, might get himself inside for free. How have they let him get away with this? Down to a 1 versus 1. Up green he runs. There is no time for Sunan to catch him here. Hot and Cold with a real smash and grab. Gives SSG a 6-0 half.
How on earth does Hot and Cold get away with that? He gets spotted in Zulu, Des. They know where he is. The call has got to come. You know, he's heading your way. He's gone back through towards security, but no, there was the man cover inside. They're trying to get the diffuser down. There's a man cover there who's just holding completely the wrong angle and gets taken down. Look, you can see just looking down, I think it was Ape, just looking down towards dining, and Hot and Cold takes full advantage.
It was a real combination of things coming into play there as well. One, a really smart read by Hot and Cold that the last man he had to worry about really was on Zulu facing him. So why fight him? Why risk dying to him? You haven't got a push meeting. That's what originally he wanted to do. But then Redicate them. Well, if he's here, that means 2 are on site. Oh, Merc, can you take a challenge here and force him to look at you? So Merc was crossing towards Dining where Fultz had died, and I think Elevate assumed Dining is safe. No one can challenge us from there, not realizing Merc was going to retake that ground and fight back against them. So whilst Ape's looking in towards Dining to fight against Merc, Hot and Cold full sprints through security, brings down Ape in the 2v1, kills the planter, and Sunan then is like, well, guys, I'm screwed. Like, I can't help you here. I've got to chase him down. Like, again, it was a really good read on the situation, I think, by SSG, and Elevate were kind of, they were checkmated there before they even knew it. They were 3 or 4 turns ahead, SSG. Nothing more to be said. A 6-0 half is dominant. But yeah, now to Elevate finally get something on the board in this second half, I'm not convinced. I don't think SSG let go of the stranglehold, not with the confidence they've built up.
No, they've got an opportunity now, at least, I guess. You know, get yourselves onto defense. At least SSG have to play into your game to a degree. I'm not too sure about this. Ape is up on that top floor at the minute, just looking to play the roam game. And with the way SSG are playing at the minute, this is no surprise. Merc's going in there, super aggressive. Drone's just ahead of him. If they spot Ape up here, he's going to be a goner.
Looking the wrong way at the moment. Ape finds 1. That'll be the
great.
callback.
That's great.
Merc will know. In fact, there's 2 of them pushing in here as well. They've got to find him first.
Oh,
what a read!
Ape!
Straight onto Forest as well. Down goes 1 more before J9O gets healthcare elsewhere around the map. So a little bit of balance back across here. I'm just as long as Hot and Cold and Merc are up, I'm perpetually nervous. 8-2 and 8-0. Even between the 3 players that are alive here, you're looking at 23-5 between them. Like, that is nothing to scoff at, even if it's only 3 players.
I was genuine. I said it at the time. I was genuinely concerned about Ape out on the roam and surviving. Here we go, 3 versus 2. Going to take the hot drop, but no, try to just run in through the laser gate. Somehow it ends up in a 1 versus 2. Just kills raining down in either direction. J9O pushing in. You know that he's got the skills to make this a 1v1. Oh no! Sunan, the stand-in, manages to stand out and find his kill onto J9O.
Yeah, real good little dip to the left-hand side there as well. Crouch down, Mark 40 in hand, channeling some of that Super Honor gear that used to be on the team. Super Sunan, we can start calling him now at this point, Tim. It does get them that round on the board. It saves them from a 7-0. Though the one thing I always worry about as defenders is, yes, you can start winning rounds, but you have to rotate through all 3 sites. SSG, in their first 3 rounds, showed they could play all 3. It didn't matter where you played them, they could win. Elevate there, that got a little bit ropey with J90 towards the end, looking to pop off when he found a 3K. And Ape, I will give it to him. 2 mega kills on the top floor, really made sure that round was theirs to control.
Absolutely have to shout Ape out there. As I said, I was a little bit concerned about Elevate playing that aggressive roam game with him up on the top floor. Just with the way SSG have been playing, you know, I thought they were going to be absolutely on point there. You know, straight in behind the drone, bang, get themselves a kill, and they've got the advantage. But Ape absolutely crushed Merc on that second kill. What a beautiful shot it was, holding on to that angle from the top of White Stairs. He really did set his team up for success there and left SSG just having to throw a bit of a Hail Mary, really. Yeah, let's just try and hot drop the hatch. Let's just try and see, you know, what we can get going here in the 2v3. So, well played, Elevate. You know, they've got a real opportunity to double down on that now. Back up to Dorms, another good site that they can try to lock down.
Did you say he absolutely did it? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Close enough.
No,
I thought absolutely was a little bit closer, a little bit more subtle.
You've never been known for subtlety, Des.
That is true. That is true. It's more your forte, that one, I'll give you that.
It is a little.
All right, let's see how it goes. Let's see if Elevate can keep on holding on. Tolji, at the very least here, out towards Big Tower side, has been seen by this drone that J90 has been set on for the longest time. He's looking to make use of this Amaru, who has a Gara hook, which lets her pick out a window with a gadget and spring into action, like you're probably going to see just here. Here we go. Whee! Straight into the top of tower and ready for a gunfight. But Tolji is already dipped away. In fact, no, hanging just towards the lower end of green. And that's Ape actually taking the spots here. So they're changing around who's playing what exactly. Now Merc's been taken down at the very start of the round. Healthcare going down second, as we saw in the previous rounds. Has lost out a couple of gunfights here on the defensive side, but his team, at the very least, have kept the scoring even.
Not a bad start again from Elevate, picking up that opening kill. Merc, you know, taking some nades with him. So that's not going to be ideal as far as SSG are concerned. But other than that, they are not the worst operator to lose in this situation. You've still got your hard breach that you need. But there go a couple of E1D scans as Ape takes down Fultz, and that leaves us now in a 4 versus 3. And Elevate again are looking pretty good. That keeper barricade, unfortunately, is going to prevent them from stopping the Selma charges, which will now make Attic a lot more difficult to hold.
Absolutely, it will work against them at least a little bit there as well. However, Ape again. He was inside Classroom for his first kill. They haven't dealt with him. Speakeasy's found 2. Sunan the 5th. Elevate are warming into it. I know that it's only a couple, but that round looked extremely confident, even in comparison to their first defense.
1 round at a time. That is all that Elevate can focus on here. 1 round at a time. Unfortunately for them, coming up is what is going to be one of their most difficult rounds. They've won the 2 primary site choices. They're now on to tertiary. It's going to be meeting or dining, and it is not going to be easy. This is where this match could be effectively won or lost. If Elevate are able to hold on to this 3rd choice site, they start their rotation again, just like SSG did. And let's be honest, at the half, were we thinking that a 6-0 return run-in from Elevate was likely? I'll hold my hands up and say absolutely no, I wasn't. I'm still not sure it's going to be the case yet, but if they win this round, that is the point where things start to turn in my mind a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's one of those where I think you give it another round, maybe you see a timeout from SSG. We'll see how things shape up from here. They've still got a lot of things they can experiment with, but again, Elevate building in confidence, which no doubt will start to make SSG at least a little bit apprehensive as well. Here we go, though, for the true offsite. This is that kind of quarter mark I speak about. It was interesting because we always speak about halves in Siege, but then I think a while ago, I think I said to Fresh something like, oh, you know, in that first quarter they played, well, he was like quarters. And I was like, yeah, and it's like, it's a pretty fair concept, actually, because a lot of teams after 3 rounds will take their time out because they've already played through the first 3 sites. You know, some defensive teams, you're forced to rotate. If you win the site, it's locked for 2 rounds, but if you lose, you can replay it. But teams often wouldn't stay on the same site. They rotate through their 3-site rotation as if they were still winning rounds, and that was kind of the 2 quarters split. You played each site twice, once in the first quarter, once in the second. So that kind of end of the 3 rounds mark is a really good point to take a timeout or take pause anyway, and just evaluate what you have to change to get the win on the round. Let's not forget, SSG have only got to win 1 round, whether it's by winning it, playing air quotes normally or through cheesing, it doesn't really matter. They just need one round.
I always like that breach. We're in the meeting site here, and just you can get into garage very quickly. You can breach the wall that goes through from sort of the main lobby area on the right side, and it just gives a line of sight straight through meeting, and it makes it very difficult for players to play in and around that benches area that we see that's quite common, and also potentially towards sandbags. So just by opening that, you really do make this site a lot more difficult to hold.
I really wish more teams would push in through that wall as well. I think it was a Team Secret classic, a good probably about 18 months or 2 years ago now. But what you'd often see them do is open up that wall and then just push in hard, using something like a Ying, get a plant down, make use of the utility that the defenders had already set up like shields. And it was a real good way to catch teams off when they expected you to either clear top floor first or come in through big tower. But not really too many teams do it. Forrest is the one working his way forwards, and with the Blackbeard shield on his face, well, good luck dealing with that. Here's Tolji off on the flank, though. Not quite being won by the one man, and why not? Good pleasure. Just get the Gara hook in there. In we go. Top floor control established. But, of course, we've got to worry about the downstairs, as that is where the site sits.
Appe's lurking in attic as well. There's a real opportunity for him here, and I don't think SSG are aware. You can see just off to the side of your screen, you've got that red silhouette, and that is one of the SSG players just inside against Storms. And Ape once again absolutely decimating Space Station with a huge double kill that could just swing the round.
He can't keep getting away with this, Tim. It's the second time, if not the third, that he's been the backstab, the thorn in the side against Elevating. This is almost like feeling like you've done the job. Okay, we're in top floor. We've checked a bunch of real kind of obvious corners. Sweet. There can't possibly be someone inside of attic or inside a pit, but that's exactly where Ape was waiting, just not quite being diligent enough with the drones. Fultz almost managing to find Speakeasy here. A 2v3 with 25 seconds to go, though. We've got to see SSG pick up the pace and try and go for broke here, essentially.
Yeah, there's no option. They've just got to push in and try and do something. Initially, it's going to be find a kill or two, more than likely. I can't see a realistic opportunity where Fultz gets this diffuser down. It's actually Hot and Cold, sorry, that's going to go in for the plant. Fultz is on the cover, but he just can't help his man. Hot and Cold tries to come off and challenge, but told you, with a big double to close that out. And as I said, that for me is the tipping point where I don't say it's a definite, but I say it's a possibility that Elevate run this back to overtime.
This, I think, really, again, is where the tactical timeout should come from SSG. There's been 3 rounds in a row now. You've been backstabbed. Yep, there it is. Timeout comes through. Completely understandably, again, 3 rounds in a row that Ape has absolutely decimated them. You know, again, 3 rounds ago, we were looking at Elevate and saying, okay, they've got like 7 kills across 6 rounds. No one's really making themselves heard. Ape has now climbed his way up to 10 kills he's currently sat on, and is tied with Hot and Cold, who's top on the other side. That is an unbelievable comeback across the space of 3 rounds. And even Tolji, that round there, I think he collected a 3K in the end of things. SSG needs to put the brakes on and put them on fast, and this is why I always say there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. I know in that first half they rolled them over. I did think that momentum would carry on, but it's just proof again, you can never truly count a team out, even if things are going catastrophically wrong in the first half.
Well, they're certainly showing us how to turn it around. A good bit of mental fortitude on display from Elevate, and I, for one, love to see it. You know, we never like a one-sided match, Des. We've got a little bit of a taste for overtime, if we're honest.
We do.
I'm not getting carried away yet. There's 3 rounds to be found, and I'm sure a lot of the North American and Space Station gaming fans will be sat out there thinking, this is a matter of time. You know, this is a flash in the pan. It's any round now, we're going to win it. We will see.
You keep believing that.
We will see. We will see. We know that Elevators and Org, at least, are capable of those big, big moments.
Absolutely are. Well, here we go again. Into that final quarter of regulation. Going back through the same 3-site rotation. Ape, again, is the one to control. He's out here once again on the Oryx, opening up a couple of hatches. If you are new to Siege and haven't seen Oryx, this character with the purple background with the like boot as the actual icon inside of that square, his ability lets him hop up and down hatches. And of course, dash very, very fast, can knock other operators down. Very good against things like Monty, the shield operator that we saw earlier on from Sunon. So keep an eye on him because he'll be very mobile around the map. That's the whole idea, and it's really hard to lock him down given he can smash his way through soft walls. He has a bailiff as his secondary. It means he can open rotation holes if he wants to as well. Just all in all, quite a frustrating operator to catch, and also has a pretty decent gun to boot.
Speakeasy just going to be dropping himself back down into the basement, a little bit closer to site. May choose to just challenge those
tell you what,
stairs a little long.
Those first 3 operators for SSG, the Jackal, the Lion,
That's
the
like
Nomads.
saying, right, we just need to win this now.
We know, but it doesn't even say need to win this. That says to me, we need to stop Ape.
We need to stop Ape, and we just need to get this done.
Ape needs to stop acting like how his name sounds, because he is monkeying all over the map. It's like playing against someone in rank when they just will not stop and slow down. They're just jumping in and out of windows, they're chasing you around the map. They're an absolute headache to deal with. So really here, the game plan is sniff out an area of the map, make sure Ape's not there, lock it down with air jabs, don't let him back into that zone again, and then use that control you've established, hopefully with a bit of security, to be able to work your way forwards.
As it stands at the minute,
oh my God,
is
you can't stop
going
him.
to find one. They hadn't checked hiding. He's going to be found.
They've caught him.
Green hole. They just need to move forward now with a little bit of confidence, get him taken out, and that will surely be the case as Fultz comes around the corner. He sees the blood trail. Ape has managed to get himself a couple more seconds of life, but that is going to be all as Fultz picks up the final kill. It's going to be challenged from Green Stairs though, and I like this from Elevate. They get the opening kill, and then they keep the pressure on. They don't just sit back.
No, and it's easy to do that, I think, as the losing team, to sit back and not want to contest and fight, you know, just trusting the site and your utility to win. I like they're still getting out on the map and trying to fight this one, and for a second there, I really thought Tolby was going to commit towards trying to get Ape back up. He was really going to fight for green alongside the information coming out of Ape while he was down, because you can still ping, you can still talk, of course. All that info can still come out if you aren't yet finished off, but the blood trail did lead Fultz and his very keen nose right towards Ape's location. 4v4 then, they've got rid of the main final boss in Ape here. Is this SSG's time to break things wide open?
You look at Elevate and a few players have started to step up. You can't help but notice the lack of kills coming in from Healthcare so far. He could be that difference maker at this point, and just as I say it, Des, he comes in with a huge double, and that might just be what Elevate needed. Fultz is down as well, and it really broke the back of that SSG push as they tried to move in through bunker. They tried to get aggressive, and Healthcare said, this is my moment. This is where my contribution's coming in. And it really has just got them the round as he finds a triple, goes for another, will be shut down by J90, but surely a matter of moments.
Oh my God,
until the round is won. Same player, same spot, same result. Sunan closes out the round.
I like how J90 doesn't try and slow peek the angle this time. He actually pushes aggressively, but Sunan is just tucked right back and collects the kill for free as well. 4 rounds on the bounce now, and it's starting to get a little bit ropey for SSG. Even bringing down Ape, as you say, Healthcare was unleashed. 3 kills in the round for himself as well, after being what? I think he was 0 and 8?
0 and 8 coming in.
0 and 8 and gets a 3K.
The reason that I picked up on Healthcare there is I'm not trying to single anybody out and say, that's not good enough, but my point was Elevator in this position where they're really coming back at SSG, and at this point they need to take it up another notch, really put them to the sword at this point. And there was just that gaping hole where I look and I think, you know what, if Healthcare comes forward with a couple of kills as well, that is going to take Elevate to a next level. That is going to take them into the next gear. And right on cue, he just steps up and absolutely smashes the end of the round.
Well, no successful attacks so far on this map, which tells you the whole story. It is a defender's paradise for the most part. So let's see if anything else can change in this round. I'm not honestly expecting it to at this point, given just how strong Elevate have looked. I think with them building in confidence as well, you're not seeing them lose their marbles after each round. They're staying quite calm and composed and just saying, look, boys, we got this. We're doing well. Let's keep going. Let's keep on cracking. Again, not forgetting that Sunan is a stand-in for them. He is their coach. Doing pretty well, mind you. Going at 4 and 6, it doesn't sound like he's, bringing the roof down. And sure, he's not. But he's won a couple of great 1v1s against J90 in what would have otherwise become 1v1 clutchable situations for J90.
6 deaths in 10 rounds, though, and that's another important factor. 4 rounds where he's survived, and often for the stand-ins, that's really not the expectation.
No.
So, yeah, absolutely. Sunan going well, and 2 of those kills being the final kill in a round that picks up the round for them. So, yeah, certainly working out as well as you could realistically hope at the minute. Fultz, he's just going to be looking to get himself maybe a little bit of aggression up the green stairs there. He knows that Ape is somewhere around here, and Ape is, well, the problem that just can't be solved at the minute for SSG.
Nope, absolutely not. Fultz marching his way forwards. He's got the right idea.
Did he?
Just not in time.
Just short of
Yeah,
time.
I think he realised once he got up there, he's like, oh, I'm just out of time on this one. That's unfortunate. Does he know, though? Oh, no. I thought for a second Ope was going to go out the door there and try and find faults before he could recover from the animation, but no. Opted to play it safe and has now dropped his way in towards the basement. Again, that is the kind of void when you're defending this top floor, which means he can reappear anywhere and look to backstab SSG.
Yeah, I mean, he's already done a great job of wasting time. We're halfway through the round. SSG are now starting to look towards site. Keeper barricades are going to be going out just to prevent the push coming through from Forest. Seriously limit his angle there that he can hold through towards Trophy, so much so that he moves on and says he's got to push from another angle.
All right, well, Ope's hanging, I think, just down and towards Armory stairs, so if he can work his way up from there, he can provide some good support here. They've got the right idea. Oh, it's a swing coming in, but Merc finds his man first. Good opening kill, and it's good to see Merc back on the old faithful in the Ash as well.
Healthcare does get taken down. Told you manages to pick up a Capcan kill there as J90 not spotting the EDD as he goes through a doorway. 4 versus 3. SSG need to take this opportunity. 50 seconds left to go. This is their chance. They're being challenged from Attic. They know Merc. He's getting aggressive. Surely finds one. Yes, he does. He's going to get the backstab into Attic, but no, he gets beaten to it. 4 versus 1, and surely this is SSG's moment, Des.
Merc has just torn them apart, but Ape, he's feeling himself now up to 12 kills. He's still got 3 more to find. It's a lot to do, but if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's going to be him. They've got a little bit of help coming in from the Bulletproof, a little bit of the Weeboos coming out as well. Finds one and brings down Merc. Oh my God, surely this one isn't clutchable all the way through. He drops down expecting one to be low, but it's absolutely not the right place to be looking. Going to work his way up towards White, but I think he's got 2 air jabs to run over here. There's the second one going off, down to the last 23 seconds. He's got to step in and find at least one in the 1 versus 1. Their angle was looking so good. He isolates for one, but Forest finds him. For a second, you could see it coming to be, but they just about managed to hold on. We'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll break things down. Hello there, and welcome back to the desk. That was a fun one, Tim.
It was. I found my glasses during that as well.
Found mine as well. Actually, someone like haul a whole bag in here just to give them to me because I can't see anything across there. But no, really an exciting game. I think we were expecting a 7-0 given how good SSG looked.
Especially for first half.
I mean, Ape, I think, has already made a good name for himself internationally there. Not that he hadn't previously,
ridiculously good.
Jesus, he was running around in circles.
Yeah, it really was. As you say, they just couldn't hold on to him no matter where he was. They brought the Jackal, so what did he do? Killed the Jackal. It was just, yeah, absolutely fantastic. But, you know, overall, I think you've got to look at SSG there. I'm sure there's a lot they're going to take away from that because they will have expected to win that in more emphatic fashion. You know, they don't want teams from a 6-0 half being able to come back into it like that.
No, absolutely not. I mean, really, when you're in that kind of position, it should be a full controlling close over towards the end. But again, I really enjoyed SSG's defending. I thought the way they controlled the map was really good. We saw them again go for crossfires. We saw them go for extended holds. We saw them go for really aggressive roams, double spawn peaks, you name it. They were just really keeping Elevate at arm's length for as long as they can. And I really thought we'd see Elevate crumble coming into the second half. But to give them fair credit, again, Alpe did a lot of the work. But even when he died in the round, I think it was 10, still showed us that there was plenty that can be done and that his team can still close things out. So I don't want to say I'm like going to sit here and say that I believe Elevate can beat NIP later, but there is probably a very fair chance that they'll put on a good show.
I tell you what, I said it to you in the break there, and I'll say it again. I'm looking forward to that best of 3 because, you know, given what we saw from NIP, they were good, but it's not, you know, the best performance we've ever seen out of NIP. And I think Elevate are going to be a bit of a match for them. I don't think it's going to be straightforward, especially in a best of 3. And I think we could be on for, I won't say a classic, but I think it could be a very good decider.
Especially with how good NIP can look at points, it's going to prove to be a really interesting game. Now, in case you guys didn't know, we actually have a pet here in the studio with us. Let's over to our little guinea pig on the desk with Forrest.
I cannot believe you just did that. You look like a doctor, by the way. I was going to make that joke, but thanks. We have Forrest here from SSG, so I'm going to keep this really quick and concise because I know you guys are not feeling too best. But there was a lot of expectations from the roster coming into NAL. You know, you got the Astralis, you got CSM, then you guys made it 3rd. So how does it feel to be here on the international stage, getting that shot to prove yourselves?
You know, we earned it. Like, we thought we could be here, so obviously we want to be in phase 2, but that's fine being here in phase 1, just where things aren't out until then.
Yeah, well, also looking at the performance today, you guys started with a bang. 6-0, it was really great. It took a little bit to get back into the swing of things, so what happened between then and closing out the game?
It was just getting caught off guard, simple as that, really. You know, just those dudes were just playing nothing to lose at that point.
Yeah.
It got a little silly.
Yeah, I mean, it does happen on LAN. So being on LAN, by the way, how does it feel being here? Are you having a good time at least?
Yeah, it feels better, but it's like I'll kill someone faster, but I'll also die faster at the same time.
Okay, fair enough. There's 6 Karma, your competition for Wednesday. They had a pretty convincing game themselves, so looking at that, how are you feeling, confidence-wise?
They're scrim partners, like we know what they do, but they know what we do as well, so like, it might be another silly game, but who knows?
It's gonna be an interesting one. Well, thank you for taking the time to answer the questions. We're gonna be heading to a break, and we'll be back shortly. Northeption up against Vega. The first best of 3 here at the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. And also the stakes are pretty high. The team that loses this best of 3 is going to be heading home on the first day of phase 1. So both of these teams, it's do or die. Let's have a look at how we got here, specifically starting off with the bracket of Group B. Ninjas in Pajamas lost up against 6 Karma, so they are now in that lower bracket as well, alongside Elevate. Now, this is going to be a pretty interesting one. Best of 3 coming your way, and on Wednesday, it's going to be up a bracket as we have 6 Karma up against Space Station Gaming. Now, Group C was a similar story in terms of having 2 best of 1s, where we had both Reven as well as Soniqs win. That's one to be looking forward to if you've been checking out Twitter and seen some of that slander. But then when we're looking at Northeption and Olivera, they are both in that lower bracket, which is playing out right about now, or at least soon. And the loser, as we said earlier, goes home. Now, these teams are both looking to make their mark, looking to start their stories, because after just one day, just one map, you want to show exactly what you got. So, backed by popular demand, we have our very lovely casters, Dev, and Mandy. Not Des. You know what? Des is like in my head at this point, rent-free after that Ginny Peak joke, so...
That
I'm
guy,
sorry, guys.
I'm so glad that he's not on broadcast right now, because if he was, I don't think I'd be able to hold myself back.
I'm glad it's you two. I hope you guys give us some great analysis. Enjoy the best of 3.
Thank you, Ginny. Lovely work from you so far, and we are going to have a lovely match here. Unfortunately, for one of these 2 teams, it's the end of the road on their debut at a major. They will be sent home on their very first day. What a ruthless format we have here. But in order to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And we're going to send either Vega or Northeption home. It's an APAC North derby as well, Manny. Japan versus Korea. Who you got?
I've got Northeption going. I think the Japan League is super competitive, especially in Stage 1. For y'all at home, if you don't watch a lot of Japan League, it is by far and away, in my opinion, the most entertaining region I think we've ever seen. All these teams have such personalized play styles. It is so much fun to watch them, and I think Northeption is no exception.
Yeah, well, Northeption, I mean, it was a pretty crazy run for them. Even though they struggled in the group stage, they had a phenomenal knockouts. They 2-0'd both Crest and Cyclops. And it's crazy to think that the only teams prior to this who had made it to an international event from Japan, Cyclops being the only one still remaining, didn't make it because of the heroics of teams like Northeption. So fantastic from them to make it to this point. Unfortunately, though, losing earlier today in their match against Reven means that this is the end of the line for them, unless if they can take down the Koreans of Vega, who had quite a story of their own within the South Korea League.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In 2022, they spent the entire year escaping relegation from the Korean Open. All 3 stages, they finished 7th to 8th place in their league, and time again, they were able to, well, escape being relegated from the league, and they retained their place. But now in 2023, they found their resurgence, and through this last chance qualifier, found their place here at the Copenhagen Major.
But it wasn't so easy once they actually got here. That Soniqs game, they only managed to win 2 rounds. And now Vega really have a tough task ahead of them, trying to retain their composure that they saw. They played exemplary, as you said, in those LCQs. And now they're back in a BO3 where we've seen them flourish, to be honest, in Korea. But now they're going up against one of the Japanese giants, Northeption. Champions of Japan a long time ago, back in 2020. They since then have been relegated and re-promoted back into Japan League, and now they've had a pretty impressive run to come out second from that behemoth of a region. But Vega, of course, are not going to make it too easy. It looks like we're actually just sorting out an issue that one of the Northeption players has with their PCs. As you can see.
I believe it's keybinds.
Keybinds. Yeah. Wowzers.
Pesky little things.
This is like, you know that meme where it's like the 3 6-year-olds sitting around the lounge room? That's what I'm seeing right now with all the admins crowding around the PC.
That is a dangerous meme to you referencing? Do not do that one on the broadcast.
Not that meme. I'm talking about a different one.
What are you talking about?
Okay,
I can assure you, everyone in this chat thought what I just thought.
Okay, well, that's not the meme I was thinking of, and I apologize profusely for the misconceptions. I'll tell you what, we're not looking at... Okay, now we're looking at La Vega, so perfect. Now, you can see their jerseys, right? But the thing that really amazes me about La Vega, I've never seen this before, but these guys are walking around the venue and the hotel wearing leather jackets with the La Vega logo
The drip.
on. The actual drip. Why has no one ever done this before? That is merch
cool. It's
level
absolutely awesome.
11. That is so cool.
And I don't know if you've seen it, but like because the Fox level leather is so easy to like put marker onto, they've got these like silver pens and they've got all the players to like sign the back of their jersey and stuff like that. It's really like shiny and glittery and stuff. It's really cool.
That's super cool. Well, we're getting excited about some pretty fickle things here, but once we eventually get into the game, this is going to be a pretty high-stakes environment, Mandy. It's crazy to let it sink in that you come all the way to Copenhagen from South Korea and from Japan. You play 1BO1 and 1BO3 on the same day, and then you're knocked out. So which one of these teams is going to feel the heartbreak?
Yeah, look, I think just quickly, the saving grace on this is that you can't be knocked out in BO1s, which I think is a very big thing going into this lower bracket. You've got to survive your way through BO3s, which I think is a much more competitive telling tale between which team should go home. Personally, I'm on Team Northeption. Dev, I feel like they're a little bit more mature in their progression throughout this year, especially at the start of 2023. I think they had an amazing run through the SI Last Chance qualifier. Although it wasn't successful, it was a really good run for a team that we didn't expect a lot out of. And every week from then on, I feel like they've improved. Whereas for La Vega, I feel like they haven't made as much of a progression as Northeption, although both these teams have actually got a pretty similar story, right? 2022 was a bit of a year of struggle, or it wasn't like that. They went flat out the top of their region or whatever, but now they're here at the major.
Yeah, massive glow up, especially for a team like La Vega, which just looked so grim in the group stage of South Korea. They honestly, if you had blacked out the names and I hadn't been able to see who was playing, I would have absolutely thought that La Vega was a different team come the LCQ and those open qualifiers, because they threw everything out the window. You know, the La Vega that we were watching in the group stage of Korea, they looked lost. They looked unconfident. They didn't have a clear idea of what they were doing in each round. They were so disjointed. And in those LCQs, frankly, they just farmed. They were so on the same page. They always worked together. They always seemed to have a clue in and a read on their opponents. But of course, that was within Korea. And that was already having sent the top two teams to the major, and they had to just really play the best of the rest. Now they're playing against a Japanese team, obviously one that has struggled at the major so far as well in Northeption, but it's not going to be an easy one for La Vega.
Yeah, I think the thing to keep in mind as well is that although this is cross-regional, technically these guys do play each other quite a lot. Like you alluded to earlier, both of them are from within that APAC North kind of area, and so I think as a result, it makes them pretty viable scrim partners. They'll often be playing against each other week to week, although off air, and I think it's safe to assume that they'll probably know each other's behaviors and mannerisms a little bit, so it's always exciting to see this like pseudo inter-regional matchup, just like we saw with 6 Karma and NIP, right? The 2 games ago, you know. I really feel like these games play out super interesting as a result, because I think that's just some small details about the way that both these teams play that they know things we don't.
What's more, I'm pretty sure both of these teams in MM would be playing on the Japan servers, right? Because there's no Korean servers. You've got like your Southeast Asia, your East Asia, but I think all of Korea plays on Japan just because that's where the ping is the best usually. So these guys would know each other even from just playing their matchmaking games, right? They're ranked.
Exactly.
And I know for a fact that like you get to know other people in that community when you play at that, especially if these guys are probably playing at the champ rank, right? They'd probably know each other pretty well, especially the player Weefly, who I have been pronouncing incorrectly this whole time. And Summer Rain, amazing caster and former coach from the Korean region, has corrected me very politely. The player on La Vega, WPLLY, it's actually pronounced Weefly, apparently. And he's 18 years old, the second youngest player at this event, and this is his first season in competitive Siege, and he's made it to a major. That's pretty amazing already. I think that he and La Vega have well passed their expectations and really overachieved. But now that they've really had a chance to get that LAN experience, who knows what's next for them?
That's actually really cool. I had no idea that it was only his first stage. So good fun fact from you. And thank you, of course, to Summer Rain, our inside man into Korea. He tells us all the secrets of the region. So thanks so much to him. But seems like we're still going here, unfortunately, with Northeption. It's not looking too good. Keybine's really holding them down here, preventing this match from going ahead.
Who is the greatest enemy right now for Northeption? Is it Vega?
Themselves.
Or is it the Keybines? We are going to go to a really quick break to deal with this issue, and we'll be back before you know it. Well, we did say it was going to be a quick break, and it certainly was. Now we are back in it and ready to fire up the game. Northeption have sorted out their issues. We've got 10 in the lobby, and we're about to click the go button. So let's start breaking this one down, Mandy. We know that we're talking about an elimination match. It's a best-of-3 series. It's Japan and Korea on their last legs, both making their debut at the Major. And you've already set the stage that this is likely to be Northeption favoured.
Yeah, I think it will be. I think that, yeah, like I said before, I think the progression has just been a bit more consistent than Vega. I think they had a good stage 1, but we've got the map veto up for us instead, and this one should be exciting, I think. Just looking, a quick look at the map veto, I think that Vega have done pretty well here to let Oregon slide through. It's a pretty heavily banned map, I think, against a Northeption, so we haven't actually seen a lot of it. I think that as a result, I think it's a bit of an unknown territory, so I think that going to a comfort map like that as the decider is okay, but I think it'll be really on each of these teams to actually win out their map pick, so we can go to that map 3.
I know, are we going to get map 3, I wonder? Let's start talking about Chalet, right? It's our first map up. It was picked by Northeption in this case. They got 3 wins and 1 loss on it this year. The last time they played Chalet was actually quite a while ago. I'm scrolling on back. Fnatic, way back in the 6 Invitational qualifiers. No, sorry, they did actually beat Scars on it in the grand final. It was the one map that they lost in that BO5 against Scars. If there's any team you want to beat on any map in Japan, it's Scars. Like, they are the #1 team in the region, so I can kind of see why Northeption have chosen to pick that. It was also a dominant 7-2, so that's pretty high spirits, right, for Northeption going into that map.
I think the reason why I've immediately jumped into that third map is because I think the way that this veto's played out is very much into the comfort of each of these teams.
Right.
Like, I think that they've sort of banned and picked into what they think they are more comfortable with. I don't think they've really read into the other team and actually tried to counterban it, which is why I think it's kind of likely we'll end up in a situation where they probably win their own map pick, and then we end up seeing Oregon. So I feel like that's how this one has played out here.
Okay, so what, you reckon it's actually going to be a 3-mapper and you still favor Northeption? But you were saying that Oregon's all right for La Vega, so...
Yeah, I think Oregon's kind of like a middle ground to me, right?
Are
like
you flip-flopping, Mandy?
Like, look, no, I'm not flip-flopping. I just think it's a middle ground, right?
Okay.
I think that Northeption is still going to win. Whether it's 2-0 or 2-1, I still think Northeption are going to win. But I'm saying that if it goes to 3-mapper, I don't know. I don't think La Vega's terrible, right? I think it's pretty even.
Well, we've been pretty lacking for tight contests so far in the Major. A lot of these matches have been fairly cut and dried, but this is the first chance that we have had to go all the way to a 3-map series, but it, of course, will start on Northeption, the Japanese team's pick of Chalet. And as we get in, as we start to warm up, cozy up by the fire, let's see what these guys are cooking up.
Here we go, GLHF's out in the chat. It's time to get straight into that ban phase. I don't think we've seen too much of Chalet yet. We've only casted one map, of course, and I think that this one should be an exciting one. A pseudo inter-regional cast, I suppose. And it should, I think, be an exciting one. Nook to go straight off the board is one of your disruptor operators going away, and particularly important on Chalet, where those kind of lurk plays are quite viable. And I think fair enough for La Vega, you don't want to have to deal with that.
So what are Northeption going to get rid of? You're going to keep that Thatcher in, I wonder. All of the hard breach, the Dockerbee. So we talked so much about this Dockerbee getting so much limelight these days in the ban phase. It was such a powerful operator with the micro buffs here and there that we've seen over the years, just coming to the meta, and people are loving it these days.
I feel like this is such an APAC North thing. Don't you think so?
They do love it.
But y'all at home that don't watch a lot of APAC North, APAC North loves Dokkaebi. Every single time that Dokkaebi is up, it is getting picked 100%. So Northeption taking that one out. They don't want to play against those rings. That's fair enough on your roams. When you're on the defense, you don't want to be going up against that. I think an important one to note here is that the Azami has been banned out. So there is no presence of that line of sight denial anymore from those keeper barricades. It makes positions like mezzanine a bit less viable. For example, it makes your rotations when you're playing roams or inside of library a little bit less viable if those keeper gates are not there.
Yeah. Well, as we get into Chalet, the last time we saw La Vega play this map, it was back in the South Korea Last Chance Qualifier Grand Final, which they, of course, won the series, but Chalet was the one map that they lost. That said, it was a very tight 6-8 overtime loss to BSG. So we can see in very recent history, not only is La Vega fairly comfortable playing this map, but there's a lot of footage out there, right? So both of these teams have plenty of odds of the opposition playing this map, and I really hope that they've brought some spice in, brought something different, because if you just go in playing your defaults when you come into a major and you've got countless VODs from you playing that map before, like, you're going to get counter-stratted hard.
Yeah, I don't think it's just VODs as well, right? These guys probably scrim each other.
No doubt.
Same geographic regions. They've probably seen each other's Chalet before. We haven't seen it on air, of course, but they probably have. So I expect some pretty good counter-stratting here. I think they'll know each other's maps pretty well. And as we go into this attacking half, it is going to be onto the Master and Office bomb site to start off. With that Azami being banned out, they have decided to supplement that with the castle instead, but that can be easily taken down by Yukas.
Yeah, I can't tell. It doesn't look like it's a hard clear of library as of yet. In pretty typical Chalet fashion, we see the attackers just shape up basically everywhere around the map and start to tease what we might see. In comes a Rotero, and it does clear that deployable shield in the display hallway. So that's already one layer of this defense peeled away, and it does appear to be a rotate here for the attacking side. Northeption are shaping up for this library take.
I'm liking this. They've sort of cut down the roam in half by taking down that shield and making that position no longer powerful inside of that case's hallway. Nina's been able to hop in through this double window and has now got a player cut off in his line of sight, looking away now, just giving a peek around the corner, and Damali taking down the first pick, going the way of Northeption.
Very slippery player Nina is. One of the best from Japan. They really struggled in the match earlier today, finally finding some form here. Good map control for Northeption on the back of that pick. Who is that at the top of the stairs there? It's Weefly still holding on to a bit of map control, but Crown is the first one to find a pick for the defense. I'm not sure where that was. Here's Weefly though, ever so patient. Might be good for one or two. Look at this trigger discipline. There's one. The second one doesn't quite follow through. How devastating for Vega.
Yuka is able to collect one back, but the man advantage still in the favor of Northeption. Trades have gone back and forth, but to no fruit for Vegas. This wall can start to be open from that Rotero drone. 50 seconds left, and so Northeption can dial it back and send in some drones and utility. They can take their time before going for this execute to play it safe.
That's why Guard will look to get aggressive here inside of Piano. Marine is holding a great position here on the B-bomb. He's got so much cover to play behind. He's starting to feel the pressure. A nade goes out. While it is a miss, it signals the oncoming slaughter from Northeption on this attacking side. Nina on the window is the perfect player to cut off. Guard feels it. And he starts to tickle that damage a little bit. Out comes the SMG-12. It doesn't do its job, and a nice easy cleanup there for the Japanese to close out the first round.
Really good patience there from Yukiz, the person holding the diffuser in his hand. He knew he couldn't go for that default plant and walk through that breach that he made because there was still a player inside of Piano. So he didn't get antsy. He didn't try to be hastying the bomb down because he knew that win condition was making sure that they could play the trade onto that Piano player, right? So both of them double down, make that push work in together. A nice, clean, easy 3-on-2 to close out the first round.
It all started here with Nina. I mean, it's not every day you see this aggressive hold on the master wall, or rather the office wall. And despite the angle being available, it didn't stop Nina from taking that risky jump in. This was also a pretty pivotal moment. Weefly finds 2 there, and it's a very different round. Okay. Nina on screen there, having a bit of fun with his teammates.
It's so cool. I'm so glad that we get to go to these events just so we can watch the players interact with each other.
The Japanese energy is something else.
It really is. We've actually been blessed with such great games today, Dev. We were saying this in the green room before for all y'all at home, but like, first we had a LATAM BR game, all 10 of those players having a good time, laughing, screaming, whatever, and now we get a Korea Japan game, and it's just like, oh, they're so hyped, they're so energetic. Yeah. It's really good to see the player interactions.
And like you said before, we're getting these interesting rivalries that you don't always get to see these days. Like, Vega and Northeption used to be part of the same region, APAC North in the old format. Even like, you know, Brazil and Latin America used to be part, this is a bit further, a bit longer ago, but they were used to be part of that same circuit as well. And now they only meet on the international stage. Now we're getting to see that, we're getting to see these regional rivalries start to develop.
All right, here we go.
Oh, he's
Line scan
frostmatted.
is going to aid the jump in for Seo-chan as he makes his way inside of Bathroom, connects the shots onto Crown. Can continue to wrap around this solo position, but Yuki's can double down. Jade in hand onto Wally. Damali, though, there for the trade, and so is Marina now. The man advantage even.
C4 doesn't find anything. And out comes the Adrenal Surge from Nina on the Finca. Followed up with the E1D from Shuri. A nice shot as well. Get that man advantage back on side here for Northeption. Marine low HP, Guard out of position. As the Koreans look to find a pick, look to get some information. Northeption very swiftly in just a minute have completely decimated this defense.
Yeah, and once again, it's deja vu, 3-on-2 situation where Northeption are dialing back and trying to figure out what to do in this mid-round. They have info on the player in solo stairs and they're trying to isolate the fight.
As the yellow pinks come out, you just know that Marine, he's not long for this world. The player above to spray him down. Such a small magazine here on the P10 Roni, and so late HP here on Marine. Shuri finishes him off, and it's all up to Guard to be the honor guard on site to hold down the fort. That's 1.
That's how you begin a comeback. Claiming 1 first now makes it a 2-on-1. Much more doable for him in his position. Dancing around that half wall. Info on the player inside of West Main. Almost connecting the shots onto the head, but can't quite get it. Nina there to clean it up, and Northeption claim a second round.
Looking very confident so far and enjoying it quite a lot.
I actually love their handshake. Look, I love the little...
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's I don't know even how to describe that. One thing's for sure, these guys are having a good time, and that's exactly what you need.
Oh, that's so cool. I really love Japanese teams. Got so much energy.
I think we saw that for the very first time when Norengo really made a name for themselves.
Dancing.
They love their dances.
I remember that.
We saw it from CAG as well. They're well known to be quite the memers.
That's so cool. That's so cool. They're so happy. Oh, I should be as happy as they are. That's awesome. Go to Bar Games as the next bomb site on choice for Vega. Losing out in 2 rounds means they want to try something new, Dev. They're going to go all the way over to a completely new bomb site. They don't want to repeat at all. And they're actually going to play this pretty standard top floor hole, reinforcing off all of that office side so that they can make the hallways and the mezzanine their own.
Vega are going to need to keep changing sites, keep trying different things before they can find something that sticks. Chalet defense is hard, though, to be fair. It's not easy at all, especially with that Azami out. Valkyrie as well changes the landscape quite a bit. You've got a lot of options on this attacking side. Even the Ying is in, as we see Febar bring that out. Just 3 rounds in, another one of those disruptors that could really wreak some havoc on this defense.
Yeah, Baron Games once again the bomb site of choice for Vega as Northeption shape up around the map, probing into the bomb site, putting some pressure on, opening up those windows. Meanwhile, trying to have a look in on what the setup looks like from inside a library. Wow. Damali's able to claim a spawn peek onto Yuka's, opening up that window from inside of West Main, and that's the first pick going down.
I respect that, I really do. Takes a lot of guts, 2 rounds down to go for that spawn peek. Especially reasonably late for a spawn peek. Even Weefly now as well on the snowmobile window is teasing some kind of an aggressive peek. As the drones begin to get to work here for Northeption, and they start to poke and prod at that library position, which is just so powerful on Bar Games here.
Yeah, they're being really cautious, Northeption. They really don't want to hop in to try and fight this power position inside of mezzanine directly. I imagine that off the back of this info, they're going to see where they can actually utilize those Candelas. Febar has got one cooked in his hand at the moment and just seems to be teasing out the entry now.
Here goes the first Candela, caught by the magnet, but still detonates. What is the reply here from Vega as Northeption continues to overwhelm this area with utility? Sayachan as well on these windows on the other side. Knows that there's a player on this road. Nina now on the hunt, but Weefly finds him. Getting aggressive inside a fireplace and protecting his teammate of Damali. What's the play now for Northeption? A man down, 2 men down.
Northeption really struggling to find a weakness within the defense of Vega as they've spread themselves throughout the map and they've won 2-1s now. Strongman advantage even stronger now as Crown collects the 3rd for Vega. The final Candela to go out for Febar will have to aid this entry as it goes in. Frostmat on the ground, but there's another one just around the corner. Thankfully, Shreep's able to claim 1 back now. 4-on-2, a slightly manageable scoreline for Northeption, but it's going to be a tall order.
Well, map control has been given up partially. There's still that rumor upstairs. And hang on a second. There is a rat in our midst. Shurip has snuck his way all the way in through Bar, and he's taken down that crucial Roma on stock guard. Also on the ground as Febar starts to retake and starts to get in position to get that diffuser planted. He has to get off though as Shurip has fallen, and it's now a 1v3 with guard back on his feet. And Vega not giving Febar anything at all. Can't even find this first player. Eventually he finishes off Crown.
5 seconds remaining.
But now 4 seconds on the clock to try and force down a 7-second plan. Quite simply, the math does not add up. Vega can win that first round on time.
Really nice stuff from Vega. They were able to hold onto the map in its entirety, extending out all the way horizontally. It all kicked off with that spawn peek onto the Nomad outside, and from there, all the kills started to compound. There was a lot of room that Vega were able to play with, and Northeption, time and time again, they tried to wiggle their way into the map, hop in through a window, look for a cheeky entry, but it was shut down each time by a player of Vega.
It was a great start to that round, wasn't it? 2 early picks. Vega might be able to build a bit of momentum from this position. Now they're going to try yet another bomb site, and this, we had this point earlier today as well, man. This marks all 4 bomb sites.
Yeah.
Now just 4 rounds in have been chosen by the defensive side. Chalet ends up being a bit like that, though. You know, different teams favor different bomb sites these days, I feel. You know, these guys, Vega started on Master in their first round, then moved down to Kitchen. Now we're finally seeing the basement. We're seeing what is reasonably common these days, this mirror setup to enable that roam game.
Look, guys, I think if you're new to Rainbow Six, you're probably joining in at such a fantastic time in the competitive state. I think that the meta that we currently have going is so full of ideas. There's so many things that are viable, so many different operators that you can play, lots of different defenders that you kind of have to worry about, especially with Azami's Solace really shaking up the meta recently. And so I think that, yeah, for the defense, there's so many things that they can try and test the attackers with. Now, Northeption think they have the solution, and that's a blitz rush into the site, except it's barricaded out the back.
And so instead, the blitz is rushing all the way up West Main, but he does lose his life. Damali does get traded on back. That's a big blow here for Northeption, losing that shield operator. Now on the hunt for the second roamer inside a kitchen. And Weefly as well done some damage. Eventually, that warden on that roam goes down, but the numbers are even, and that diffuser is cold on the ground.
Ooh, Danger Operator still up for the attack, though. We've still got the Ying, the Finker, and 2 nades on the side of Vienna, so it's certainly not over yet for Northeption. They got a lot of value out of that initial rush, and a grenade to be cooked through to try and take down the shield on the other side. Not only does it take down the shield, but it also takes down Weekly. It forces Crown to replace his position.
But elsewhere, Vega did find a pick, so it is a 2v2. With almost 2 minutes remaining now, Mandy, there's a lot to play with for Northeption, and yet they still have to reclaim that diffuser. No hard breach to speak of. That was never in the equation. Instead, they're just going to have to go nuts.
2 flashbangs on the side of Yuki's will be able to aid the push that they are trying to go in for. One in the hands now, but they've actually got to collect the diffuser before they do that.
Wow, I love that. The stun aided by the adrenal surge to purify it. And now it's a 1v2 for Sayachan. He drops down the hatch, he marches on fourth, and he cleans Vega good.
Really great work there from Northeption. They used every single tool left in their arsenal to make that last 3-on-3 situation work for them. First, it was the nade to sink a kill. Then right at the end there, they used both those 2 flashbangs that sunk, and like you said, the Finker to cleanse the negative blindness effects for the attack to clean up this 1-on-2 for Sayachan. Beautifully played and beautifully executed for Northeption. Nice. I love Japanese teams so much.
They are fired up. They're enjoying it. They're feeling much more in their element now. It was an ambitious first game for Northeption going up against Reven, and they really suffered for it. Only got 3 rounds. Now they're finding themselves a lot more at home, a lot more confident, going up against a team much closer to home, much more familiar to them. Like you said, likely scrim partners. And Northeption have just fired up. They bounced back completely.
It's really exciting. It seriously is to see this team come out of Japan. I think stage 1, like we've said time and time again, has been such a competitive stage for Japan League in general. And so being able to see 3 brand new Japanese faces here on the international stage is more exciting than ever. I'm going to be so devastated if we have to send them home. That's going to be so sad. But, well, there has to be one APAC team to go home today, isn't there?
At least, yes. It is confirmed one of these 2 teams will say their goodbyes at the end of this matchup. But it is a long BO3 ahead of us, and we're only 4 rounds deep. And as we head into the 5th, we return to kitchen dining for Vega. Now, this bomb site did not work out so well for them last time they tried it. They were picked apart very swiftly and dealt with fairly handily.
They're playing something, in my opinion, a little bit more conservative this time around, though. They're not looking to extend out, I think, nearly as far as they did previously. They're just segmenting in this, like, master office side of the map rather than going all the way across into library and trying to hard hold that. But even that's given Northeption a little bit of room, I think, as a result. Vega, they're not opening death nearly as quick because they're a little bit closer together. They're a little bit more enabled for those trades, and it's forcing Northeption to make their way in instead.
Damali, yet another opening pick for this guy. That's 3 in a row now. He's been on fire. Shuri not able to catch him out on that rotation. Here comes an aggressive pick from Weefly. He takes a bit of damage for his trouble, and so he retreats. But Shuri has also been taken fairly low. His position on the balcony as well.
Good teamwork from Vega so far. They've both actually fallen off in tandem at the same time, all the way back into that closer position. They want to be playing safe. Now that they have the man advantage, they don't want to be giving away their numbers anymore. A big long line of sight with that double window open will mean that the defense is now stuck on that master side of the building, and it's going to enable Northeption to start working the breach instead.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, nice.
Very long line of sight opened up for the attack. Now a nade to go on over, a smoke to try and burn an ADS, but that nade did not clear the electric claw. Not sure exactly where the claw is, and I think
they have no more.
Vega are facing the same issue right now.
Yeah, so Saichan is actually... Oh, okay, never mind. There is still a nade in the hands of the attack, it seems like. Oh, never mind. That was actually a smoke, so perhaps nothing to clear this electrical off the wall now. Smoke to go down to try and cut off that line of sight, but doesn't matter anyway, as God is able to take him down. 3-on-2 now. Man advantage, Vega, but the trades continue back and forth, and Yuki is now left in the clutch situation.
This right here is pure, undiluted chaos. And it's instigated by Northeption, who are now forced to clutch up. It's Yukiz to do the job. Weefly and Marine on the other side separated, both having already taken damage. Shuri is caught in a frost mat, not able to scout for info, so Yukiz is going to need to isolate these fights. Marine prone now inside a kitchen, looking to take his one, and he finds it perfectly. Crown will claim credit for that frost mat, and Vega for the round.
Good work there from Vega. They fully utilized the setup that they had made for themselves by playing a much more conservative game. A lot closer together. They were able to play the crossfires and the trades. We saw towards the mid to late round there, it was pure undiluted chaos, like you said. But if they weren't playing close together like that, the trades wouldn't have worked out for them. So they play a much more disciplined game. The wall can't be opened, and so they sit pretty in the bump site. And as a result, they really play into the strengths of the defense and off their teamwork to win out the round.
I do wonder whether that electric claw from the Kaid was like downstairs, like a hidden spot or something. With those situations, you kind of need the IQ to find it. If the Kaid is in, there's just so many options for the defense, and yeah, really have to do your due diligence, and Northeption did get quite caught out by it. So Vega have brought it close here on Chalet. There's still a chance to even up this half for the defense, but I wouldn't put it past Northeption now. Of course, we do go to Bar, and this is where we first saw Vega find some success.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And once again, Northeption don't really seem to be changing too much their philosophy. They're bringing along, once again, the Ying to try and enable those executes, or mini executes, as I like to call them, between the top and the bottom floor. But this time, like you said, they have brought along the IQ. I wonder what that pick is for. That isn't exactly walls that you've got to keep close, but at least you can spot out some of those Capgun traps.
Also, the Commandos, fire, like actual fire. It does 48 damage by default. Then you chuck the extender barrel on, and it's a 2-hit kill on a lot of operators to the body. So definitely don't want to underestimate that. For Vega, though, I really do feel like this is a critical round. Both of these teams are heavily defensive favored on this map. Statistically, they prosper far more on their defense than on their attack, and so I feel like Vega can't afford to lose this round.
Well, stats might say that, but I think the operator bans would actually say otherwise. I think that the Azami being taken out and so many tools in for the attack, notably the Flores, we can see Yuki's on the special drone force now is going to be able to easily take down this shield. Not only that, but there's probably going to be a setup in mezzanine, which will be taken down just as easily. So I think for the attack, they've really got everything that they need to try and deal with these defenses.
Well, if that is the case, we expect Northeption to come away strong here as Nina is on the forefront of this push. He sneaks on forward, finds the double. And that is exactly what the doctor ordered for Northeption. Weefly, the young rookie, looks to try and find something back as Damali is also on for a flank of some kind.
Oh, I don't think they know. I don't think they know that Weefly's actually being able to reclaim this spot in the top of mezzanine. I think Nina's assumed that this is clear, and now they're looking their way inside of library, a player inside of the library stairs. Actually, Yuki's coming along for the backstab. He's claimed control of his own inside of the office side, and now Weefly is about to be in a world of pain.
The flank, and then the flanker to get flanks. Eventually, Weefly traded on back. It's all up to Marine, 1v4. Just ain't gonna happen. Nina to open the round and to close it, as well as Northeption run away with the half. A 4-2 on their attacking side is certainly nothing to scoff at.
Well, that was a bit of a tough one to follow. That was flankception from Northeption. That was a really tough one. Thank goodness they were able to supplement that push coming in from the office side. It meant that even though they were able to eventually retake that mezzanine position, was Vega, they were shut down for it, and Northeption putting the redundancy that they needed with their man advantage to close out the round nice and easy on frags.
Flankception, that was good from you.
Thank you.
I'm going to remember that one. Easily a highlight for me of the tournament so far. Well, now they do move on to their defense. I wonder if they'll be going for their own flanks or if they're going to try and leverage some nice setups. Have a look at this. They have made absolute minced meat of this mezzanine wall into library and box. You really do not want to be playing in there. Instead, they've actually got a very heavy setup here in the hallway, and I expect a shield. Is there a shield on the defense? Yeah, so we've got 2 Yukis and Sayachan yet to place theirs down. Looks like Yukis is going to go chuck it in the display hallway. Protected by 2 ADSs. No am I, but hopefully the Jaeger's gadgets will do the trick, and Northeption should be able to hold on to this aggressive position.
Yeah, this shield in the hallway has become a lot more fashionable compared to the shield inside of piano these days. I kind of rate it, to be honest. I feel like the shield in piano can be quite claustrophobic to play, whereas the shield in the hallway, I think, like you said, really makes that library a big point of contention. It's really hard to make that entry work with that 1.5x on the wall and through those long lines of sight. I think it's a much more modern way to play this map, in particular where you're looking for that entry denial. I think the meta really leans itself into this heavy entry denial, taking early gunfights from the defense. And so I think I really like the adaptation for the setup, but it's not going to work out if Crown is able to take down Nina and Damali to double down with a second.
Oh, this is a nice start for the Koreans, isn't it? And a third one to triple down now. Crown might find another. There you go. Why not take all 3? Febar now on his flank. Down inside a snowmobile. Has some information thanks to that barbed wire getting smacked by Damali, but how about a flawless round to kick off their attacking half? Vega will take that, thank you.
Well, there you go. I was giving so much praise to the defense. I was like, wow, what a modern way to hold the bomb site.
And they all died.
Then they all died.
They did.
That was kind of unfortunate. Such is the nature of Chalet. You can sit on windows and you can see defenders making their rotations across the map. I think that's generally the architecture of the way that this plays out. And when you're looking for quite an extended, ambitious setup like what Northeption were trying to do, you need to play it quite disciplined, right? You need to make sure that you're only staying in the areas that you've made your own. Otherwise, you're probably going to be cut off. And that's the nature of Chalet.
Sometimes you have nice setups and sometimes you just get gamed. You just get gunned. Nature of Chalet, such as Chalet, and as a famous man once said, such is life.
Such is life.
Yeah. Not to get philosophical or anything, but we are in a Northeption timeout, so if there was a time to get philosophical, it's right now.
I feel like we get philosophical a lot on the broadcast these days.
Well, you were telling me about a book you were reading the other day that sounded very philosophical. We're talking about Aristotle and stuff. It was great.
There was no philosophy going into this game, though. This is a close one. This is 4-3. It's more action-filled than book-filled, I'll tell you that much.
So, Northeption, tactical timeout. They lose 1 round on their defense after being up 4-2, and they take what I would regard as a very early tactical timeout, right? These guys are still in the lead. But I appreciate it. Like, I think it's a good move. And maybe an extended one if Marine has to... That's unfortunate.
Oh, no. Wow, that was quite...
Clear host incoming.
Well... extended.
Well, you know what's great is it gives more time for us, Mandy, to philosophize about that tactical timeout. Northeption called it after getting flawless on their first defense. What do they do now?
Good question. I think that Northeption are needing something to recompose, right? I think if you look back on that round that they just lost flawlessly, I think that it was more to them making mistakes in positioning than it was to them actually falling to the hands of Vega, right? It's nothing that Vega did particularly special. They just sat on the right windows, played the patience game, and Northeption just made mistakes, and I think it was very much punished in that previous round. So on a map like Chalet, you need to maintain that focus to make sure that you're not overextending on your holds, and I think that was what Northeption decided to take that time out for. Just recompose, get back in your place, and play the strategy.
So if you're Northeption's coach in that timeout, they actually have 2 listed, a Membo and Cherry Swind. I'm not sure which one was behind the players. But if you're Northeption's coach, what are you're saying, look, guys, I'm going to revoke your aggressive peaking perms and check you back on the leash. No more roaming free in the park today. We're on lead from now on.
Well, I think they should still roam, right? Like, I think they should still extend across the map, but it's about playing, especially on Chalet, it's a claustrophobic map, right? There are some power positions that are really powerful, but only about a square meter of that power position is actually safe, right? As soon as you step a little bit outside the bounds of your power position, you're probably going to be cut off from a window or a crossfire of 2 windows or something like that, right? So I think that Chalet is one of those maps that needs a lot of finesse and focus to be able to play those power positions, especially on the roam where you need to rotate off eventually. So I think it's about maintaining that composure for Northeption.
Yeah, it's such a different kettle of fish, right? Going from the attack where it's all about looking for openings, looking for opportunities, taking ground. That's what Northeption showed they were good at in the first half. Now you move into the second half and it's all about, okay, be really careful. You step 1 foot wrong and you are exposed to 3 different windows and you're dead.
Yeah.
And so they have to completely change their gameplay, moving from attack to defense. The play style is very different. We've got all 10 players in lobby, guys, so don't worry, we'll be back in before you know it. And Vega, after demonstrating what they can do on their attack, will look to replicate that now. However, after a tactical timeout and a technical pause, this extended break may well flip that momentum and give Northeption a second wind.
Exciting stuff, I think, on this first map. Keep in mind, Chalet, I believe, was Northeption's map pick.
Yeah.
And as we,
yes.
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 Yeah,
Sorry.
There you go.
I didn't mean to gaslight you there. I was just...
It's okay.
Yes, it is. Can I tell you why I was confused?
Why were you confused?
Because on my spreadsheet, Northeption is the left side team. And in the server, Vega is the left side team.
Okay.
So I'm having to
right.
do some like serious like calculations in my brain to like invert left and
It's
right.
all right. You almost gaslit Go Boss Gate kept me. That's okay. We really lose the reins when it comes to these philosophies, don't we?
To be fair, it was a tactical timeout into a technical pause. So I think we're allowed a little bit of philosophy.
This is true.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is their map pick. The original point that I was going to make was that Northeption should be pretty comfy on this. We said that both of these guys banned out to their strengths.
Yeah.
So we're expecting both of them to win their own pick before we go to map 3. So I think for Northeption, they really want to tie this one up while they have the round lead.
That's certainly true. I mean, Vega are the ones fighting from behind at the moment. Northeption... just need to make sure they don't get too complacent. Now they move to defense. It's a much more challenging affair. They need to change their play style a little bit. They can't afford to play just like they did on their attack and leverage map control and lurks and rushes. We did see some rushes. I would love to see some fire like that from Vega because, funnily enough, there are pretty big playstyle differences between South Korea and Japan.
Yeah.
Right? Like Japan is the rush execute region. They love that. They absolutely love their Ying, their Glass, whatever it is, the Dokkaebi, which in this case was actually banned by Northeption, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, indeed it was. So, well, Vega, we're back in the server, guys, and time to go at it on the attack again.
I think that what you said about the Northeption and their way to play the rushes is just such a testament to the Japanese region. The entire region really knows how to dial it up and pull it back and change the tempo of the rounds. Whereas I think that for Korea to really match up and keep the pace, I think they're going to have to bring something like that of their own too. We're going to go down to this basement bomb site, and typically when you go down here, you want to look for something like an extended roam, which is exactly what on earth is going on, what Northeption are trying to do, aided by that Solus, since it hasn't been banned out. I think this is a good opportunity for them. They want to be running around, they want to be contesting Vega as they try to make their way in through the building.
Oh, wow, Marine. Not quite quick enough on the reaction time there to get his drone away. I quite like this from Northeption. Like you said, a lot of great roaming operators here, opening some extra lines of sight. You got the 1.5 scope on the Oryx. You got the roaming potential with the Vigil. I mean, Jaeger's a pretty fierce roaming machine these days as well. Really has been pretty much since the dawn of time. And in Febar as well, Solus is, I mean, the queen of roaming, the queen of information. Well, she doesn't have that zoomed scope. The SMG-11 and the P90 are both actually insane, like unreal weapons for the roam.
Yeah, not just that, but I think this roam's actually going to be quite difficult for Vega to clear out as well. It's not like the attacking lineup has brought along like massive roam clearing operators or something like that. Like,
yeah.
There's no Lion, there's no Jackal. Dokkaebi got banned out, for example. So in this extended roam where it's going to be aided by the Souls, we have Vigil up to be pesky, and you got Oryx running around rampant. I think it's going to be pretty tough for the attack to clear.
I'm going to be paying close attention to the opening exchanges because Vega have actually dominated the opening picks this game, despite Northeption having the lead at the moment. And as we can see, the Japanese begin the fallback element of this roam. Vega start to march on in from the office side.
Slow control as it is. Now keep in mind the floor above Yuki's right now is soft, so if there is some soft breach on the side of Vega, his position could be cleared out, but it actually doesn't seem like they've got any aside from Damali with his hard breach, with his breaching rounds, so Yuki's will be safe on this half wall for now. aided by Shurik to make sure he doesn't get backstabbed, and Vega now stalled out a little bit in this part of the room clear.
Weefly's about to get some good info. He hears the 416 carbine, knows about the Jaeger's position. Now Damali can start to tease out his position and start to put some pressure on these two roamers in dining, or one in dining and one in just in the hallway, not far away. Damali around to the corner can have the information, mate. Check your corners or be punished. Weefly now caught in a bit of an awkward position, throws a rough nade. While there is a trade here for Northeption, I mean, that was a bit messy. Shuri now caught between a rock and a hard place. He's just gonna leg it back to side as best he can.
Wow, really good from Shuri to wiggle his way out of that one. I thought he was actually stuck in that position with a player cutting him off inside of that lobby area, but in fact, he's able to make his way back. FIBA is still very much at large on that Solace and is going to be possibly cut off by Marine, who actually hasn't seen him cross all the way into that display case. Oh no, a hole in the attack for Vega could spell disaster.
Remember, that master hatch which drops in the kitchen is still open. Feber has the ability to drop it if the time is right, but the air jab, was that audible to the players down below, I wonder? The execute's got to come out now, 20 seconds on the clock, and Feber goes for his flank, but the entrance from Marine is good. Man advantage for the Koreans, immediately traded on back, but it's a dogfight. Shuri, low HP, does his best to hold on, and he might have just done enough. Up comes Feber, he needs to clutch up the round. He doesn't even need a single kill to do it. Northeption steal a round, which was clearly their opponents.
Toying with Vega as they tried to go for that execute. FIBA, he was the one that was really pivotal in his flank, evading the cutoff from Marine and being able to inject himself into that execute as it went down, really threw a spanner into the works. Eventually the bomb couldn't go down, and as that 2-on-2 was really finicky towards the end there, Northeption claw their way forwards.
Oh, that's such a rough one for Vega to lose, Mandy. They even managed to hunt down Shurip inside of blue. And yet the fake off the diffuser was everything for Vega's downfall. And you could second guess that. You could say like, oh, you know, the guy planting just needed to stick it. But I honestly don't blame him. No. You have to have some insane trust in your teammate to be able to, because he had just killed Shuri. The player covering had just killed the Jaeger in blue and would have had to then quickly flick back to take the 1v1 with Feber. And if he loses that and your Thermite's planting, you lose the round. But Thermite had to go for the kill there.
Yeah, honestly, I think that the ending of that last round was just like Rainbow Six. That was just scrappy Rainbow Six, where those things happen. You have to make those indecision moments, and sometimes there isn't a right, sometimes there isn't a wrong, and it's just about your instincts, whatever's intuitive in that moment. And there are so many things like that in Rainbow Six, especially when the push comes down. So those last 20 seconds, it can get really dicey, it can get really chaotic, and as a result, I think Northeption just thrive in that chaos for that one round.
As a wise man once said, 20 seconds on the clock, diffuser in hand, what do you do?
What do you do?
And for Vega, unfortunately, it was the wrong call. There's no time for blame games, though. They're 2 rounds trailing and 2 rounds away, potentially, from losing this map pick. Northeption, once again, starts strong here. Shuri with the opening pick onto Damali. Damali himself has been a dominator of these opening engagements, but now he's 0-2 since our rehost.
I really like this from Northeption. They're really getting in the face of Vega every single which way. That one single reinforcement on the storage wall is enabling Shurip's power position there to play that extended roam. Thankfully, Guard is at least able to trade one back onto FIBA, but not before Nina is able to collect the one onto Crown on that fluke double balcony.
That diffuser is actually just cold, sitting there waiting for someone to go pick it up as well. Numbers disadvantage for Vega. It's getting very awkward. And just have a look at that line of sight. My God.
Scary.
You do not want to be coming against that any day of the week.
Yeah, we've seen, like we said, the shield really come into fashion with these like sort of crouch holes that they're really one way to the defense as that shield faces into them. It can be really scary to jump in through inside of library. It's really just become a kill box. It's impossible to make that entry work.
No.
Marine is trying to collect the cutoff, but is taken down, but not out himself. And Guard inside of the building is not going to be able to resurrect him.
Oh, Guard reveals his position too. They know exactly where he is. He's going to go to the roof and actually try and go for this res. A flash to bait out his position as well, but he's got to worry about these peaks as well. Minute on the clock, now in a 2v4. very unenviable position for the Koreans.
No, this one I think is almost a done deal. You can almost call it. There's no way that they're going to be able to get that map control back inside of Library. It's very much a defender territory now.
Oh, and he's retaken it.
There we go. Yeah, Shurip has found a bit of a cheeky position in the corner of the Library box, and unless they somehow have the drone for this, which they simply don't, Shurip is going to be able to collect another one to his name.
Here comes the flash. Marine not able to find the kill. Shurip to drop down. And no time, just about no hope for Marine as he does fall to that long line of sight. Another dominant round for Northeption. And before you know it, the map point.
Oh, poor dude got shown off in his fist bump. That's so sad.
I don't think he'll be too upset. He's currently on map point and staving off elimination from the tournament, so can't be too upset.
Oh, do you get the fist bump from your mate? Can I have a fist bump?
Yeah, okay, you can have a fist bump.
Yeah, thank you. Well, Northeption doing really well so far on this defense. I think that tactical timeout really paid dividends to them as they're playing a much more disciplined game of Rainbow Six Siege than what we saw in the rounds that they've lost out on. So playing their strategy well, I think, is the philosophy here for Northeption. They're really playing to their power positions. I'm looking into that shield, for example, that big long line of sight. Even Shuri didn't overextend his welcome inside of storage because he knew he was protected by that one reinforcement to keep juggling his angles. So I think that so far, Northeption just playing their hand very well on this defense.
And we really did wonder coming into the major which Vega would show up. The one that bailed out so utterly poorly from the group stage of the South Korean League, or the one that then dominated in the last chance qualifier. And sadly, it's the former and not the latter who have showed their face here today, both in their match earlier and now here against Northeption. It's been a real struggle. Now, as some kind of saving grace, you did point out earlier that you expect this series, the 3 maps, to be favored to the teams that have picked them, and the third one's a bit of a toss-up, right? So if you want to go with that story, then Northeption are just fulfilling the narrative so far. This is their map pick. We should expect them to be dominant, and there's a chance for Vega to come back on map 2.
Keep in mind, these are best of 3s, in fact, so you cannot go down to just one map. In fact, you have to play potentially at least 4 before being sent home.
Yeah.
So if you're Vega, look, it's a bit worrying, but it's not your map pick. They're going to start out their attack onto this kitchen and dining bomb site. It looks like they're going to go for something a little bit more centric to the solar side of the map, a flashbang to aid the jump in, but to no avail as Seo-chan can take him down.
And here we go, another one from Seo-chan. This is looking very nice for the defense, and it looks like Northeption, as soon as they switch side, utter dominance awaited them. Vega started this half with a flawless round, and ever since then it has been Northeption, round after round. Crown in a 1v3 with Northeption on the cusp of their first map of the major. They find it, the Japanese have celebrated their way to a victory here on map 1. But this series is not over yet. Can Vega bounce back in map 2? We'll find out very shortly.
Very good.
1-0 reads the scoreline in the series, and the check mark is in Northeption's column. A great map from them, but it was their map pick, so you don't want to spell doom and gloom just yet for Vega, though they are potentially just one map away from elimination from the Copenhagen Major.
And that would be devastating. You're only here for a day. Oh, Vega can't go down without a fight like that. Thankfully, map 2 is going to be their map picks. They have an opportunity to come back from that. But I think as these replays roll by, it just goes to show just Northeption were really dominant towards that second half. As soon as they swapped over onto their defense, they lost one round and took a tactical timeout, really just compounded from there. They looked very comfortable in the server. They were playing the strategy super well. They weren't overextending, and I think the discipline really paid dividends as they were able to close out the map.
And I think it's important to note that overall, this series, like this match, was not a shutout. You know, Vega had a decent first half. 2 out of the 4 defense rounds is not terrible when there's a potential for an attacker-sided Chalet, which you had actually predicted.
Yeah.
And we thought that was pretty validated after Vega got their first flawless attack. But as you said, the tactical timeout from Northeption, the technical pause that followed it, that was just perfect for them, and all their ducks lined up.
That's exactly right. I think, you know, Northeption, they retain their composure, but it's not a done deal yet. Best of 3 is a whole other beast, 2 best of 1s. There's a lot of stamina that comes in the hands of playing a best of 3, and they still need to close it out. It's not over yet.
Yeah, so next up, it's Villa for Vega to try and get this back again. What do you think? Are they likely to be able to tie up? We're going to map 3, or is it going to be a bit of a case of, I mean, it's got to be intimidating. You're going up against Northeption, who are acting like that. How do you counter the tilt after a game like that?
Sharif is so great. That's so funny. I love Japanese players. They've got so much animation and energy to them. And yeah, I think for Vega, it's about getting back into it a bit mentally, right? When you've got players opposite you, like screaming and shouting and giving each other fist bumps, I think it can be a little bit tilting over there. So I think, yeah, Vega, time to get back into it. It's your map pick.
Yeah, and if there was anywhere for them to be comfortable, Villa should be it, right? I wonder if Northeption will have something to prep on Villa. Do we go to Oregon, though? Like, do we go to map 3?
I think so. I'm a believer.
You're a believer.
Look, I mean, it could be a 2-0 and I could be completely wrong, but...
You sometimes are.
Yes, that tends to happen when you're a color caster. Sometimes... you are wrong.
Your son is just going to make the hot take, send it out into the world and see what happens. Well, Vega have one last chance to stay in the major on the verge of elimination. We go to their map pick of Villa, which is coming up after this quick break. And it's time to get into Villa Map 2 between the Koreans, Vega, and the Japanese on Northeption, with Vega on the verge of elimination should they not be able to claim their map pick here, Mandy.
Yeah, that's right. It's do or die for the Koreans, potentially sent home after this map. If Northeption can close it out, Villa is the battlefield that we're going to go to. And I'm really excited for this one, Dev.
And it's a scary battlefield to go to if you are Vega. Well, they themselves have played this map quite a lot, and in fact, just recently took down D+ 7-4 right here on home turf for Villa. We also have Northeption, a pretty good record on the map. Last time they played it, a 7-1 over Crests Gaming. Vega, though, the silver lining for them is they got to play their undisputed best map, right? Like this year, they played it 7 times, won it 6 of the 7 on a 4-match win streak, and they're looking to make that 5. But I'm honestly going to be optimistic for Northeption here. I think the pressure lands squarely on Vega's side of the field.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think Northeption have really found their mojo in this series. I think they really picked up the momentum after taking that tactical timeout, and they look comfy.
Yeah,
I think is the word I would describe them, but they look pretty comfortable in the server. And I feel like that's going to carry over to Villa as well, of course, because it's Vega's map pick. Northeption gets to choose a side, and they're going to pick defense. And well, defense is where they were thriving pretty well in Chalet. Now, of course, it's a new map, it's a new game, but momentum will carry forwards.
Yeah, very, very true. Now, looking into the map itself, as we are just quickly getting the players into the server, Villa has one similarity to Chalet, right? It's not quite as Heartbreach-centric as a lot of other maps. I mean, with Chalet, it's kind of the exception to the basement. But I'm thinking about operator bans, right? We saw Nock and Dockerby taken out. A bit of a shame that we don't get the only Danish operator in the game here at the COPENHAGEN Major. But it's fair enough, and I don't blame either of these teams for getting that lurking just menace out of the server, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Nock or Dockerby bans again here on Villa.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. The thing about the current meta, right, is that it's very gunfighty, especially in the early round. It's very like, for the defense, they're looking for those early engagements. They're looking to play entry denial. And when you have operators like Dockerby and like Nook that are going to be able to enable attackers to get into the building, as a defender, it's kind of not what you want, right? You want to be able to safely fall off, get back into your place. And so I think especially for these two teams in APAC North, where both those operators are pretty heavily used, if they are up, it's a good ban to be taking out.
Just having a look at the history for Vega and the actual matches that they've played in recent history on the map. So the 19th of April, so that was only just not even a week ago. That was when they took down D+. It was a 7-4. It was in the Gamers Without Borders qualifier in the quarterfinal. So that's a huge win, right? Taking down the #1 team in Korea right now. A little bit further back in the LCQ for Korea, the grand final 8-7 win over BSG. Now that is a surprisingly close game in my mind, because you look even further back, like 7-5 over Panthera, who are a great Korean team. 1-2-3 team were taken out 7-0. There's a lot of massive, dominant scorelines from Vega. This really is their favorite map.
Yeah, I think to reiterate, like both of these teams in the veto, I think almost certainly banned and picked to their strengths rather than to try and play into the weakness of the opponent. I think there's sort of, two ways that you can play BO3s or try and prep for them, and that's, are you going to have a really diverse map pool and then be able to pick out a weakness of your opponent, or are you just going to stick to your own strengths and then play to that? I think that, for these teams, because this is their second matchup of the day, they couldn't have anticipated that they were going to play against each other probably. Like, you don't want to anticipate you're going to lose, right?
Of course.
So I think as a result, it's a bit harder to prep into a veto that way, and I think I've played into their strengths as a result.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about the prep for these teams going into the event, you just look at your group, you're like, okay, we need to be better than 2 of the 3 teams in that group. And I think that with how competitive this group has been, with a team like Soniqs and the pedigree that they have on their roster, Citizen, massive player, internationally renowned player, Pro League champion, and players like Geo, world champions on that roster, you knew that this was not going to be an easy fight. And coming into this game, one of these teams got to go home. But Vega are the ones who are on the ropes at the moment. Northeption get the first ban. As you said, Northeption begin on the defense in this game, and they do ban our resident Dane.
Well, who would have thunk it? It's almost like we just said that was going to happen. And,
Wow.
fair enough,
Genius.
they're on the defense. You don't want to have to deal with that. That's not cool. And for Vega, I imagine that the bans are going to be pretty mirrored, to be honest. Like, especially in APAC North, where I think the teams play in such like a personalized way. I think that, yeah, there we go, Nomad ban out. It's like, it's not something that you would expect, but I think they must have some kind of read into the way, into the way that Northeption probably play that out, and they want to take it.
I'm just looking through historically, I'm not seeing many Nomad bans from Vega at all. So that, yeah, clearly they know something about what Northeption are doing that they don't want to go up against. Though I'm a bit scared about them banning that Azami. I guess with Northeption starting on the defense, it's just such a risk to leave it in. Azami is so powerful on this map, and the Valkyrie gone. So let's have a look at what's in. For me, one interesting one is the Blitz, right? Because we did see Northeption play Blitz, and usually I would be like, oh, you don't waste a ban on a Blitz. But Vega did actually ban Bliss against D+, and then slap them on Villa. So, I don't know, it's something they could have considered.
I think the main thing about bans nowadays in the big wide world of Rainbow Six is that Solus and Azami are so meta-defining that you kind of can't have both of them in. That's sort of the way that I see these bans at the moment, is if you have both Solus and Azami in, the map, no matter what map you play, is so defender favored because there's so much to deal with, either, you know, either in a fortress of the Azami or having to sweep while Solus is up. Both of those things are really hard. So I think that if you're the first ban on the attack side, you kind of have to ban one of them. I think that's the way I see it. I think it's why Azami's gone.
One big powerful defender that we don't talk a lot about, it can be a bit site-specific and map-specific, but I think just relishes on Villa, is what Nina's bringing right now. That Goyo, what a great operator for the late round time denial, the area denial, the plant denial, especially on this Aviator Games bomb site. So I really like that pick, especially you give a player like Nina the 1.5x on the Vector and you just know he's going to find some heads. But the flip side of that is Vega have got guard on the Twitch and Marine on the floor. So they're going like heavy.
Special drone force.
They love their special drones.
Squad roll out.
If we had a Bravo, it would be even better. And we've seen these guys play Bravo before.
Yeah.
So I love that, but I'm interested to see whether they're going to be able to use them to clear out the Vulcan canisters.
I think that for Northeption, their defense really leans into the late rounds. I think they've got the plant denial in the Yokais and the smoke, and like you said, the Goyo as well. So we're not going to see a very extended roam from these guys. They're going to probably give a lot of map control to Vega, but the first point of contest is going to be Shurip. You need to hold on to at least some of that map. The 1.5 times on that Ramai is going to be pretty tricky to contest from that long line of sight, but Shurip knows that's not the philosophy of his defense, and he pulls off early.
I think that was, did I just hear 3 Vulcan canisters detonate? That
was like an earthquake.
Insane. Guard has just done an amazing job on the Twitch. Talk about special drones. The defense have one of their own in the Yokai who stuns out WeFleet and labels Shuri to deal the killing blow, but that Twitch is worth its weight in gold. Nina does, in fact, find a long angle with that 1.5. And Northeption are having a great time.
Full C4 as well out from the hands of Nina and doesn't quite sink into that 90 position, unfortunately. But Shurip is going to look to re-aggress inside of that arch. Connect is going to fall back down to his safe haven off the red stairs. 2 ADSs and magnets to his name is going to protect him for a very long time.
How long is he going to be able to stay alive here, Mandy? Out comes a smoke. That does cut off a line of sight. He's just going to send it straight on through. The absolute disrespect from Shurip, and he finds a kill from it. How does he get away with it? Oh, poor Vega now in a 2 versus 5. Just Marine left. He prevents the flawless round, but Shurip has been laughing his way to a round win. Vega, what a way to be insulted on the opening round of the map. Out comes the Yokai and the stun and the close from Yukiz. Northeption are feeling it.
Wow, that was such a cool round to watch from both halves, honestly. First of all, like you said, special drone force really cut down that defense, but it really was that position on the red stairs of Shurip that was putting the hard work there to keep the defense at bay and make sure that the attack really couldn't get past 90, really couldn't get past landing at all. He danced with the devil, the fire and the flames, is able to get through these smokes. He was vaulting over the red stairs, taking every gunfight that he could, and I think the round was really won and lost in that position.
Nice.
Nice. Oh my god, so exciting. Oh,
nice. Man, if I wanted to hear what all these players are saying, I would have to learn Japanese,
Portuguese,
Korean, Portuguese. I assume that Spanish is what 6karma are playing in. I assume all of them are playing in Spanish, coming in Spanish. I mean, and that is just the tip of the spear, right? There's
Look, we're not
French. No, we're certainly not Milo.
Not Milosh. We're puny Aussies and we speak English.
Yeah. We don't even really speak English,
so
to be honest.
We don't even speak English.
We
speak fake English.
Aussie.
5 seconds left.
Sometimes I wonder if the viewers at home ever get confused. Like, do you think there's anything that we say on the broadcast that is so Australian that everyone on the Twitch chat is like, what on earth are you talking about?
I don't know. It's a great question.
Anyway, tweet at us and let us know. That would be quite interesting, actually. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. It's Trophy and Statuary, the bomb site, and La Vega are going to look to sweep the map. The first point of contest, the head of the spear, is going to be Damali, and a roam to follow suit from Northeption on the other side.
And we've seen how potent these roams can be. Very, very scary stuff. Yukiz fails to find the drone. We are seeing the Dockerby, though. This was banned on the first map, so I'm liking that it's being brought out by Guard here. Damali starting to push on through. We can see on the overhead that, well, the only player that was really contesting is now dead. That is Yukiz going down, and good map control taken for La Vega.
Ooh, an opponent's on a 90 could be cut off by Damali if he's quick enough as well. Just rounding the corner now, but not before FIBA can take him down. A nice swing to trade it back and even up the man advantage.
Here comes Marine on the cross, but Shuri managed to sprint on by, only taking a bit of damage. That's unfortunate for La Vega. But out comes a special drone. La Vega do love these on Villa. And they've got a decent amount of map control here, Mandy. Up the red stairs comes Guard's drone, and he should be able to clear this position. Yeah, there you go. So La Vega should be able to march on forward.
Yeah, I'm liking this from La Vega. This is a good read. I think going for a map sweep, it's not like super aided by the defense in terms of utility. So I think looking for what they can of the map and taking that real estate aided by that Dokubi, like you pointed out early, was a good read for the early game, but now they need to translate it over into an execute. From here, do they actually want to put that bomb down inside of that statuary area? Because if they need to do that, then they've got to rotate players over to Master, put pressure on the other side of the map instead. It's this mid-round decision-making that often stunts players here on Villa.
Little things as well are going well for Northeption. Like, for example, Weefly tried to clear that Aruni gate using his Gemini, and one of the players from Northeption, I believe it was Nina, managed to shoot it before it got to the gate. So now La Vega have to use some kind of other utility, whether that's a nade or an EMP or a drone. So, like you said, the thought process, that's where it begins, the problem solving.
And I think what La Vega are going for is this execute onto that statue side of the map. We can see that they've rotated over their hard reach of Crown over onto that master side of the map, and he's going to try and cut down on any of the players that are playing inside of that master area and preventing push from coming through. But it seems like they feel like they're running out of time and want to probe into that trophy side of the map instead. Unfortunately, Marine going down is not going to help them out with only 20 seconds left to go.
Oh, and you know why? It's because Shurip is an absolute menace! There's no way, Weefly! He whiffs it! And he dies to his own nade. It's all going south now for La Vega. Guard makes his way on in, but Shurip's just having a party. The Frost mat to close out the round. What a match so far we are witnessing from Northeption. They are dancing.
Yeah, pretty typical there of Villa to be stuck within that landing and 90 position of the map. And I think that this tactical timeout that La Vega have decided to take is completely warranted. They've been stalled out twice now within that mid-round position inside of 90 and inside of landing. And they need to figure out ways to hurdle past that and clear those power positions.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what to do from here for La Vega. I guess the only thing that they have going for them here is Northeption now with Aviator and Trophy locked. They got to go to a tertiary site, probably going to be kitchen dining. So at least La Vega, they can go into this round and start not only talking about the holistic issues, whether it's comms or you know, not waiting for each other, whatever it is, teamwork or chemistry or energy levels, but they can also talk specifically like, okay, we know they're not going to be AV, we know they're not going to be Trophy. Let's just talk about what is our strat this round, what is our play.
Yeah. And I think for me, if I want to put on my La Vega hat, if I want to pretend to be La Vega coach right now, I'm thinking, look, both those pushes, super linear, right? Really telegraphed, just sweep the map from one side to the other. Northeption know exactly what's going on, and that's always really dangerous if you're an attacker. If you're an attacker and you're not adding that element of unpredictability, you're not putting pressure on the other side of the map, making cross-map rotations and making the defenders guess, then that's going to put Northeption in a really comfy spot. And comfy's been the name of the game, I think, for this team ever since they went onto that defending half of Chalet.
They've really been building up a lot of confidence, which is exactly what Northeption needed after being pretty embarrassed by Reven. Like, let's be honest, even though a lot of people would have favored Reven, who are really like kind of tier 2, tier 3, like UK and like a mix of players from like Europe and one NA player, a lot of people thought that Reven were kind of an odd one out. They already were, playing the LATAM League despite being a mix of other players. And I think Northeption were probably quite disappointed in themselves, the fact that they only got 3 rounds against them. And so now Northeption are getting a chance to boost their confidence a bit. I think that they'll go back, if they win this series, into their next game in a lot better form than what we saw from them earlier today in that BO1.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's exactly right. And gaining a little bit of confidence on home turf, on comfortable ground is exactly what you need. Unfortunately, Shu going down to Crown early would not help their cause.
You know what's funny is we just, time and time again, see La Vega get these opening kills. They did it on Chalet as well. They dominated the opening engagements, and yet Northeption dominate the rounds.
Yeah, it's about converting, right? It's not just about the early game, but it's about being able to compound that through the rounds and playing your man advantage. And so far, La Vega haven't been so successful in doing that. Once again, we can see all 5 La Vega players spawning pretty close to each other. They're playing this very centralized attack onto the master side of the building rather than going for a sweep. So changing their philosophy, looking for something more direct rather than going for that roam clear.
Drone activated.
Yeah, but inevitably, you will need to do some form of a roam clear in order to enable that vertical game, which seems to be the intention. And in order to do that, you got to clear out these power positions like what you've got from Ukis. Even Nina here, like aggressive, making it a real pain to play inside of Astro, inside of Bathroom. Ukis has been droned out. Oh, and he does lose his life. Great pre-fire there from Damali.
Really nice stuff, and now pretty heavy man advantage in favor of La Vega after being taken down Shuri from an attempt at a spawn peek. Yoko Drone will telegraph a little bit what's going on in the top floor, but that's a bit of wasted utility there on the side of the defense, as now they're going to be vulnerable to that vertical gameplay. It's Marine with the sledgehammer in hands, and he can start to make the defense feel really uncomfortable.
This numbers advantage in tandem with that map control is the recipe for success for La Vega. But you said it before, the real pain has been in converting. They've got the time to work with now. They just need to make sure that they actually use it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. With only a minute left on the clock, that's actually not a whole lot of time to be able to make full vertical work. Sao-Chan has even found his way inside of Laundry, which is a really off position and can definitely throw La Vega off guard if they don't drone him out.
There's a player just outside of Laundry as well, but he's got a lot of angles to watch. He's going to sneak all the way into the corner. Feebar! He actually manages to use, he just doesn't shoot that Gemini that walks past him. Great trigger discipline, and that might open up an opportunity here. There's a real chance here, Mandy, as La Vega in the 5v3 have to be diligent about it. Nina finds one, Saya-chan as well. And while the trade does come through, La Vega are falling to pieces. They've let it slide, and Weefly's misdrone punishes him. It's all up to Crown. Diffuser in pocket, but nobody to cover him. No friends in sight. And Northeption exhibit perfect patience here. Crown is going to try and force that diffuser down, but it's no worries for Northeption. 3 rounds in a row, and a round stolen from La Vega's nose.
Absolutely just masterful composure there for Northeption. Even though they were down in the man count, they didn't try and rely on something like heroics to bring it back. They knew, like we were saying, that La Vega still had to convert from that top floor into the second floor. And while the comms were going down, while that mid-round conversion was happening, all of the Northeption players found the perfect positioning to be able to hunt them down. All 3 of their players decide to go into somewhere or an off position, force La Vega to drone them out, and as a result, they hold them accountable for not actually droning the bomb site and not being able to convert that round.
I mean, Mandy, what do you do now if you're La Vega? You're taking a tactical timeout, you're down on your map pick. How do you come back from this? It's just such a shoddy position to be in. These guys are on the verge of elimination, and it feels like there's nothing they can do.
I think this is just so tough from Vega from here on out. Northeption really seem to be finding their footing here in this series. They're making some great decisions, both on the macro scale, all the way down to the micro. Like we saw in that last round, all three of those players had the same idea where they repositioned into an off position. They all did it to perfection as individuals, and I think it's just a real testament to just how well they're doing in this micro decision making, and it's making it really hard for Vega to convert.
And we're starting to see these little critical mistakes slip in for Vega. Like Weefly there with his Gemini, like goes into mud, looks around, walks straight past the Echo, doesn't check his corners, and he loses his life later in the round because of it. And if we see more of that from the rookie on Vega, if we see more of that from the Korean team in general, then this is going to be a pretty swift end to the series.
It's about being diligent every single step of the way, because at any time that there is a weakness in the attack, someone's not watching an angle, someone has misdroned it, there's a Northeption player there, and that's the danger here in this series. Vega are trying to mount their attack onto, once again, Aviator and Games. They're looking for this map sweep, but this time they've got players nice and early here on
Oh, no!
But Shuri with a C4 is not going to make things any easier.
Damali goes down early. He was a great player on the opening kills on Chalet, and now 1 and 4. Going down without using his utility. Thankfully, Guard has been so consistent at clearing out these Vulcan canisters with the Twitch. He's a real menace on the drone. Also gets the 90 cam for his trouble as well before losing the drone. And now Vega must clear out this position again. Shuri does take out the drone, and Weefly starts to march on forward.
I don't know, Dev. I'm just scared here once again. It doesn't really feel like Vega have done a lot strategically to change things up.
Oh,
Shuri
no.
is able to regress onto that position inside of the connector. Might even collect a third one for his troubles.
No.
He's going to double down with one of his teammates, trying to find a safe haven inside of the red stairs, but Nina is able to hold him back, and Shuri, with the pistol in hand, can take down Weefly, and it's disaster now for Vega. 1-on-5 on Marine.
I just can't believe it. How do they keep letting this happen? Northeption,
oh my gosh,
having the time of their lives right now in the Piranhas. They go hunting, they're looking for him. And after throwing 2 picks away, they decide, maybe I'm not so hungry.
Get out!
After all, let's just throw a gas canister and chill out. Now, Marine looks like he is going to give this a shot. 50 seconds for the 1v5 dream to become a reality.
Yeah, look, I reckon this is a tough one, I think. This is not so great. He's going to use the first one to clear out a little bit of utility in the hallway, but honestly, Dev, I feel like this is attack timeout for Vega. Timeout 2.0.
They don't have one left in pocket, so they definitely need to make use of this moment right now to have a chat. Unfortunately, they won't be able to speak to their coach behind them, but they can start saying, look, guys, okay, we're down 0-4 now. We need 2 attacks here just to make this possible and push to map 3. What are we going to do about it? Looks like Marine is actually going to go jump in. I'm surprised he's even giving it a crack. Pistol out, you can see he's not really looking for it, just for a bit of a stat pad.
5 seconds remaining.
And this is a real rough position to be in now. Okay, hello. Might have to check his MOS files later. Fairbar's not going to be happy about that one, but Shuri is going to give him some... he's going to give Fairbar a hard time for that one. Look at the Vega cams, and they're not quite of the same vibe as Northeption. They are starting to let it sink in, I think.
Northeption are having a great time. They are absolutely feeling it. I mean, you saw it in the last round there, right? Like 3 of them drop out the window, try and collect that final kill. I think, yeah, they're looking pretty comfortable once again on this map. I think that for Vega, they just really didn't change anything within that last map, within that last attack as well. It's not like they tried to go for something more direct. It's not like they put the pressure elsewhere. They stuck to their books and tried to go for a sweep once again. And I think by then, Northeption go, well, kind of seen you do that one before, right? It's nothing special. And Shuri, once again, inside that red stairs, really dominant.
So Vega will have to now attack Trophy, in theory, 2 times, right? I mean, I guess if Vega do win this round, Northeption will also have Dining open. They could go to, but I doubt they'll go back there, as it was a much more difficult round for the defense. But for Vega now, they've seen all these bomb sites already. They're going and giving them a second crack, but they don't really have any second chances now.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool castle setup. That's what they did last time. I'm just not optimistic about Vega's chance of clearing it.
I am not optimistic either, right? When you see a castle setup like that, you either avoid it or you attack it. Oh, hang on a moment, just before we actually break down this defense, gonna have a look at Shui. He's gonna make a re-attempt here on this spawn peak. Trying to get away with his life. Actually, he's gonna go for it again. Gosh, you've got to admire the tenacity of this guy.
Oh, look at this.
4-0 up. Fever is there to try and bait out this pick as well. He's gonna go for it again.
They really want someone to walk into Laundry to try and clear him. He heard a rappel, and then he heard the rappel line cease. Is he going to have a pick here on a player on the study balcony, maybe?
Go again.
Do it.
Entertain us. Oh, there are players over on that study side. Oh, no, I think he's a bit late, no? I don't think he sees that player on the rappel. Okay, we're completely distracted. There is roam clear, in fact, happening.
Yeah.
Damali sweeping the map. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah.
What Vega do? But he actually collects an opening kill once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice for Damali to find another opening. Yuki's very similar to last round, was on that early roam on the Aviator side and loses his life. But this is exactly how the trophy defense for Northeption played out previously, and they had no worries converting that.
Well, spawn peek from Nina is unsuccessful as Damali's able to claim a second to his name. Another player at the bottom of red stairs, but Damali seems pretty aware of that. Now, pretty heavy man advantage in the side of Vega, Dev. Can they convert it?
Well, Damali is starting to farm. I think he's the only player so far in the tournament to have an ace to his name. That was in his previous match. Now he's looking for this flank. As he moves up, trying to bait it out. He knows that this Oryx is still loitering down below, and he's waiting for the push up. Shuri does go down. Maybe Damali is on for something special after all. That's 3 on the round, and Vega have their best chance yet of finding a round win.
Faber trying to look for a peek out onto the balcony, knowing he's in the man disadvantage, is actually successful, collecting 1 onto Crown. Damali now making his way into the bomb site, might be able to claim him back, but not before Guard can take him down. Sayo-chan now on a 1-on-3, can't quite sink the shots, and 4 for Damali will close it out for Vega.
And that is not a cry of celebration. That is a sigh of relief for the Koreans. 5 rounds in, and they finally have the first check on their side of the scoreboard. Great round from Damali. He's finally woken up. But if one of these picks goes the other way, that round is a very different.
Oh my goodness.
He would have had a heart attack there.
Oh my gosh, you almost watched his life flash before his eyes there. That is scary. That is scary times. Oh, that's not cool.
Well, all great comebacks start somewhere, Mandy, and this could be it for Vega. The first round on their attacking side.
Yeah.
Now to make it 2, if they can do so, I'd be reasonably optimistic. You even said going into this game that Northeption have the momentum, not only because they won map 1, but they got to pick defense start here on Villa.
Yeah. I think when you go from defense side to defense side, you kind of feel good, right? Like you're playing the same operators, you're doing your setup and whatever, so I think it's just like, workflow-wise, I think it's nice to go from defense side for Northeption, but, you know, for Vega, I feel like that last round was pretty good from them. Damali was really, really getting up there in the early game, winning out the entries, and, yeah, I think that once you're at a point where it's such a heavy man advantage, it's a bit hard to lose it out from there, so nice conversion from Vega, but they're going to have to repeat that success.
And Northeption aren't choosing to go back to that same bomb site. They're actually going to switch it up and go dining, which to me is actually a bit of a concern, Mandy, because you remember, Vega got a 5v3 advantage reasonably early. They cleared out the roamers pretty handily. Northeption bit off a little bit more than they could chew with those ambitious peaks. And if the same pattern happens, I don't expect Vega to be as complacent in the mid-round and let that time slip away from them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I imagine that Vega now, in a realization that they do actually have to drone the bomb site come mid to late round, they don't want to make small amateur mistakes by not checking positions and that kind of thing anymore. So the workflow is starting to come through for the attack, but it's about making it done in the right amount of time, right? There's only 2 minutes left on the clock. They're starting to mount this direct attack as they've done before, and it's about making it successful.
Wally, as usual, is one of the first players to make his entry. It's usually him and Damali. Unfortunately, I keep saying Wally, Weefly.
Me too, it's all right. I've got that one wrong a few times.
Unfortunately, Weefly has actually really struggled so far. I mean, since that rehost, 0-5. Actually, no, that was since the start of this map, in fact.
Catching projectiles.
Yet to find a kill here on Villa yet. And Yukiz is the one that they're looking to hunt at the moment. It's got a great position. The Gemini spots his position. And there you go, Crown. To find Yukiz. Nina looking to retake. Doesn't want to give away his position too early, however.
Yeah, Nina really doesn't want to give it up. Damali's there on the other side.
Oh,
chunk of HP, and Nina can collect a kill. Also takes a chunk more out onto Crown. Lots of info here inside of the statue position.
Oh, no!
Pokeball to Gar and taken down, but not out. Thankfully, Shoot from below can clean him up.
Wow, this is perfect. The Yokai drones assisting these roamers. And it's getting very awkward now. Fall of Vega as yet another falls. Weefly, the rookie, 0-6. 2 players left now. Fall of Vega to find a second round. As we end up the half, they do finally take down Nina. But this belated trade may not be enough to salvage the round.
40 seconds left on the clock and the vertical game's starting to come out, but we've seen this before from Northeption. They know how to evade this vertical pressure and play in places that are blind spots to it and play safe. Not only that, but they still have Yokai drones on the side of FIBA. I don't know if he's got any more active inside of the field, but with only 25 seconds left to go, it's going to be a tough ask for Vega to convert.
Oh, but might be able to find a pick here. If Guard can land this shot on the Shuri, but completely changes the situation. And he does. 15 seconds, diffuser in pocket, 2v2. As Vega look to execute their last chance. The Marine moves on in, takes down the Banshee. 2 players up. Where are these defenders? The Yokais are still available, and they might not be necessary. The Yokai does deny the plant, and Northeption deny Vega from finding a second round.
And once again, Northeption playing the disciplined game, knowing that even though they were down in that roam, that they weren't out, and that the win condition of that round was to get that bomb on the ground, and Vega struggled time and time again. Now 5-1 half for Northeption is pretty convincing in pole position to take the series.
But they are. They've been far and away the better team in this series, Mandy, and it's hard to imagine Vega mounting a comeback from here on out. Once again, continuing their enthusiasm. Nothing seems to discourage these guys. That said, up 5-1, I don't think many people would be upset. Now they move on to their attack. I don't like to get too excited about operator lineups on the attack in the pick phase because they can repick them, but what is that lineup?
I'm so excited, Dev. I know you said don't get excited, but I'm so excited.
Please do not change. Do not let this be a fake Northeption.
Yes, keep us entertained.
Amaru sends Blitz, Glaz, Finka. It does not get much more Japanese than that. Much more chaotic. This is what we know and love this region for. And Mandy, they have stuck it. These are the ops we're playing this round with.
I'm so excited for this one. This is totally going to be a study rush, isn't it? Off the back of that Sands, but the glass being able to see through it, and Nina's going to run rampant. Oh, this is going to be so exciting, Dev. I can't wait for this one to go down.
Nina, the Blitz. We saw a bit of it from Northeption on the first map. And now he goes in, the train, it chews, and it makes its way forward. The first pick for Northeption. And, well, Wally, Weefly able to get something back here for Vega, and this rush has cooled off.
Ooh. Dial it back a little bit on Northeption. Okay, we have mainstairs control. That's the big piece of the puzzle that you need if you want to do a direct attack. And I think that dialing it back here is certainly pretty good signs for Northeption. They can now work their way in through this mid-round. Where is Nina going to go next? Are they going to try and utilize the rest of their utility to execute into Aviator? Or are they going to try and get this 90 control? It seems like that's what they're going to do. They've got Sochan here now on this cutoff, making sure no one can be in that 90 Hoi, and that's going to be free reign for the attack.
Because Febar's dead, he can just sit on this 90 drone and give so much information. He doesn't really take a bit of damage, but the Finker will continue to heal him up. The smoke goes out, and the glass to peek on through it, but hang on a second. Weefly can also see through smokes, but he sees a Blitz, which he certainly is not going to be able to take out Yukiz with that DMR, doing what Glaz does best. Weefly trying to get something back. He's found the 1 kill for his team so far this round, but this rush has been so hard to read.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very careful to try and convert this in as Weefly had that wooden in hand, but he's been taken down. Now 1-on-3 for Damali to put Northeption on match point.
Let's see if Vega have got something to cook up, but the only thing cooking right now is Damali amidst his own flames. Northeption forced down this diffuser with a Blitz, a Glaz, and a Finker to boot. This would have to be a clutch for the ages for Damali. C4 in pocket, Vector in hand, and a nice headshot. Teases out the possibility The low HP Blitz moves on forward. But the even lower Damali is the one to try and make this work. A C4 could be it. The Vulcan canisters are once again keeping him at bay. And that timer continues to tick on down. This rotation will surely be read and be heard. Northeption will stand with waiting arms. Nina to open it and to finish it. There's one round left of the map if Northeption continue their dominance. They're on match point and series point, on the verge of knocking Vega out of the major.
Getting ready to send them home are Northeption with a rush, putting them now on match points. Vega, this is their final straw. If they don't claw it back into overtime, if they don't get 5 rounds in a row, which is a massively tall order, they will be out and going home on day 1.
Does not get much better than this for Northeption. And on the flip side, Vega are utterly dejected and defeated. The stark contrast between the player cams of each team, it's so clear to see. Vega, there's no coming back from this. I'm gonna be blunt. There's no way that they make this work.
Nah, they've been booted out the server. They've got Northeption living rent-free in their minds. That's all I'm saying, right? These guys just pulled the rush to absolutely cement their dominance in this series. And now with only 1 round left to go, like you said, I think it's going to be pretty tough for Vega, even going on to their defense.
This defense has been not quite what they expected. I don't think they were hoping to go up against the rush in the first round. Now, according to the operator picks, Northeption seem to be doing something a little bit more conventional in their second round. But even that might not make it easier for Vega. I mean, they're so rattled. They've completely changed their bomb site choice. Yeah. They don't have any confidence.
That is fair enough, honestly. Look, if you want to try something new, you go try something new. Try and throw Northeption off guard, but I think from here on out, it is almost a done deal. Northeption looking for a more direct attack onto the bomb side as they shape up 3 or 4 of their players around this master side of the building. See what hard breach they can work with Fiba with those X-Kairos in hand and try and put the pressure onto the bomb side.
For Northeption, their confidence can enable them to have a lot of patience in a moment like this. They don't need to rush things. They're just doing some due diligence with the drone work, checking kind of a setup they're running into. There's 2 ADSs to protect the Astro position. Crown actually had a drone on him that whole time, so a lot of info now for the attack, and Shurib's found 1 player downstairs, now looking for a second with the vertical nade. Almost finds someone, but just shy of that mark.
So the danger of trying to go for a direct attack into the setup is that because the triple wall's been open, they can't really hop in to walk in, right? They've got to hop in through bathroom. They've got to find another point of entry, which is exactly why we've seen Shurib go down below and try and aid his team. Now, Nina's been able to claw his way inside of the bathroom to try and sink a grenade through onto the player on the Astro stairs, but to no avail so far.
Yeah, 2 ADSs there chewed up. Both of those nades. This EMP is far too late to have an impact. Nina is fresh out of nades. And Weefly has found Sayachan from some unusual angle. Shurib down below, also out of nades. Entire Northeption are beginning to stall out here.
This is a really tough direct attack. It's not exactly safe haven to be inside of that master position because that big rotation hole that's been made on the triple wall. So Fiba and Nina are going to double down and play this really slowly. Meanwhile, Shurib seems to have a cutoff on a player inside of landing, not able to quite connect the shots. And in fact, they're actually going to rotate the diffuser to the other side, Dev. I think they've realized they can't direct attack and they want to sweep instead to get that diffuser down in a safer spot.
Wow. Febar's going to have to make this very swift, and Yukiz makes it a little bit easier, taking down guard at top red. He's got a Banshee waiting for him. Northeption might be able to make this work. They've got that numbers advantage now, Mandy, and Nina has furthered it once again. The double digits, the 2.0 KD, and Northeption are laughing right now. Weefly, oh, he's covered there by Marine, but Nina, he sends them home. It's redemption for Northeption in the lower bracket. They are staying alive. And they send Vega back to Korea. With that, the series is over, but we're not done here yet. We'll be back after a break. And with that, we have our first winner of a BO3 here at the Major. It's Northeption. The Japanese have bested the Koreans, and unfortunately for La Vega, that means they are sent home on the very first day of the Major.
Oh, that's so sad. You come all this way to be sent home on the first day. Well, at least for Northeption, they get a little bit of redemption, like you said. Unfortunately, losing out in the upper bracket does mean that they've got to fight out these BO3s, make that run through the lower bracket if they want to claw their way out of that group. But what a dominant victory right at the end there. 7-1. That's massive.
Yeah, dominant scoreline replicated in the first half and then continued the form for Northeption. Phenomenal work from these guys, and we're finally getting to see that energy that we expect out of these Japanese teams. It's funny, Japanese culture is very polite and respectful and calm for the most part, and yet these Japanese Rainbow Six teams, there's just something in the water. They always go bananas when they get on land.
Nice.
And I love it. It is very nice, and we really got to see that energy in this game.
It's been so much fun to watch both of these rosters, especially Northeption, really come into their own right at the end there. I think what really closed out that map, like right in that last round, mid-round adaptation, right? They realized that their win condition wasn't working and they managed to flip it over. We didn't see that from La Vega. La Vega looked a lot more timid in comparison. They looked a lot more stuck in their ways, whereas Northeption, they were bringing innovation, new ideas. They were willing to change things up. And I think that's really what the telltale of that series was.
Yeah, this really isn't the La Vega, to their credit, this isn't the La Vega that we saw in the last chance qualifiers. No. They just looked dejected. And credit to Northeption and, you know, to some extent Soniqs. I think both of the losses today really got into La Vega's heads. And with this being their major debut, they just didn't quite have the experience to stay composed under that level of pressure. And I also, you know, my heart goes out to a player like Weefly. He only started playing comp at the start of this year, right? Like, he's just turned 18 and it was a pretty devastating loss for La Vega. But for Northeption, what a great moment. They made it to the Major and now they have managed to stay alive through day one. Ginny, what a game. What an exciting time to be a Japanese Rainbow Six fan.
What an exciting time to be alive. Great cast, guys. But I want to touch upon the fact that you are highlighting one specific player from La Vega in terms of them just starting to play comp at the beginning of the year. But I do want to say that the fact that they're already here in that first year proves volumes and speaks volumes of their skill. But looking at the game and the series as an overall, do you guys happen to have an MVP?
Ooh.
Putting you on the spot.
Oh, so hard.
I have an idea.
Okay.
I feel like it's got to be Nina. Like, everyone
It's Nina
loves
every
Nina.
day.
I know
It's Nina every Japan play day.
Did you see how stylish that guy was? He closed out the series with a hipfire pistol drop shot, and then he turns around and gets the final kill with the pistol as well. What more do you want, Mandy?
Oh, okay. You know, that's true. Fair enough. Okay, Nina. I'm going with Dev.
You know what? I'm actually really surprised you guys are agreeing, but I'm happy for it either way. You know, you guys do you. I just want to touch upon Northeption as well in the fact that they're now in that lower bracket. This is the first best of 3 that we've seen from them. And yes, they looked very dominant on this specifically. But going forward, are you guys expecting the same performances? Because it's different that we're on LAN. Again, there's another team that's going to be dropping in the lower bracket. It could be Soniqs. Who knows?
Good question. I think that for Northeption, yeah, I think it's pretty comfortable territory against another APAC North team to go up against La Vega. So I think that win, yes, it was dominant, but it's also in their comfort zone, right? I think on the international stage, to prove themselves, they need to get a cross-region win, I think, to really show that they're internationally competitive.
Yeah, I mean, for me, right, they've already played against Reven and they kind of got slapped 7-3, so that's not a very positive result, not a positive sign if they end up rematching them. In a BO3, I'd be a bit more optimistic. If they go up against Soniqs, I think, you know, God help them. That's going to be a real tough match. Soniqs have a Pro League champion and a Six Invitational champion on their roster. But I will say one redeeming factor here for Northeption is that they actually really struggled in the BO1 stage of the South Korea League, and then as soon as they got to BO3s, they slapped all of the top teams. And so I'm wondering, maybe Northeption is just a bit of a BO3 team, and maybe now that they're on the verge of elimination, they might fire up.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. I feel like it could definitely go that way for Northeption.
Maybe they just need that pressure to step up to the game, but that's our first best of 3 of the day done. We still have one more coming your way, and it's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas up against Elevate, which also means that after that series, we're going to be saying goodbye to another team here on the first day of the Major in Copenhagen. So, see you guys after the break. Ninjas in pajamas up against Elevate, both stuck in this best of 3 to try and fight their way out before heading home on that first day of the Copenhagen Major. That's a lot on the line for both of these teams, but you might be wondering, how exactly did we get here? Well, let's have a look at the bracket and start things off just to see exactly what fate has caused these teams to be in this lower bracket on the first day. We started off with Northeption up against Reven, and Reven coming out on top, Soniqs winning the second match, which left Northeption up against Vega. We've just seen that, and with Northeption winning, Vega unfortunately is out today. Now, when we're looking at Group B, which is the group that we're looking at the moment, the last best of 3 of today is going to be between Ninjas in Pajamas and Elevate. So once that bracket shows up, we can have a little bit of a run down memory lane. Now, looking at 6 Karma, they had an absolute dominant performance against NIP. So NIP, they want to crawl back out of this one if they want to prove themselves. Space Station Gaming had a pretty good game themselves up against Elevate, so both of these teams are now secured in that upper final with NIP and Elevate fighting it out for what's left to be heading into that lower final. Now, the winner of the 6 Karma up against Space Station Gaming is basically securing themselves a spot in Phase 2, which is a pretty nice situation to be in. But to cover this best of 3, we did another switcheroo. This time, I mean, one of them is backed by popular demand, and that's because they're a very nice, lovely, kind man. And if anything, they even told us to remember to charge all our electronics before we went on a flight. That's how nice Ace is. And then he's with this other guy, Dez, who's like, yeah, Dez, what do I say?
I mean, Des definitely didn't remind you to charge your electronics, to be fair.
Absolutely.
Why would I do something that nice? It's not for Ginny.
It's nice to be nice, Des.
Can you make a guinea pig sound?
I'm not trying.
I think you can do. You like your sound effects.
No.
Come on,
I've been because I know where this ends. I've been down this road before.
Yeah, it gets clipped and put on Twitter.
It gets clipped and put on Twitter. So
do it for us. Do it for
I
the
don't
fans.
think I'm going to make a very good guinea pig noise, so I'm going to... And that's why I didn't do it.
That's what I've been listening to for the last 3 hours with Ginny backstage. All right, we're ready for our head-to-head. Let's take a look at the 2 teams coming into this picture. Elevate versus NIP. It feels weird to say that one of these 2 teams we are very used to seeing at every single major event, are going home on day 1, but one of them must go home. Is it previous world champions in NIP, or is it going to be Elevate, Tim?
Well, that's a very good question, Des.
Oh, is it?
It is. Because at the beginning of the day, I think, you know, the majority of people, had we taken a vote, would have said straight away, NIP win that. Yeah. But let's not forget that charge back that we had from Elevate against SSG. They really showed us that they've got an ability. You know, yep, they're playing with the coach. Sunan is in, but Sunan stepped up. You know, got a few kills, particularly at a good cost because of survival. You know, was doing very well in a lot of rounds. Ape went absolutely off, was just dominating.
Went absolutely ape, you can say.
Just everywhere around the map. He was absolutely everywhere. So for me, I think coming into this is nowhere near as clear-cut or straightforward as we might have expected. You know, if you'd have asked me about it at 9 o'clock this morning, you know, I might have said slightly different. Elevate have really shown us something, even with the situation of playing with the coach. And NIP didn't look like their world championship winning selves, let's be honest, against 6 Karma. And I think this could be a pretty close matchup.
For me, for NIP, I think it's the slowness that's always plagued them, right? Like, many have regarded them as a
been a problem
very...
for years.
Exactly. They're a very, very capable and competent team, but their issue has always been the clock. Yeah. They're not the quickest. We see them losing countless rounds to the clock. It just doesn't really help them. And I'm concerned that coming up against players like Ape, given how well he played earlier on, he will bully that clock away from them. Yeah. It will very quickly disappear, and they'll be losing rounds to themselves rather than strictly against Elevate. But if this was a best of 1, I'd probably go out on a limb and say that Elevate could win it. I think because it's a best of 3, I'm expecting NIP to win it.
Yeah, I think over a longer period of time, I would agree with you. I would expect NIP to be able to wear them down. But you're absolutely right. For me, if I'm Elevate, I'm leaning into that roam game. I'm saying, right, just get out there, make a nuisance of yourself, cause some chaos, you know, just be as slippery as you can. And that could well be a big stumbling block if NIP don't get it locked down quickly. They need to be going in there in numbers, you know, 2, 3 in there with drones in front of them and just getting aggressive, clearing those roamers out, making sure they've got map control, and then get on with your execution. Don't let them burn that clock away.
Just put drones in front of you. Lol, it's that easy. It's as simple as that. Well, let's see how simple it is on the 3 maps that we're heading to in this series. Here they are. We've got Chalet, Villa and Cafe coming through, starting out with an NIP pick on Chalet, Tim. Chalet, we play on Chalet.
We love to play on a Chalet, Des.
do.
We love to cast on a Chalet. I'm glad that we're getting it on the first day.
This is a massive desk, by the way, isn't it?
It's very large, isn't
I feel
it?
like you could sleep on
Plenty of room for notes.
Oh, taking actual notes on
Taking
the
notes,
desk.
yeah.
We should get some whiteboard markers. That's
I don't
a
just
great
mean
idea.
laying them out.
I mean actually writing them on here, but
I do like this.
You could write down 3 maps on here if you wanted to, Tim. Chalet, Villa, Cafe, what are you thinking?
Quite easily. I think I'm a little bit worried. With Chalet being NIP's pick, I sort of think, right, okay, let's say NIP win Chalet.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit worried for Elevate on Villa.
Given they start an attack on that map,
I
most
know
likely.
it's their pick, but we say time and time again, Villa is a big map, and they've maybe lent into the time factor that we spoke about for NIP. Pick a big map, make them clear it all out, but I'm just a little bit worried because Villa's not just a big map, it's a very strat-heavy map. You've got to be really switched on to it. You've got to have everybody in the right place at the right time because it's too easy to get stretched thin. And with the coach standing in, I'm a little bit worried about whether Elevate can do that or not. I think maybe a smaller, simpler map might have sort of suited them a little bit better.
Yeah. I mean, Cafe for me is always an exciting one if we get there. I think it's a real classic, like, showdown map.
Yeah.
It's where teams really go to war with each other because it's considered such a hard map to attack into. It really will come down to pace, I think, across both that and Villa, as we sort of touched on yourself as well. We're looking at Villa as a map. I just can't get away from the fact that Elevate have to start attack there, which makes me think probably a 2-0 in the works, to be honest.
It's possible, but as Elevate showed, after getting absolutely dominated 6-0 by SSG in the first half on Oregon, they brought it back to 6-4 at a point. You know, anything's possible. Anything is possible. And if we see Cafe, who knows at that point? I think if Elevate do manage to take the map, the concern for me again, you know, if I'm an Elevate fan and I'm sat there watching this and I think I'm looking at NIP, I'm a little bit like, we know how good they are. They've got people like Muzi and Pino, and I'm sort of thinking, has Six Karma essentially just like hit a wasp's nest with a big stick, and now we have to go and sort it out, and we're gonna have all these angry wasps just like, you know, coming at us, trying. There's gonna be lots of stings all around.
The bringers of chaos.
And it's just not gonna be pretty. It could, you know, you could be going into a team who are now a little bit aggravated, a little bit agitated, like, right, we need to prove a point here, and NIP are most certainly capable of proving that point.
Well, they're off buzzing somewhere because right now we are waiting for a few players at NIP side. When they get in the lobby, we will start the game. Don't worry. As always, there is no secret.
There's no button.
I mean, it's right there. I just haven't told anyone about it until you've just said it.
See, I tried to cover
See, if you didn't mention the button, I wouldn't have to talk about the button, Tim. We've gone through this 1,000 times.
The press button.
Press the button then, Tim.
Press the press button.
Press it then.
It don't work for me.
Why not? Are you a caster?
You're in charge.
You can also press the button. It's a button. No one needs to be in charge. It's not some secret key. It's just a lovely big red button that you can hit at any time.
We're going to have to wait.
So why don't you hit it, Tim?
We're going to have to wait.
Hit the button, Tim. Let's start 5v1 right now. Wizard can live up to his name. Deliver us some magic.
We'll just give Elevate a start. It should be fine. What's the problem?
Again, I kind of get the sense they're going to need it, but time will tell. What do you think about the other game so far today?
I've absolutely loved it today. There's been a few nice surprises. I say it every time. I'm going to say the same again. Fresh should put this on his bingo card. I absolutely love the chaos of group stages, phase 1 as it is now. I just love it. You get new... I don't love you. You get new teams coming
Don't lie to me like that.
You get new teams coming along, you know, who maybe people haven't seen on this sort of stage before, and then you get your teams coming in who you think, right, you know, these are teams that could potentially be winning the tournament. Let's see how they do. Soniqs, SSG, both looked very good. You know, NIP, little bit of a surprise. We've had our upset. We've had a bit of chaos. Six Karma coming through. Absolutely, I won't say absolutely destroying them, but they've knocked them out. And Six Karma have now got a best of 3 to qualify. Simple as that, you know. So I absolutely love it. It's been really, really good fun today. I really enjoyed watching Six Karma. I want to give them the shout. You know, I know I'm a bit of a, I'm a lifetime enjoyer. It's fair to say. I think everybody knows that. But yeah, I want to give Six Karma a shout because they've done really well.
Stop looking at me so fast. I've got no time to react. Anyway, we have had an update, I promise. There is a reason why we are delayed a little bit. We are having a quick PC swap going on. We had to have a tech issue on our first day. Obviously, it's the first day of a major. So what we are going to do is go out to a little 15-minute break. So grab yourself a coffee, whatever else your choice of beverage might be at this time of day, night or morning, based on where you're watching from. Me and Tim will sit here and drive each other absolutely mental for 10, 15 minutes. We'll come back and then we'll have a good game of Siege. It's going to be great fun. See you in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
That was cool.
There we go.
I'll give him that. That was pretty cool. Because for 5 seconds before we came back, I was like, guys, there's no lights. Guys, there's no lights. And then bam, we get the nice zoom in. I dig it. They were also asking us to freestyle rap in the break, and Tim dropped the best, what can only be described as a potential future mixtape that you will never get to hear. Do you want to give us a small...
It's a one-time thing.
Oh, it's a shame. It could be like the Tenacious D with the whole tributes song, though. You heard the song, right? Where they're like,
yeah. It's not the song.
It's not the greatest song in the world. This is just a tribute.
Yeah.
Couldn't remember the greatest song in the world, no.
I'll work on that tonight.
This is a tribute. Oh, there's the beat again. It's back.
It's never to be repeated, does.
What's your rapper name? MC Pyrite?
I don't believe it or not. I don't have one. I'm nowhere near cool enough.
I'd call you MC Egghead, I think.
Right, we've got Elevate versus NIP. Map 1 is Chalet.
That got me. I knew I'd crack you at some point today. Go on, Tim. Talk about the game. Do your job.
We've got bans coming in.
Yes, we do.
I'm banning Des from speaking. We've got Yana is going to be the first ban taken out. Elevate moving, just taking away a couple of nades there. A little bit of intel as well, of course, in the shape of those Gemini decoys. But Ying will be the ban for NIP. No major surprises there. We've seen Ying's ban rate skyrocket over the last few months. I've banned you from speaking, so you're not going to speak now. Honestly, it's like it's constantly like working with a child with Des. Sometimes like there's a wasp in the room. Azami is going to be our first defensive.
What does that even mean?
Well, just that constant aggravation and agitation of having a wasp in the room.
I've seen you when there's a wasp in the room. It is anything but an agitation. It may as well be a life-threatening,
I'm cool.
Existential crisis.
I'm cool as a cucumber.
I don't know about that.
Azami and Solus are our final defender bans. The thing is, you joke, but there was a bit of like the hairs on my neck. There was a bit of me that was like, hang on.
My throat can't take this laughing anymore. Come on, Tim, I've got a dry cough. This is not good for me.
Contribute something to the game. Look, we're in preparation phase. Going to be Elevate versus NIP. And let's not forget, this is the first of 3 maps that we're going to have here between these two. It is best of 3, and the loser will go home. You heard me right. NIP, former world champions, could be going home here and now.
They're going home. It might be going home. We don't know yet. Right, okay, yeah, game face on. These are the twilight hours now. We're at 8 p.m. almost. Things get silly. Hopefully, this game is anything but silly. So, as you've seen, we had the map vetoes just before our break. We'd have a 15-minute break because we had to get a PC replaced. But in case you missed it, NIP peaked Chalet, Elevate went for Villa, and then Cafe is our decider if we have to get to it. And we're going to rehost. So why not, Tim? Let's just keep on talking some more rubbish.
We're going to have a little rehost.
A little cheeky rehost. Love a little rehost.
Player camps. We've got Chubbs and the NIP fellas there.
I love their jerseys.
They're very nice, aren't they? They are very.
I actually love the set design. Yeah, I walked through earlier on and I was like, man. Because
I do happen to have an NIP jersey.
Of course you do, mate.
I've got the 2021 SI winners.
I didn't ask, but okay.
Don't worry. Just thought I'd feed you that information.
Brilliant.
Got a Furia one as well.
Yep.
M&M.
Fantastic, yep. Got about 4 of those, mate.
Got a couple on the way.
Honestly, though, bless him. Calvin does not stop sending us those bloody jerseys. I've just been giving it to my missus like all the time. She's like, "Oh, wear it to bed now." I'm like, "Yeah, go for it."
They are very nice.
Yeah, okay.
NIP then. They've got a bounce back to make here. Took a tough loss against Six Karma, and they've got to work. It's one of them. They've now got 2 best of 3s that they've got to win, and the next one, if they win this, is either going to be against Six Karma, who've already beaten them, or SSG, who looked pretty good against Elevate. So NIP's route to potentially even getting into phase 2 is fraught with peril.
Oh, yeah.
The minute.
You got to keep on winning your whole way through because, as you said, 3 games to win if you lose the first. Well, 2 to win, 3 overall to play if you lose out on that first one. So it is a bit of a challenge, and as we've already said, I think for these two teams being here, they're not really the kind of teams that you expect to see going home on day one. Like,
no, absolutely.
If you had to pick one, I know most would probably look at NIP and say they should be beating Elevate. Like, Elevate of old, I think anyone would look at and say, actually, it's a pretty fair matchup there. We've seen what the likes of Onigiri can do, for example. He's no longer on the team, but then equally, Arpe stepped up earlier on and really showed us what he could do. And Sudan as well, as we said, as coach, didn't play particularly bad either. So there is still hope for this team. It's, you know, it's hard hope against a team like NIP, but it is definitely doable.
Arpe was great earlier. The one thing I would say, the one potential problem for Elevate is what happens if Arpe doesn't come out and perform in the same way. You know, if he doesn't put those numbers down, could be an issue. Somebody's going to have to step up and fill that void because he was very, very good. And as we said, you know, a potential strategy for getting an advantage over NIP here is going to be playing to the clock a little bit, wasting a bit of time and just sort of slowing them down. And Arpe out on the roam, we saw him do, you know, brilliant work in that last matchup, so he could be an important part of that. So his performance could be pivotal here. Certainly one for you to watch at home. Wizard as well, if you're wanting somebody on the NIP side to keep an eye on Wizard. Had a couple of had one particularly big clutch moment in the game against 6 Karma, but just was the last alive a couple of times, and every time I always thought he could do this. This is possible.
Yeah.
And so yeah, Wizard definitely one to watch out for.
I mean, it's not just Wizard, it's the whole squad. Everyone can be pretty scary.
There's danger in every corner of the NIP team.
And just to stress as well, we are waiting on one more player, and then we can get this lobby back underway. It was a quick rehost, and again, as a reminder, it is a best of 3. So, Tim, I know Pressure's got it on his bingo card again. He hasn't changed it from the last time he had a bingo card. Overtime on map 3.
Overtime
with Des
you and I.
Yeah.
I mean, it's certain to happen at some point.
This is going to happen today. Because we kind of swerve a lot. We swerve the craziness because we don't cast the next couple of days. We cast again on Thursday.
We've got a couple of days off. We'll be here for the final day of phase 1.
Do we do one game on that day as well?
I'm not sure. Might be just one of the best.
I want to say it's 1 in the morning.
Yeah, because we're on the same pattern as because
the reverse of Blue and Lynx today.
They did one today. Yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
And Happen Emmy as well just did one today.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're back on day 4 of phase 1.
So what crazy games have we got tomorrow?
Which groups are they? Yeah,
I'm just gonna take a quick look.
See what's going on. The thing is,
trying not to cough my brains out at the same time.
The thing is, with NIP, if they go out here.
What's the date today, Tim?
24th.
Correct. I do like a count. You to have the date ready.
Don't you worry about it. If NIP go out here, it'll be an upset. There's no two ways. You know, I think coming into this, people will have expected them to at least, you know, progress through to the next day of phase 1, if you will. You know, they'd expect them to at least get that, you know, that best of 3 opportunity to qualify. So it will be a surprise. But what I will say is, I very much doubt it'll be the last of our surprises when we play our next 2 groups, which will be tomorrow. So today we've got
there they are.
We've got the graphic
production are on it.
So
Look at them.
on top of it, absolutely love the production team. Wonderful work today. Group B we've got up in front of us there. Obviously, we've seen Group B and Group C, if I'm right, today with Soniqs. So we'll be seeing the other 2 groups tomorrow, and we'll be going through the same process. So we'll play those first best of 1s, and then we'll start on the best of 3s. I think that's how we're doing it. I could be wrong. But yeah, there's definitely
elimination games are always the best of 3s. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly that. So. Sorry, I just hit my microphone then as I was moving.
That is like a massive caster faux pas.
I know it is.
So, quick thoughts before we get back into the game.
We've got a pen in my hand. It threw all my measurements.
We've got
off.
Sandbox versus Fury.
Okay.
Tomorrow, then we've got M&M versus Falcons in the same group.
As I said, it's the same process as today, just with the other groups.
M&M Falcons, banging game.
Good game, that.
And then down in Group D, we've got W7M versus Bliss. Bliss really want to cause an upset, obviously.
They've got a mountain to climb there.
Yeah, and then it's Wolves against Varel, which could be interesting.
I love seeing all the new teams. I love seeing all the new teams, and there's absolutely
it's a nightmare as a caster because of pronunciation, but outside of that, it's brilliant.
There's absolutely room for some more upsets, so make sure that you keep yourself glued to your screens for the next 2 weeks as the major plays out, but particularly phase 1 is where you're going to see a lot of those upsets. We are, of course, just running the 1 stream setup this time, Des. Historically, we've had a setup of everything. You only need to catch it in one place. We're never going to make you choose between game 1 and game 2. You can watch absolutely everything.
I did hear that was a key focus of this major. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to cut the B stream because of a budget or whatever. It came down purely to, one, it's better for teams to have a lot more viewership, which is why everything is all here on one stream. So you can be excited about that. Righty, let's get into it. Finally, we are underway with this series between these two teams, and Healthcare is wasting no time looking to take away the health of the enemy team. Looking out for a cheeky little bit of a spawn peek here. But Wizard, though, oh, he's just got that sixth sense. He knows what's going on. He ain't falling for any of those tomfooleries.
No, absolutely not. And again, you know, we wouldn't expect it from a team like NIP to just be running into danger in round one like that. So good to see that they've got their wits about them. Psycho is going to be looking to push in towards main lobby, but he's going to be taken down. How about that, Des? Told you, managing to find Psycho at the main door with a headshot, and that already causes NIP a problem because the hard breacher is gone. Ouch.
Told you it took a bit of a time to warm into the series earlier on, but once he did come online, there were a good few rounds where he was a real kind of midfield demon, I'd call him. And when I say midfield, it sounds like a very weird way to describe players in Siege, but wasn't playing like a hard defensive role, like an anchor, but equally wasn't playing as an out-and-out roamer. He was the midfield when it came round to the team. Now, this is a bit of difference because when you look back to the series against SSG earlier for Elevate as well, they were losing a lot of the entry battles against members of Space Station. So suddenly you're seeing NIP losing 3 players very early on, one to a different member as well on each side of Elevate. They're just falling down like Skittles here, Tim. There's only one left standing. It's Cons against 5.
And I think it's an important point to remember that this is NIP's map choice. I know it's only round 1, but Elevate are coming out here looking good. They were on for a flawless round. It's not going to happen as Cons manages to find one, but he is going to take a little bit of damage. He knows that there's somebody on the opposite side of the mezzanine, but that's not what he needs to worry about. He needs to worry about the player moving up the main stairs. Going to finish that off. And what an opening round from Elevate. I'm going to repeat what I said at the beginning of this game, Des, and that is, I think this could be a closer matchup than many might think, given what we've seen from both teams today. And it's certainly looking like it could be after round 1.
I mean, I'm looking at the replays of where these kills came from, just like, oh, that was a thing. Wrong region! What are you doing? Screaming that one across at NIP. I'll dig in for it every single day of the week. No, I'm with you. Like, the one thing that, coming into it, I did say earlier on, NIP 2-0 this I expect. You know, I think going into attacking Villa for Elevate is a very tall order, even if it is their map pick. And NIP, if they win this first map, which we expect they will, it will be a bit of a landslide. It will snowball away from them, and Elevate simply won't be able to keep up. But the one thing I've always said Elevate have over NIP is pace. They're just a much quicker team. They're willing to take more risks, it feels like, whereas NIP are very calculated, quite slow, often to their detriment as well. So I think if the pace is there for Elevate and they're able to even match NIP in gunfights, it could be their series for the taking. Again, on paper, it feels like it should be NIP 2-0, but I can very much see a world where it is not that 2-0, and instead it's Elevate walking away potentially with it on their side instead.
What I like about that first round for Elevate as well, if you think about where those kills came in, you know, none of them were around the site. And we were talking about this, wasting the time, getting out in the map, getting active. And they were hurting NIP at front door, library door, mezzanine. You know, this is where they were causing the problems. Outside gaming at the bottom of library stairs. They were just out and around in the map and burning as much time, taking gunfights all over the place. They're looking to do similar again. It's going to be bar and gaming this time as the defensive site for Elevate. That's their second choice. They've already been pushed away from Master and Office. Psycho's managed to move in quickly on the Ash. That's good progress from NIP. Speed again being an important factor that we need to keep an eye on. Ape just getting a little bit loosey-goosey there, heading himself out of the trench door, seeing if he could pick anybody up on the double window repel, but he won't find anybody there at the moment.
Right, sort of idea. There is one sat in trench, but they're playing very passively. To the stage, I think even if he gets that door opened up, he's not going to be able to get out and find him in time. You can kind of see him stepping away here. Ape's thinking about it. Oh my God, no way does he get away with that. I'm pretty sure there's still a second inside a trench as well, but that should not be happening for free, boys. That should absolutely not be happening at this level.
Well, he's already had a look out of that door, and I'm pretty sure he was out long enough the first time around for it to at least flash up the detection message. You know, they might not have known exactly where that was, but it's got to give you the warning that there's the potential for a jump out coming. We are going to get Ape taken down in a very late trade there, but nonetheless, it will be a pickup for Muzi. We're going to have that Brava Clutch drone just racing around. If you've not seen this gadget before, It is the newest inside a Siege that we've got. Captures Defender electronics. So you go in, it's like a little hacking gadget, and those electronics, such as a Capcan trap, will flip allegiance and start to work for the attackers rather than the defenders.
Which can make for some really interesting moments when you're hacking out yokai drones, for example.
Banshees.
Yeah, it's an absolute headache. Really, really interesting. And Capcan's always going to be the most hilarious thing that you can hack, I find. Here we go, though. Vertical control established by NIP. They are still down a player here as well, so even with all the work going on, they finally found that bulletproof, by the way. It's been there for the longest time, watching that clutch drone go up and down, and finally they've sort of found it and got rid of it. But NIP in their pace, as we've spoken about so many times, there's 30 seconds left, and only now will they starting to look to get inside a lobby. Psycho's left all alone. This feels very reminiscent of the last round, where there's 4 players all starting to converge onto the last man left alive. He can do nothing except walk into Tolji's extended, well, not extended barrel, but extended gun, I guess, and find himself taken down 2-0 very comfortably to kick things off for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, I love it. Got to be feeling pretty comfortable at the minute. Chalet, not a map that scares attackers usually, so if Elevate can get themselves a really good defensive half here, they might just fancy taking this one, and then they head on to their own map pick. I did ask questions about that Villa choice of Elevate, especially with the coach standing in. It just concerns me a little bit. It's a sort of very strat-heavy, very complicated map to play. You're going to be stretched thin, and you've got to have, you know, everybody on point, but still, with the way that things are going at the minute, this NIP side just not looking good at the minute.
I was about to say after that first gunfight, yeah, Sudan, he retired in 2020, but the guy can still gun. Then I've just seen him literally burn a whole mag trying to hit someone once at the top of mezzanine and not quite connect. I think barely a single shot onto his enemy either. But we spoke about him a little bit earlier on today, you know, didn't have a bad performance by any means. And just as a reminder, Sunan is normally this team's coach, but here he is stepping in as they couldn't get Barcode out here, I believe, had visa issues, unfortunately. But imagine if on your first day you managed to beat NIP. What a kind of statement that would be in it. I think a proud badge that you carry to the grave with you as a coach as well.
I think it's one of those
It's like
teams,
you in that time and you beat 3 LATAM players on border, like 3 pro players, and you were like, not a big deal.
It wasn't border, it was stadium, but not a big thing.
Stadium. The border part of stadium.
Yeah, and it was me and cameraman. We went in, we got a few kills. It's not a big thing, Des. Not a big thing at all. I don't like to bring it up, really. Moving into round 3.
Shut up.
Moving into round 3 we go. 2-0 Elevate, and I'm not sure many people will have had that one down as the way things were going to start here on Chalet. But Elevate just finding a groove, really, just in a comfort zone. You know, getting in there, winning gunfights. NIP not really challenging at the minute. You know, we've got to remind you, NIP, and you know, if you've not been on top of every region and their qualification processes coming in here and who's got here how, NIP had to go through the last chance qualifiers. They didn't have a fantastic stage 1 over in the BR6, so they had to go through those last chance quals. They aced them. They won all 3 of their matches. They beat Black Dragons, MIBR, lost 1 in the final, just went on an absolute tear. But now they seem to be looking more towards their stage 1 performances, and that's going to be a big disappointment for them.
They're going to burn this towards the mirror window again. Oh, they've lost a second here. Oh, I mean, a good trade coming out the back of it. Told you he's been the one that's sort of not played like direct entry, where he hasn't been super aggressive, but he's always been on the fringe, able to get involved if he really wanted to. Oh my God, Sunan, you lucky soul. Down to quite literally 1 HP. There's 2 kills come out of seemingly nowhere for Elevate. Just bouncing back onto Pino and Psycho, who, you know, again, probably spent 75 seconds there trying to get these 2 shot drones the entire length of the map, was looking for the mirror windows, but ended coming up empty-handed. The only benefit here for NIP is the combo work between Psycho and Muzi has helped them find out those vault cams, but they've lost 2 members for the privilege.
They have, and the problem here is NIP need to get top floor control. They're attacking onto Dining and Kitchen, but they can't have to play into those verticals. Wizard, he's going to take an absolute lungful of that Des. Look, about 60 HP went by the wayside then as he moved through the Toxic Babe canister, but he didn't want to drop that ADS because he had a sixth sense that he was going to be challenged there, but it just never came, and he took a lot of damage in doing so. Now, it looks like NIP have got themselves that top floor control I was speaking about, so they can at least start working the verticals a little bit, but they are limited in utility to open that up. They've got 1 more explosive charge in the hands of Wizard, which can be used, but otherwise they're going to have to work with what they've got.
It's time, Tim, again. I'll always come back to it, but 25 seconds and they're going to go for a Hail Mary drop as they have another smoke canister come out to this hatch as well.
Great smoke play.
There's just so much time and they're trying to go for a retake here. Good read by Wizard coming out as Muzi gets another. similar. It's Sunan really on 1 HP. He won't be able to do too much, but off the back of that, they've almost done it. Sunan's got to win a 1 versus 1 here against Wizard, but he can just run for the mountains if he really wants to. Going to try and make this plan happen. He's going to have to stick it, but can Sunan... Oh, no way! Wizard, what a read! Here's the footsteps, pulls off and wins the round for NIP.
So difficult for Sunan to judge that there. There's information obviously coming through to him, whether he can hear it from his position or whether there's a little bit of utility in sight maybe that's feeding that in to say, he's getting the diffuser down, you need to move. He goes in there running, maybe if he's in his ADS he has more of a chance, but you know, at the end of the day, this is the coach that's trying to get the job done, and Wizard just knows exactly where he's coming from, manages to play him out, and that's going to be a round for NIP. But we talk about time, we've said it a million times already, it was down to the final second. NIP can't rely on that, they have to speed up.
Down to the last couple of 100 milliseconds there as well. If you missed even, you know, maybe 2 of those shots, well, only had to hit 1, admittedly. Sunan was on 1 HP, but in a different timeline.
If Sunan had put the brakes on before getting to the door, his movement had been enough to pull Wizard off the plant. If he'd just put the brakes on and not gone in, he wins that.
That's what you're going to pick up from being in those kind of situations a million and one times over there, right? You can't always ask for perfection. Still, really good attempts, and finally, at least, NIP are on the board with a pretty spicy comp here, Tim. We've got the Amaru coming along, we've got the Sens on side, the Nut as well. Lots to play with, but it's got to survive the early aggression coming out of Elevate. Ape once again up at a window.
Well, they've been looking for this at the start of every round, whether it's Healthcare or Ape. They've been, as you say, right up at those windows, looking to get that early advantage over NIP. It sort of worked for them when they got Psycho on the main door. It wasn't really a peek at a window, but it was a really good first pickup, taking, in that case, the hard breach off the board and really helped propel them towards winning that round. But they haven't found anybody in the early stages this time, so that's at least step 1 done for NIP. They've got themselves in a position where they can think about getting inside of the map without having lost anybody.
Yeah, they should be able to just march their way forwards. They've got the downstairs control, they've got themselves control of Trophy. All they really need to get control here, pushing towards West Main and start, well, working their way upwards, I guess. For now, it's more like they're trying to bait out a potential push coming in, some kind of expected aggression, but Elevate are just not biting.
No, not at all, and I like that from Elevate. Again, it's that time, you know, playing for every second they can get. Don't give them the engagements, don't peek them, don't give them what they want. Force them to come into the building, force them to do the work. You know, they know there's somebody on West Main stairs. That's nice team play coming out. It's Pino who's going to pick up the kill onto RP, but he's wasted nearly half of the round. Time will tell if that will be enough or not.
A really good read onto the strategy there for Elevate too. You know, aggression on towards West Main, put pressure onto the player. He's going to flee down through basement, but they had the Nook there ready and waiting. So good team play, as you say, coming out from NIP. It only finds them 1 though, and they've invested over half the round in making that play happen. It's not to say that you can't win things in the last 30 seconds. We've already seen them do it once, but you are really increasing the impact that mistakes start to have on the team when you leave it that late.
Trying for those vertical nades. Pino on the knock, not going to find his mark. Going to need a little bit more information. Not going to find another one as he tries again, and he's not going to have any success this time. Psycho is working that double window whilst the rest of his teammates work over Elevate at the minute. Going in, getting kill after kill, leaving themselves 5 versus 2. And Des, this is dangerous for Elevate because it looks like NIP are starting to wake up, but there come Elevate. 2 kills returned.
I mean, the 2's enough to give them a little bit of breathing room, but you still got 30 seconds to play with. I almost feel Elevate here have tried to get in knowing they've got to find a numbers advantage and have paid the price for it along the journey. Now, Cons is in going for a plant. They should have the cover they need to make this work out, and there we go. Pino holding a good spot, told you into a second, but we've seen him do this so many times. Looks so close, but can't win the 1v1. Cons with the closeout, and NIP are in a good spot. If Cons had lost there, that would have been really, really bad because the last player was on the double window rappel. He has to repel in to try and stop this diffuse coming off, where told you would have had a brilliant position to get the diffuse off. So it was lucky, really, that Cons came away with that win.
Yeah, 100%. He had to find that one. If Told You manages to win that fight, and Told You had every advantage, really. He saw Cons from around the corner, so he knows exactly where he is, and he can go in there pre-firing. But he just manages, the NIP man, and just manages to do enough with his movement to prevent him losing his life. As you can see, he dips back, he ducks down, and it's that crouch that wins him that fight, really. It just changes changes his silhouette, changes his shape, and it means that he can land those first few crucial shots onto Tolji. But Elevate, they're still looking good, but NIP definitely managed. I won't quite go as far as found another gear yet, but they've at least found the accelerator and got themselves some momentum going.
That's it. It feels like they've just pushed just slightly past Elevate here. Not enough that they can't be caught, but Elevate now have got to be the ones to adapt and change a little bit. We had a good first couple of rounds. Now that NIP have sort of figured, all right, then we're going to see a lot of Valkyrie. We know there's going to be a lot of Frost. They know what to do to be able to deal with that. This round will be quite an interesting one because we've still got Tolji on the Valk, but there's no IQ on side this time. That was their big response back in round 3 to be able to get their way back into this game, was saying, okay, look, let's sacrifice some more desirable pick. Let's bring the IQ and use that to get rid of these Valk camps. So here, it's going to be down to the drones getting in and doing a little bit of work. I do like for Psycho, by the way. I think he's played all 3 drone operators so far. We've seen him on the Bravo, the Twitch, and now the Flores.
All bringing very unique characteristics and abilities to the field for NIP. This time Psycho going to have those Rotero drones. We'll be able to take down utility, but also open soft walls. So it might well just be of use for clearing out areas like the top of Blue Stairs, opening up that wall from mezzanine through into library, and just making life difficult for those defenders who want to play in those positions. Interestingly, Elevate, look, there's like they've only really got 2 players up on that top floor. The Valkyrie just moving down to the bottom of main stairs, and just needs to be careful that Tolji doesn't give his life away here, because as I often say, these 3 players, top blue, library and mezzanine, if one goes, they usually all go.
That's it. Well, the shield's been taken off on the top floor, and they're actually working their way through basement here. So I like how, for Elevate, they've rotated a couple of players down. They said, okay, let's go try and match them. Ape there looks away at just the wrong second, feeling a little bit too comfortable and almost paying for it with his life.
He knew that somebody was out there. The tracers had fired and flashed across in front of him, but just couldn't find his angle when it mattered. Rotero drone just trying to dislodge Healthcare. Not going to do the job, but the dislodging comes from Cons onto Tolji as he manages to take down that player who was on main stairs and mezzanine. That makes Healthcare's position even more dangerous. More utility going in here. And that's not a good throw from Psycho. He's going to flash himself. And that's not ideal for the push coming in onto Healthcare, who has burnt a lot of time and a lot of utility in that position and escapes with his life.
I think after you've had 3-4 grenades thrown at you, you know exactly what's going to follow next. They have to commit and capitalize off the back of those flashes. Here we go with them now taking control of library finally, but Healthcare, as we all know, is away safe and sound. Definitely not the worst outcome. They are still down without Tolji, of course, but NIP have got 45 seconds to work with.
Going to have to use that verticality that they have found now. They've got the sledge upstairs. They need to make sure that they're not flanked. There's no excuse for that. Wizard is on the Nomad. The staircases should have been dealt with. Psycho moves just downstairs, finds himself one, heads back up to the top. And right now, Elevate find themselves in a position of having to hold on. RP's down in the basement. Can't really be too much use from there. And his low health Speakeasy does manage to down one, but doesn't matter as he exposes himself to that vertical angle. Pino right there, right place, right time, gets his man, and Cons, he's going to be putting the diffuser down, but there's not going to be an opportunity for RP to stop that, and surely this is a matter of time until NIP find the last man. He comes in, takes down the down Psycho, and then it is now 3 versus 1.
There we go. Good close up by Muzi as well. Soon on the left, one less standing, being pushed from 2 angles at once. Not much that he can do. NIP have awoken with now 3 rounds in a row on the board.
Probably a little bit more of what we expected out of this Chalet matchup, with NIP really getting themselves back into things, doing much, much better. And you expect them really now to take the advantage on the half, moving on to the defence. That's going to make things tough for Elevate, really. You know, when I'm looking at players like Ape, and we've said how well he's played, I feel a lot of that strength has been on the defence, and so they need to find that momentum on attack somehow as well.
Alrighty, kitchen dining. Let's see if Elevate can make it work now. Had to rotate through a few different sites, see if they can really figure out a way to get things moving here. Sunan once again stepping back across the playing on the Mark 14. We caught this quite a bit in the game earlier on today, and in a way it felt like a cute nod back towards the Onigiri days, known as the Mark 14 Demon, really playing both the Aruni and the Decavi almost exclusively. And my God, doing some work. I think it was 27 kills he hit in the one map playing that.
Yep.
When was that? Was that last SI? Not the one just gone, the one before?
One before, I think. 22?
Yeah, I think it was. impressive performance either way. And again, that's kind of been a big story for this team is, without your star player, can you still shine anywhere near as brightly? Obviously, with how this game's now starting to trend, you start to feel like maybe no is the answer, but change happens all the time, and sure, there's one or two players on this team, Ape and Tolji, especially today so far, really impressing in my view.
Yeah, they've been great. They've been fantastic to watch. If they do exit the tournament here and now, if NIP win this best of 3, it'd be a real shame not to see more of those two players. And they're certainly two players that I'll be looking forward to seeing, more of in the future, which I'm sure we will do because, they have been very, very good so far. So looking towards round 6, then it's going to be the final defense for Elevate. This time we're down in dining once again. We saw this back in round 3. It was a NIP win. It was actually the start of the NIP wins, the first of their 3 rounds that they've taken back-to-back. And NIP are making relatively quick progress here. They're getting that office wall open, which is going to prevent some of the vertical hold that Elevate will try to keep for as long as possible, force them back to site. And we actually saw NIP do some good work from above, but it did come down to that final 1v1 last time. NIP won't want it that close again.
Absolutely not, no. Psycho straight here inside of office as well to start getting this top 4 exposed. Quite interestingly, because we're normally used to seeing the focus coming towards mezzanine. You open up, for example, the double wall there and then look to move your way through. Whereas here what actually happened was because they were so dug back, they almost tried to kind of bait NIP, I'd say, in a way, into trying to go a little bit deeper. That's exactly what's had to happen, though, is they've gone direct towards sites. They forget about the double wall. We'll chuck one of our Salmons on there for good measure to make sure it is open, but the other 2 have gone straight on towards that double reinforced wall between the Master and the office rooms, and that has now forced the members of Elevate back. So, although for NIP, again, it's taken a long time, it's still the right idea that has given them the top floor control they need to start thinking about the site. And I think what I like the most, 75 seconds to play with, full control upstairs, and we can make another hatch drop work if we really have to.
The problem that they've got at the minute, Des, is they've no way of opening that hatch. That's going to be an issue for them. The hatch was reinforced, and there is no hard breach available for them as Psycho's used all 3 Selmas by trying to get that very same top floor control. As it is, we're going to have Healthcare coming under immediate pressure there. Cons does manage to find him as he was in the reload animation at the time. Cons is going to find himself down, but Muzi manages to take out Speakeasy, and a second for him as he picks up Harpe. 1 versus 4, it's all up to Sunan. How many times have we said that, Des? The coach seems to be continuously the last alive. Can he do it this time? Absolutely not, as Psycho shuts him down on a tight angle, and NIP, after a shaky start, close out that half 4-2.
I think it was just really smart from NIP too. They basically boxed in Elevate there. Once they forced them off the top floor, they had players looking in towards Trophy, in towards West Main. They flooded in towards the site, so Elevate were kind of boxed in. They had, what, Astro Stairs to work with, Solar Stairs to work with, a little bit of wiggle room inside a Trophy, and that was really it. They didn't control enough of the map for what they were looking to achieve, didn't try to do so aggressively enough, and NIP just completely cut them off at the source as soon as they tried to get back. So although it was slow, it was really well calculated from NIP. Really enjoyed what I saw in that round. Now we get to switch sides, and NIP get to show us how they play on the defensive side. Knowing how the game went for Elevate earlier against SSG, the defensive side of Oregon was absolute. Attackers had no real joy. Not nervous, but a little bit conscious of how this might go if they don't start off strongly on the attacking side.
I would agree. I think this is going to be a difficult half for Elevate. Obviously, NIP chose the map, so Elevate chose to defend first, which would suggest that maybe attacking they're not seeing as their strength here on Chalet. It is NIP's map pick as well. Defense on your own map pick. You've got to have some good setups. You've got to be, ready to go. And I think NIP will be well prepared. They're always a team and organisation that have, focused on being prepared.
Get the strap books out, boys, doing SSG.
They've always been a team that prepares very, very well for things. So, yeah, I think this is going to be tough for Elevate.
Still, Siege has become quite fluid, I'd say, in the last, year or so. The balance changes that came in. And starts, okay. Don't think he was expecting Ape to be so close so soon. and Psycho pays the price. And this is sort of what we spoke about when it came around to speed and that flexibility of being able to identify, all right, there's a player hanging here, let's make sure we can pinch onto him together. You can't really throw that into a strap look, I'm afraid.
You can't. Arpe's going to throw Pino to the wayside there as he manages to pick up another kill, even as 5 versus 3. And, you know, forget what I was saying about Elevate. They've come out with a very strong start on the attack here, a little bit surprisingly. They are certainly not done with Chalet yet, and giving themselves a good advantage here. And they've plenty of time as well. 1 minute 50 left to go. They've got a good bit of map control. You know, they can really start working NIP over now. But what a couple of important kills that come in there. Cons and Wizard managed to find one apiece, but Told you with a late trade to keep that advantage for Elevate.
He's been a bit of a shining star in the midfield, like I keep on saying today, not just in this game, but also in the one earlier on against SSG, although it started as a 6-0 deficit. He really helped them bounce back. Bit of a 2v1 coming in, and Tolji just decimates them both. Great round coming out once again.
Told you, just stood inside a sight, basically.
Yeah.
Just stood inside a sight and picked up those final 3 kills. And that really is, you know, just Elevate seeing an opportunity and taking it. And it's, you know, something we've seen from them as a team before. Obviously, the roster, you know, has gone through significant changes, but we tend to see these trends remain with teams. And it's certainly one that Elevate are bringing to the table once again.
Ooh, okay. 1 round of keeping things nice and square. Do we dare dream of an overtime, Tim, in our first best of 3?
I mean, it's all.
I know we were joking about the map 3 best of 3 at some point, but first map, get things started out the right way.
Almost certainly.
Definitely go that way. Now, I always say this every time I see the operator picked, but Psycho on the right-hand side of your screen, Castle. Really enjoy seeing Castle picks because Castle is, like Mira, like Azami, what many would call an architect. Helps you completely transform the way that you play sites or play the map in general by changing the sight lines that are exposed, like reinforcing areas that otherwise you can't. That's really what you're looking towards the Castle to be able to do with the 4 Castle barricades that are normally in back pocket, but all 4 have been deployed here. So it normally indicates that teams are going to try something a little bit different or just try to funnel the attackers in some way. Normally when there's things like a sledge on side, it's far from the end of the world, can just smash through those castle barricades. But I think today already, we haven't seen anywhere near as much sledge as we're used to seeing in the game.
Pino just opening up some angles as well with the Valkyrie there. Valkyrie left available, obviously very valuable up, lot of intel, but the Brava being brought along will be a reasonable counter if they can find those black eye cameras. And obviously they are a little bit trickier than the normal defaults, which is what the Clutch drone is going after at the moment.
Remember when this operator first got like teased and we all saw the massive robotic arm that you can see on the right side of the stream when Brava is on her Clutch drone? People were like, wow, is that going to fire like rockets or something? It's like, no, it's going to hack electrics. It's a bit of a tank, isn't it? Even the way it like clutches along sounds pretty impressive. Maybe
you've touched on where the name came from, Des.
I'm pretty sure it's a regional thing. It's a local name.
You're just going to twist.
It is also one of the
sound that it makes.
It's also one of the, you know, the worst kind. It's like saying the word moist. It doesn't feel nice to say that clutch. It just sounds dirty, like I'm talking about like sewage or something. It's horrible.
I mean, it's horrible when it hacks those gadgets and you're a defender and you start running into a cap.
I'm going to keep on whispering clutch at you all week now until you get sick and tired of the word as well. And then we'll go back to calling it a Brava drone and the world will be a better place.
Here we go then. We're coming into the second half of this round. Still 5 versus 5. No early pickup yet for Elevate. Something that they need to be cautious of. You know, just as we say for NIP, they don't want to let that time run away from them. Still trying to take control. I think they're confident now that they've got mezzanine and main lobby locked down so they can start thinking about breaching that wall. And RP, he's going to breach the lines as he finds a kill.
Look at this.
Onto Psycho, leaving us 5 versus 4. It's going to be a freebie for Wizard though. Gets one, can he find a second? Absolutely not, but the pressure is really mounting inside of sight.
But he's playing this so well, Wizard. Keeps on double checking back in case he's getting pressed from on the balcony. But, oh, I was going to say, we need to stop cursing players, Tim. Let's just not cast anymore, because every time we've spoken about something like this today, it goes horribly wrong.
Going to see the diffuser going down. Tolji's got it in hand. Pino is down but not out as well. Kills keep raining. Speakeasy! He was the man who downed the player inside of the site, so it leaves a triple on the board for him to close out the round. Tolji without the time to secure that diffuser plant before Elevate level things up 4-4.
Uh-oh. Alarm bells for NIP. At one point, do we see a tactical timeout called out by the team as well, by the way? We haven't seen it used in the map so far. Teams do get one per map, each. So when they do want to have their coach intervene, have a conversation with them for 45 seconds, that normally proves to be a good time. And in case you're curious about when those tend to get called, normally it is the coach that's listening in and spots something that, you know, the IGL can't fix. So common what you'll see is a coach and an IGL be working together on running the team, right? And if a coach feels that an IGL can't bring a situation back under control, maybe certain players aren't coming particularly well, maybe there's a real clear, obvious strategical error that is being made time and time again, that's when a coach can get involved. And other times it's just to give the team a breather when they realise, okay, the pressure's quite high here, let's try and slow things down. So you might see it get pulled out in the next couple of rounds as we build up towards the apex of this next, or of this map at least.
Going to be kitchen and dining that NIP go to this time around. We haven't seen them defend it yet, but we are yet to see them successfully defend any site. So why not mix it up? Why not go somewhere else? I might have expected better from NIP on the defense. As I said at the beginning of this defensive half, it's their map choice. We expect them to be coming in here with a strat book ready to go, setups that they are comfortable with and confident on. And at the minute, Elevate are looking pretty good on the attack and like they might be difficult to stop. Look how quick Ape is inside the map here. 30 seconds gone, and he's already opening up lines of sight with Buck and looking to make challenges.
Is that major difference between the two teams as well? Again, go back to the first half, and Psycho was playing a drone op every single round. Sometimes they were bringing IQ to support hunting down Valkyrie cams. The change in playstyle between the two teams, where for Elevate, it's quick map control, get in there, start putting on pressure early. For NIP, it was clearing out utility, collecting information. Two very different approaches to the game, neither particularly wrong or one being better than the other. There are obviously pros and cons to both approaches, but it's just interesting seeing two such different styles coming head-to-head on the same map.
That is good progress from Elevate. Getting the wall open there from main lobby gives access to the plant spot that they would likely be looking for.
I think also, that sense got jammed, right?
Yes.
There's a jammer just next to the hole. Is it that got jammed out? I missed it. I'm not quite sure. They destroyed it.
This is it. They're now working. They're now working the long angles. We can see. Told you there. He's just trying to see deep into sight where he can, but having taken a bit of damage there. Gonna have the Sense drone go out this time. Sorry, the Sense jam. There we go. The light wall goes up in behind the smoke as well. But look at that. Psycho having absolutely none of it. Pre-fires across, knows that the man's likely to come in through the door and just showing great map knowledge there. But he's going to be challenged 1-for-1 here. They've no idea where he's playing. And Psycho gets another onto Speakeasy.
A real nice attempt coming out of the attackers here, but it feels like NOP have got a pretty good read. 2 down, Healthcare on basically no HP. Ape looking pretty low too, and Healthcare's hoping to catch out Psycho, the assailant here that's done so much work. Oh, but he almost finds him. A pixel or two across, and he would have found his man. Wizard, though, working a bit of magic, moves he into another. It's Ape all by himself against 4. It feels like NIP finally have got themselves back on 2 feet, and they get around on the board for the first time in 3 rounds.
It's really back and forward, this game. It doesn't, as I said, close matchup. We expected it, and it's exactly what is being delivered. And honestly, it just looks like there's a bit of fatigue, a bit of frustration. I don't know what it is showing on the faces of the NIP players at the moment, but very sullen across the player cams there. And it just goes to show, I think, the pressure that they maybe feel under from this Elevate side.
And probably the day overall, I really doubt they imagine being a team that would be staring down the barrel of elimination on day 1 of the competition.
Yeah.
You just give yourself a lot more work to do that they have to play again, of course, in the next couple of days to really fight and push for a chance to still stay in the tournament. Here we go on the downstairs, though, Tim. We love seeing interesting holds on this site, and by the looks of it, we've got one coming out because there is an extension in towards Trench with the shield. We've seen a few teams pull this off, and it's very similar to how you might play Elbowed and downstairs of Oregon, for example. The idea being that inside a Trench, you play a smoke there, and you're able to smoke off the Trench door itself. As soon as things start getting a little bit hot, ironically, around Boiler, you drop down another smoke, you back away inside a site, you reinforce the wall, and all is good from there. But even here on this double wall, you see part of it being left soft to challenge in towards Garage. This is a really aggressive hold by NIP that I'm really curious to see if Elevate either say, you know what, we'll tackle this head on, or if they'll ignore it and try and attack site from a different direction.
into the action phase we go. Told you once again on that thermite, all important. They're going to look to open the main breach wall. I think the drone goes in, just says yes. It's clear there's not going to be any denial played there, so that is the wall open within 25 seconds. Told you, immediately leaving the area. I think he's probably going to move around to the rear and then going to be looking to clear these players out. They want access from the car garage side as well. That is just a little bit of phantom pressure there. It just means that the defenders have to be particularly cautious of exactly where they're moving around inside of sight. But it's going to be the rest of the map that's important for NIP here as well. They don't just want to hold on to Trench. They need to make sure that they're keeping hold of that vertical.
I mean, almost in a way, the reverse. NIP are the ones used to playing with things like the Flores, but here a little bit of a change in. Drones are flying in through this doorway as well, and it looks like Cons is just so ready. Could pop this foil canister and get out of dodge if he really wants to, reinforce the wall up. For now, wants to waste as much time as possible, but Elevator forcing through all this utility. You know, inside the first 75 seconds, it's been a good start from the aggressors.
Yeah, it really has. Gonna have Conch just still holding on to Trench, hasn't been moved yet. That's a problem for Elevate and one that they're gonna need to deal with, and that's exactly why, because he's able to get aggressive, manages to find the kill onto Tolji, and that is the thermite taken out. Speakeasy taking damage, and it's gonna be another one for Cons. Yes, it is Healthcare, manages to find Psycho, keeps it at least reasonably level in a 4 versus 3 here. 1 minute 15 to go. We hear the E1D scanner, which means that the push is likely to come, but moves it. He's ready. He finds a headshot. RP with the kill onto Wizard, and it's another round that goes back and forward. Des.
How on earth has Pino got himself in a 1v2? Sunan and Ape have almost pulled this all the way back. 60 seconds still to play, and if Pino can just find one and turn this into a 1 versus 1, that's the dream, and he's done just that. Planet is going down though behind this overlay that we've got. Now they're going to be able to get out of dodge. Sunan has dodged away and forces himself into yet another 1 versus 1.
Not an easy situation. He's against one of the best clutch players that the game has ever seen realistically in Pino, and it is not going to be a walk in the park. Pino's going to go in, start on that diffuser, but he's just looking for the bait. He's going to prevent the movement coming in through that door. Does he push Sunan here? I don't think he knows that he's hard right. Yes, he does! Goes in with a beautiful pre-fire, takes the head off Sunan, who this time learns his lesson from his attempt earlier. Waits and waits, but waits too long, and it just shows how difficult a balance that situation is to find. And Pino, he's able to disable the diffuser, and that is now a good advantage for NIP as they move on to map point.
And this is no slight onto Sunan as well, but Pino needs to be winning that gunfight in 90% of situations. And thankfully, he does. I've got to give it to Konzo. I really thought we'd see the team hold on to a reinforcement, but looking at the top right corner of your screen at the minute, there are no reinforcements left. They've used every single one, so they were hard committed to keeping this site wide open and looking to challenge super aggressively into the members of Elevate as they came in for the push. The fact that Elevate managed to get control the way they did and get the plant down already is a pretty big shout. You see Sunan there knew that he was pretty close to winning it over for his team, so a high-risk play, but one that Cons clearly is very comfortable playing in. Did so much work around that trench door.
Here we go then, could be the last round as NIP seem to have found their stride here on defense as we expected them, certainly putting in a better performance over the last couple of rounds, get themselves onto map point, and they're going to be going to Bar and Gaming. This is to keep hold of their own map choice and push things on to Villa, where Elevate will then not have a choice. It will be win or go home, simple as that. We're going to have an interesting little device thrown out there. It's going to be the proximity alarm that's sent out, and that's just going to give the signal if anybody is trying to push onto that office door.
Never a bad shout, honestly. We saw Wizard playing around that half-wall position so many times and, you know, doing it without really too much information, but being able to dance back and forth and just keep Elevate busy for the longest of times. A little bit of assistance is not going to go too far amiss. RP now trying to more find out exactly what's going on around the map too. So this is actually kind of reminiscent of what we saw from NIP in the first half as well, taking things a lot slower. No one is inside the building, for example, after 40 seconds. They've got the Decay Beyond side. 4 players are on drones. They've got the EE1Ds. They've got Twitch drones, Flores drones. Everything just screams information in this lineup for Elevate, which does mean you have to go a little bit slower.
You certainly do. You need to find the information before you can use it, essentially. RP is going to move across there, spot his man, see as he goes back down blue stairs. I think they've got a good idea. He didn't actually see it happen, but that will be the assumption, no doubt. But it doesn't matter for Muzi. He was just there to waste a bit of time, just provide a little presence out there. But Wizard, as he tries to get out of that window, he's going to get punished by Sunan, and this is not great for NIP, Des. This is a round that they just wanted to win, get this done, but they've lost the shield on Mezzanine. They've lost Wizard inside a library, and it's up to Psycho and Muzi to hold on for as long as they can.
It was a good attempt from Wizard, I think, but Sunan just a little bit too sharp to the craziness. And even Psycho here, still trying to keep the challenge alive on towards this window and not concede library control. But Upace walked inside of the site here, found himself one, looking in for a second. Not going to find himself flashed out either, but control is theirs. They're down to a 1 versus 5, and Muzi has got it all to do. He's posted at the top of library stairs. This one feels like it's done and dusted already, unless he can work some absolute magic. Flash is not quite connecting. Knows that he's going to be challenged on the upstairs here as he gets full white screen, and Speakeasy completes the plan.
Surely a matter of time. There we go. Tolji steps in, pre-fires. They knew exactly where Muzi was, able to get that final kill, and that leaves Elevate with another round to play. We could be going all the way here, Des. We've certainly got the 12 rounds of regulation now as we find ourselves 6-5, and Elevate, I'm sure, you know, they're performing as well as they could have hoped to, realistically. They've got the standing soon and doing well there, alive, alert to the danger of Wizard coming out of the window, picks up his kill, and I like what I'm seeing from them so far.
Truthfully, I like what I've seen from both teams.
Yeah.
I think across the whole map,
it's been a great game so far.
It has, yeah. It's been really good. It's been competitive between the two sides. It's not been overly one-sided. Maybe it looked it a little bit in the first half once NIP got rolling. You know, they were down 2-0 and then won 4 back-to-back, and I thought, oh man, they've woken up. This is screwed. But Elevate have kept things competitive. Now, they've got one more chance to force us into overtime here. Otherwise, NIP wins 7-5, and that is going to be a heartbreaking defeat for Elevate, knowing that, again, it's not their map pick, but they were so close to giving themselves the best shot possible at getting that overall win on it.
Yeah, I think it'll be a tough one to take. You know, if we're honest, they've come so close. You get to a point where you could look at it coming in and think, you know, would Elevate really have come in here saying, yeah, we're going to beat NIP on their own map? You know, surely if you get this one done, it's a bonus. But there comes a point when you get yourself to 4-4, 6-5, you start thinking this is doable. And then that disappointment creeps in if you don't manage to get it over the line. So we'll see what sort of impact that might have. But I tell you what, there's 3 minutes before we get to that point, because NIP have actually got to win this. We can't talk in terms as if they already have, because Elevate have shown us over and over and over again so far that they are able to keep fighting. They're able to find the way to get these rounds won.
All right. Well, no mad charges in, but at least a little bit more pace compared to last round. No Twitch on side, just the Flores really looking at here alongside the Lion does mean there is less of an emphasis on the intel game and much more on getting stuff done. Looking mainly towards those frag grenades on the back pockets to Speakeasy, for example. Those have got to be sent the right way. There's only a Wamai on the other side really to hold things back too. They've got some flashes to support to burn through the magnets. So those could be a bit of a difference maker if they get them into the right place. Already Elevate starting all their focus here on this west side balcony. Piano control, bathroom control. Might even find a freebie, but no, it's Wizard to strike first again.
Wizard just really helping NIP put the best foot forward there, finds the headshot onto RP. Healthcare is going to be pushing that bathroom window, needs to be careful because it's being watched. Almost manages to find the head of the Wamai of Wizard, but no, unable to, and Wizard is going to drop himself away over those solarium stairs, push down, but Pino manages to find one. Healthcare, Muzi, they're finding one apiece, 4 versus 2. It's falling apart quickly here for Elevate. It's a 1 versus 3. It's shut down by Psycho, and that is going to be NIP taking their own map choice on Chalet and going 1-0 in this best of 3.
Ooh, I think we need a quick breather after that one, Tim. Back in 30 seconds. welcome back to the Copenhagen Major, where we are partway through a wonderful series between Elevate and NIP. NIP winning 7 and 5. Elevate almost battling their way back in and showing, Tim, that we might have that famous thing on our hands.
We could have a map 3.
No.
Oh.
What do casters always have on their hands, Tim?
Map 2.
No. What do they have on their hands, Tim?
I'm joking. It's overtime, Des.
Not that either, Tim. What do casters always say they have on their hand, Tim?
A game.
Yes. Thank you. Wasn't that hard, was it?
Apparently it was.
Anyway, we're getting into game in just a minute. Promise. Teams are loaded in. No PC replacements. Oh, I've jinxed it now, haven't I? Let's hope not either way. Here's a few highlights for you to go through before we do get in towards Villa, though. What was your general summary of either team on that map, Tim?
Unpredictability from NIP would be my summary for them. They had great spells and pretty poor spells, really.
Well, they did have a wizard, just clearly not a very good one.
You know, there was a couple of rounds where mistakes were made. Elevate were able to really capitalise on them. Elevate again surprising us, you know, and I love that. I love to be surprised by these teams coming in on NIP's map choice. They're able to take away 5 rounds, almost push us into overtime. You know, it was a real battle when we didn't think that maybe it would be. Lots of players had standout moments. I'm just really looking forward to map 2.
You're looking forward to every map, Tim?
You know me, I just love Siege.
You do? Oh, we all do, otherwise we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be watching. No, I'm with you. I think it was really cool in terms of the difference in approach that we saw by both teams as well. It was something I touched on during the cast, but for NIP, a very drone and information-heavy, very slow style of attacking. Yes. Elevate, generally much more pacey. And, you know, I think sadly in a way for Suna on a couple of 1v1s or 1v2s that simply did not go his way. Could have really gone to overtime, could have even gone the way of Elevate, which is why it makes this Villa map we're going into now so interesting. Not forgetting, of course, that with it being the map pick of Elevate, NIP, as you'd expect, have chosen to start on the defensive side.
Yeah. I mean, historically, looking back over the last couple of years, Villa's a map that NIP haven't been terrible on. You know, I've seen some very good performances from them. I'm talking, you know, back in Julio days. Julio used to dominate piano. He'd get down there.
Back when you still had hair.
Nitro, all sorts of stuff was going on. But yeah, this is certainly a map that they know their way around. I would expect that to be pretty much the same. I don't know if Elevate, my concern for Elevate here is that they've, as I said towards the end of that last map, they've poured everything into that and they've really done fantastically well to get themselves through to the position they did. And I'm not saying this is gonna happen or I think it's gonna happen. My concern is that they come into this a little bit sort of fatigued and NIP start to run away with it and it becomes a 7-2, 7-3. Hopefully not. You know, it's Elevate's map choice. They can just go again. We try, you know, and I think, you know, there's maybe something for them to find.
I'd hope so. I'll go back to, again, what we said at the very start. I just think with it being the attacking side of Villa, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle, even as your own map pick. That's my main concern for it.
They can't let the first half get out of hand.
No.
They have to get in there and have at least a 3-3. To my mind, at least. You know, NIP, if they on the defence can go 5-1, you know, I think at that point it's probably over. Although, you could have said that about SSG and Elevate still gave them a bit
crazier
of a
things
scare.
have happened. Yeah, no, exactly. Maybe it's like it's they're playing the long game. They're trying to get us to kind of, you know, believe in NIP in map 1 the same way we believed in SSG in the first half, and then spin it round in the second and have us going, we didn't mean that really. We were on their side the whole time. We love the underdogs. I mean, that's what we often say, to be fair.
Well, you know, you've got to remember there's 2 things going on here. We say what we think may happen, but we've also got stuff that we'd quite like to happen. And I'd love to see Elevate take us to map 3. I will say that.
Is that because you really like Cafe or because you're just dying for a map 3?
I'm just dying for map 3 and I enjoy watching Elevate. They've been a really entertaining team to watch today. I've really enjoyed watching them.
I've enjoyed it across most of the teams. I mean, let's not lie. Like, you know, there's obviously a massive variety of teams that are here. Some clearly far more developed than other ones are as well. But I've enjoyed seeing new players, different play styles.
100%.
I forget which team it was earlier. I think it was Northeption. Brought along like Glaz, Sens, Blitz. Yep. They just went for the full-on sweatiest comp you can possibly imagine. And then the Blitz just storming in and taking massive control on main stairs. Oddly enough, on Villa, the map we're about to go into. So we are seeing a little bit of fun come out, which I'm all for. And when I say fun, I mean not fun for the defenders, but very good fun to watch as a viewer.
Variety. Spice of life, Des.
It is.
It's the spice of Siege.
And of life, as you said in the first case. We will be getting into game in just a moment, so bear with us for a couple. Tim, I'm going to get nice and cosy.
You get cosy.
There we are. Just as we're about to launch the game as well.
Just as we're about to go.
Perfect for me. 25 seconds, and it even counts down to the game.
Oh, beautiful.
That's
We're
next
going to have
level.
one of our fantastic flyovers. I've been enjoying watching these. So
When I first saw them earlier on, I was like, oh no, is the video machine broken? Is it showing everything in a purple tint?
No.
But it's the colour of the Major.
It's just on brand.
I've got to give it to Blast, by the way. This studio is really cool.
It is. It's beautiful.
Yeah, like the area we're actually sat in, like, I never really got the impression from watching NAL, but it's like really deep as a set.
It is, yeah.
Like it's a good 10 meters of depth that you can play around with very easily. And admittedly, a couple of places where Tim's nearly broke his leg.
Well, yeah.
Just blame old age for that one, then. That's not Blast's fault.
Yeah,
There's no one else has nearly broken their leg. Just
No,
you.
no, it's
Was it behind us when you nearly fell down?
both behind and in front.
Brilliant.
It's completely my fault, really.
Yes.
Not watching where I'm going properly.
I love it when you take fault for yourself, Tim.
Yeah. I take responsibility for my actions. Don't you worry.
Ta-da!
One of these teams is going to have to take responsibility for a loss at some point tonight, Des.
Hey! Very
Yeah,
good, Tim.
That's how it's going to go.
Nice segue.
If Elevate don't win here on Villa, it will be them. As a reminder for anybody who's come in that missed me say it at the beginning of this, we're in a best of 3. NIP have won map 1, so they only need one more map. And the first one to claim those 2 maps will continue in the tournament. The other team will go home. We are in a GSL format stage at the minute, so this is Group B that we're in.
And the winner of this plays the loser of SSG
and
Six
Karma.
I was about to say R6 Karma, but no, it's not
6
Reddit.
Karma. Yeah, so the
We're
loser...
not on Reddit farming Karma, guys. They're called 6 Karma. It's fine.
That's also a best of 3 because that's playing for who goes through, who qualifies. So then it'll be the loser plays the best of 3 for who goes home and who qualifies.
Absolutely. How spicy.
It is spicy. Like I said, I enjoy the format in that every game is super important.
Everything's meaningful, yeah,
Everything
big time.
matters. Everything matters.
It's not all to like, you know, write games off that we've had previously at previous tournaments, but some games you look at in the group stage and you're like, oh, it's 2 teams that are stuck in 4th and 5th, they're definitely going home. This best of 1 means nothing. Or, oh, these 2 teams are already qualified. It also means nothing. Whereas here, you know, teams are going home or qualifying into the next stage pretty much straight away, which is all good fun. Right. We're into Villa. Let's get on with it. NIP starting on the defensive side. Aviator Games to kick things off, and our bands have rifled through. Elevate have even taken away the line. A pick they used quite a bit on the last map as well, so somewhat surprised by that. NIP not wanting to deal with the Ying, yet still picking the Warden on Wizard already here. And that is Army, I think, as you've seen from a number of teams today, is going to keep on drawing bans. Just makes sites far too dynamic when it comes around to defending them, but it does leave things like the Mirror online, which is exactly what Psycho has jumped on and picked.
Yeah, Mirror super powerful. From the day she came into the game, transformative for many sites, and just you know, the ability to gather intel but to act directly upon it yourself is one of those huge strengths. So we've got one of those played inside of site, which is going to help them to hold down Study. Psycho at the minute actually playing at the top of Red Stairs, just looking towards that potential north-sided push that is being put together at the minute by Elevate. They're already looking to get themselves inside the map. Tolji's there, drones racing around him. And again, it's that speed that you've talked about from Elevate on the attack des. They really don't mess about in sort of staking a claim to the map and getting themselves in there.
These drones wouldn't fare too bad in micro machines there, I say, Tim. Already a bit of pressure coming up Red Stairs as well for the Speakeasy, just to remind them, hey, we do have multiple angles on which we can come pushing. Tolji snaps onto Moosey's head, though, decimates him already with the G36C. And Moosey will be the first to fall here on Villa.
G36, see you later, as Moosey was cut down.
It's too late for this, Tim. I can't deal with it. Stop.
And Speakeasy's just going to dip away from the top of Red Stairs as Psycho manages to pick up Happy. And that's actually pretty good for NIP. They've still got a really good position being held there inside of Trophy, behind that mirror window. And as you can see, it's becoming a little bit of a stumbling block. No! Psycho steps out. I don't know if some utility had gone in to force him out of that position, but he just gives himself away, as does Pino. And it's Tolji and Speakeasy against Wizard and Cons in a 2 versus 2.
Wizard of Cons. It's like Wizard of Oz, but a little bit different.
Yeah, it's like that, Des, if it was completely different. Yeah.
Nah, it's only there. It's only there. It's halfway there. Tolji is on a bit of a heater already in this round. You know, has an assist for himself, 2 kills as well. He knows about the one man that's down towards his right-hand side, then that at least gives some indication there's a split going on. I don't think they're fully aware of Wizard, who's currently sat inside a study, mind you. So he is the unknown factor in this round that they've got to worry about. But one thing they can almost, not quite guarantee, but are relatively sure of, they knew at least top 90 is clear. It's pushing down it that's going to be the next really big challenge.
Sunen's going to move around
and
just look to get that wall open. But as you say, Jammer is in place. Not going to be possible. Going to make things a little bit more difficult for Elevate. 30 seconds left to go. He's going to use it instead on the side, and Con steps out, gets one, jukes back into the room, back out, and finds the second. Beautiful little two-piece from him to finish the round, and NIP pick up their first defense.
Yes, I mean, a little bit shaky to begin with. I like the fact they went for an extended hold, but as I said, Tolji really put them under a heater there as well. The opening kill immediately coming in towards Astro, just snapping onto Muzi's head. And you mentioned about the player stepping out from behind the mirror window as well. A little bit of a kicker there. The kind of thing that normally you don't want to step away from. I think it was here where he steps across and he's like, oh, free feet. I love feet. And just took the man down for free. And then Cons, well, the double step out, as you say, the juke in and out. Big performance, NIP already with one on the board. That's the kind of start you were hoping for on this map.
That's the danger for Elevate, really, because NIP pick up the primary site. They're going to go down to Kitchen next. You know, they've then potentially got the option of Trophy Statuary. As I said, Elevate really on the attack, I feel, need a 3-3 half here, you know, to give themselves a good chance at winning this map. And this isn't an ideal start towards that, because you can see this round is very important, and it's not often that I say that about a round two, but this is pretty important. If NIP can take Dining and Kitchen over the line here, they go to Trophy Statuary and win that. NIP have already got their 3 at that point.
You know what I love, Tim?
That you're miles away. I love it as well.
You can cast like 10 meters away from me off one TV, and I'm going to cast on another one. This is brilliant. Actually, no, that one's slightly cut off. It's been clipped. I'm coming over to your one again.
Oh, he's here.
I'm back. Hi, Tim.
Never mind.
We really are in the Witcher now, to tell you what. It's 20 to 9, but we've been here since about 8:30, so I'm just like, woo! Okay, onwards we march. Drone work coming inside already for Tolji. Again, started out real strong here. Dropping away from the Iana over towards playing on the Ashe. Now, for the longest time, you'd probably say, well, even probably still today, that you'd be looking in towards playing the Iana over something like an Ashe, because grenades are just far too good, but both with a pretty similar gun here, bringing out the G36, but it's off the back of Ape marching in, and marches straight into the end of Pino's shotgun. A second on towards healthcare, and it's all gone wrong for the Elevate boys on what looked to be a pretty nice surprise coming against these players. Finally, Speakeasy gets a trade back, but the damage has already been done. They're down 2 players, now make it a third.
It's not looking good for them here, and as I said, I felt this was a particularly important round because it just leaves NIP able to move on to another sort of power site, really, and potentially get that 3 rounds straight off the board that they wanted. You know, they 3-3 half, they're going to be looking for 4-2-5-1, and that's the mountain that Elevate do not want to have to find themselves climbing. We just see Chubbs in the background there, the coach for NIP just moving down, congratulating them all on a round well done, and they march on 2-0, and that's how you stop a blitz, Des, if anybody at home was wondering.
Shoot him in the shoulder because he's not looking at you dead on. Yeah! It's not quite that easy normally, Tim. I think it's just more the fact that he was surprised to find Pino so close, and obviously didn't spend in time to be able to soak up that blast with the shield. And ultimately they paid the price as a result. 2 rounds on the bounce now for NIP. As we go back upstairs, Trophy and Statuary this time round with that castle, the architect of the site on side.
As I suggested, really.
Oh, is this going to be the... Maybe. You can get some really interesting holds coming out here, but based on where the ADS is going down, I'm not convinced it's going to be directly inside of the walk-in. You get some cool holds that you can do here where you can station like a dock inside of there, for example, scattered around by magnets or ADSs, whatever it might be, and you can sort of dance in and around the triple wall. In fact, I think we are seeing that. It's like the Alamo hold, if you remember. So, Observer, can we spin our camera 90 degrees, please, so we can look at the triple wall? Triple wall, I want to see triple wall. Yeah, you get to that one on the right. So on the right-hand one then, the idea is you're trying to use the cover that comes from these castle barricades on the single windows in the archway that lets you kind of maneuver and challenge in towards bathroom. It becomes a little bit of like a little bit like a traffic jam really for the attackers because there's just so much utility to work for. Oh my God, Cons is going for it. And
He has no right. He has no right.
He has none. But he has got away with it by some massive stretch and is still inside the building, still alive and able to keep on gunning.
My concern for Elevate rises because NIP seem to just be growing in confidence round after round as Cons there sees the top of his man and just decides, I'm going nowhere. I am having this kill. I don't care if people are going to be coming for me. And he does fantastically well to get it. He takes Buck off the board. You know, always a powerful operator. Skeleton Key just able to open up those soft surfaces at distance. And it just gives NIP a little bit of an opportunity to do things like this, to get aggressive, to keep Cons active inside that closet.
Right, I really think we've got to see Elevate breathe a little bit here. Tolji needs to get those X-Kairos onto those armor panels, otherwise they're not going to be able to move their way forward at any meaningful pace. So that's got to be the pause, get that done. Now, that way you can't have the castle stepping out to challenge inside a bathroom. They've got to get some degree of control, but everything still stays closed up here, and this is really going to bite them. They're trying to force their way in. They are being absolutely slaughtered by NIP because they haven't gone for the basics of step 1 and step 2, which is break down as many of these castle barricades as you can to give yourself more angles to hold, because right now, from outside the building, they can do nothing.
Well, they needed to breach the bathroom wall as well that we saw them try, but in lieu of being able to, they've just tried to continue without, and Cons has punished them. He's had 2 kills from inside of there. Psycho is going to get taken down, another one for Cons, and it's all come down to that closet. 4K on the round. It has all come down to that closet and not dealing with it. Not dealing with the castle barricades, not dealing with the reinforcement from bathroom. In order to deal with that reinforcement, they needed to deal with Psycho. How do you do that? You put somebody on bathroom window. They've got Hibana there ready to apply the pellets from bathroom window.
Cheer up, Psycho. You winning the game 3-0, mate.
You just need a second player on that window to stop Psycho peeking out from there, and you can get that done, but Elevate just haven't managed.
The thing is, I get the frustration for like the closet, like castle barricades. You can't break that off without first stopping the players that are inside a trophy or inside a statue. Sorry, I always picked the 2 up. You can't stop them inside a statue from being able to safely spray those off the closet wall. So like I said earlier on, you have to get rid of the ones that are on the archway windows first.
Yep.
Have someone be able to challenge either on towards master door or towards the master rotate, and just stop these things being shot off for free. Otherwise, there's no ability to challenge that player inside a closet, as you saw, and then it's making things far too easy. So again, just by missing out one of those castle barricades and not having Tolji focus on getting that open first before looking to get things open up elsewhere, that really punished them and just had them walking again into a bit of a maze that NIP had set up for them. Really good hold. Elevate, though, will have to go back and look at that one and see better ways to get things done.
Well, there was no plan B for Elevate either.
That's the problem.
So let's, you know, for argument's sake, you don't get the castle barricades, you know you're not going to get the closet wall. Okay, what do? You rotate. You rotate away, you get yourself in through study side, and you come from the south instead. You know, it might not be the preference, but it's got to be better than just feeding Cons, which is exactly what happened, and he gets 4 on the round. He's absolutely laughing.
That's it. So we need to see a little bit more coming out from Elevate there if we come back onto that site again, because for NIP, it's that classic why fix what ain't broken. No, we've done that first quarter. We're going back into a full rotation of things, so let's see how things can shape up. In fact, almost finding a nade, I think, from below there on towards Wizard. Half HP, far from the end of the world, but they're still fishing out with a couple more of those nades heading skywards.
Ape's got himself established in the living room underneath. Interesting push, because it is onto Aviator and Games. We don't tend to see it started underneath. It tends to be in through sort of bathroom and master, and then you try to work your way across from there. But instead, they are potentially going to head up the stairs. Not a surprise, because it was some difficulty that they encountered last time dealing with Psycho, for example, inside of Trophy. Cons is going to be holding.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's got to be a freebie. Psycho does get down. There's nothing that they can do to stop that.
That's the problem as well. You're dealing with a Blackbeard, right? But Cons is 7-0. It's the reverse James Bond on the go here. He's being called out, but going to back his way straight upstairs. Invites the Blackbeard up, but there we go. That face shield doing a little bit of work until Muzi is there for the trade. Now they know that one more is still on these stairs, but they see another. In comes Tolji. Why is he sprinting in there? Gets himself clapped out. It's a 2 versus 2. Call it the main stairs madness. The absolute massacre as another one comes on through. Pedo into another is looking for his last. Gets the second, and NIP go 4-0. 0.
Certainly not going to plan for Elevate here on Villa. Granted, they're on attack. They chose the map. They wouldn't have chosen that site. They're going to be looking towards their defense. The problem is, are they going to be in that SSG situation again? If NIP are able to take this 5-1, 6-0, you've got to start asking, are Elevate capable of running that back in? And it starts to become a huge ask. You look at it and you think, 6-0, NIP need one round. They've got to be able to find it somewhere. Even at 5-1, yeah, they've got to be able to find those couple of rounds somewhere, surely. So really, for me, Elevate, it's essential that they win these last 2 rounds on the attack, otherwise they're in big trouble.
I think what scares me is, although I know that round it came down to a 2 versus 2, it's still that the rounds haven't felt close strategically.
No.
Where they have got close to winning a round, it's been kind of throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. Throw as many players into this gunfight or this area of the map and just play for trades. You know what? It can work, but it's not a consistent way of coming out on top in these rounds, and that's what's making me a little bit nervous here. That they, chances are they don't even get a single round here in the next 2, and suddenly they're staring down the barrel of a 6-0 for the second time today. And given how early it went, maybe you fancy your chance of bouncing back. But I don't say to the NIP have 0 chance across 6 rounds of pulling out something a little bit saucy to get this over the finish line.
I mean, I feel for Elevate because it's been a real roller coaster ride for them today. You know, with some of the rounds and some of the performance that we've seen out of them, to say that they finished the day with 2 6-0 halves against them, I think it's actually really unfortunate. I don't think they deserve that. You know, they have played better than that. And we're not at that point yet. There's 2 rounds for them to try and get something done here. But NIP, I said earlier that they'd managed to find the accelerator. Now they've definitely found that extra gear.
They have. I mean, Healthcare's already gone down. Speakeasy's not... Oh, I was going to say, I thought for a second he'd get sideswiped by Pino, who does take some shots back, misses, but Psycho is there for the trade. And again, it's just been this constant team play. Look at the Blackbeard, for example. When it got the kill in the last round, Muzi was there straight away for a trade. There is always an answer on the NIP side. They're playing really well as a unit, whereas Elevate in places, it feels like they're sending people on one-man missions to die. And, well, you're seeing the results in the scoreline, right? It's 4-0. They're down to a 4 versus 3 in this round. Really got to start playing more as a team, I feel, if they want any hope of holding on here.
Up here just looking to push 90, somebody who's been a little bit quiet compared to that first game against SSG. Does manage to get his kill onto Muzi there, but will be taken down by Psycho's Nitro, and that leaves us now in a 2 versus 3. It's Sunan and Tolje looking to get themselves something going from the top floor, but look at what NIP have done. 3 of them back down to site, no messing about. They're just going to burn time and hold angles.
Which is the right way to play this.
Absolutely, 100%.
You've got to see 4 in back pocket. You haven't got to try and challenge anymore for those final 2 players. You have to commit at least 2 players if you are going to, which leaves sight a little bit bare. You've got to force the attackers here to be the ones that have to think of a solution. They're the ones that are stuck down in numbers, down on time, all these things working against them. So this feels like the right time to try and play a little bit safer here if you're on the side of NIP.
Yep, and Wizard knows that he's there, tries to make the challenge with the shotgun there. Just can't quite land the shots, but this has been the NIP way for years, essentially. It's been something that they've been very good at, and that is an explosive early to mid-round, get yourself the advantage, find those kills, and then what they do so well is control the game from there, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. 3 versus 2, and just forcing Elevate to play, forcing them to rush through those vertical angles, forcing them to take risks, and Cons is there to punish one. Tolje will manage to find the reverse kill, the trade, but he can't find any more. He's half health with 15 seconds, just trying to get any angle he can to help him.
And here, none of those angles are going to help him, I'm afraid. Maybe would have found Psycho, but with not enough time left, it would have been done and dusted. 5-0, and Psycho is... I don't want to say he looks miserable, because maybe it's not that. Maybe he's a bit under the weather, but... It's not even focused. Like, he just looks a little bit, like, subdued is probably the best way I can describe it. Maybe he's tired, maybe he's not feeling particularly well. I'll ask them later on and try and find out, but either way, no matter how the players might feel, they're still putting on one hell of a show at 5-0.
Oh, it's been brilliant so far. Elevate, I think... I've got to be honest, I've praised them a lot today, and they've been fantastic entertainment, great value. But I think they just... I think they're struggling a bit in this one, if I'm honest. It is their map choice, but if you remember, let's go back to when we spoke about the map bans. I did question Villa as their map choice. I said, you know, I feel for you've got your coach standing in.
Here we go.
You're going to be stretched thin on Villa. It's going to be very difficult for you. Strat-heavy map, there's a lot to do. You know, maybe they'd have been better on a smaller, more compact, more straightforward checklist sort of map. You know, as we saw on Oregon, they had a good performance there. They were able to pull it back against SSG nearly. But I just think Villa's maybe been a step too far.
Well, this is the round I was really excited to see, was the repeat of Trophy and Statue, and if we were going to see NIP do the same thing again, which they have done. And to be fair to Elevate, they've adapted. They've brought along the Capitao, whose bolts aren't caught out by Jaeger ADSs, for example. They've got the Amaru on side. They've got the Nook to go a little bit sneaky peeky upstairs. They've got the Twitch drone to help them get rid of any crucial bits of gadgetry. I do feel like they've gone for the right sort of lineup here to try and crack open what was a really interesting defense last time. The only thing I'm a little bit nervous about, though, Tim, in fact, you know what? I'm going to take back what I said. It's completely wrong. They have no range destruction, so they've got no way of really dealing with these castle barricades easily.
And on top of that, they've just lost Appy with a couple of nades that could have dealt with those barricades, potentially, if they could have got them in there. That's not worked out as the Amaru zips in through the window. It feels like at the minute, Des Elevator just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. The problem is that nothing is sticking right now. NIP, they are there, and they are ready at every turn, every angle to get those kills. 5 versus 3.
I really like with how much smoke they had, for example, and I felt like they could probably make this work. The problem, again, with no range destruction is you can't remove the castle barricades, ergo NIP are free to move however they want inside of sight. I mean, here they're not even on site. There's 3 of them playing off it. Oh, my God, Muzi's lucky to be alive there. Thought for a second his head was surely gone through the outline that we saw. But he's on the deck now inside of Vault, which means this might get... Oh, my... How has he got away with this twice? Even nearly 3 times here. He still stands. Half the round is gone. There's 2 players down on Elevate side. They've got almost no drones left standing. This has been one hell of a miserable half. They are down 6-0 for the 2nd time today.
Not ideal by any means for Elevate. As I said coming in as well, I know I've, you know, picked up on that question mark that I placed over Villa, but I was just... For Elevate, they poured a lot into map 1 to lose it 7-5, and I just didn't know if this one was going to get away from them a little bit, and it has indeed. Coming in on the attack of Villa has certainly not worked for them, but they have shown great resilience once today against SSG. They've shown an ability to fight back into it. This is their chance to show us that mental fortitude again, but they've got a real mountain to climb now.
What a shock horror. I was about to say for a second, NIP are bringing along... Okay, they are bringing along 2 drone-based operators, the Flores and the Brava on side. 4 grenades to help them go fishing for utility from below if they so need it. Pretty decent lineup. On the other side, we're seeing the Doc pick coming in here. Now, Doc was an operator that I thought that we might see during that cubby hold coming out from NIP towards the back end of that first half on Trophy and Statuary. Because normally what we've seen a few players do is stick a Doc inside of there, so if nades do start coming on through, or using all the sight lines the defenders have to their advantage, you can juice players back up easily. It just means you can keep on going for these gunfights. But here, it's being used on this site instead. And for those maybe aren't aware, does have 3 charges, 200 HP per charge now. It's not like you've got to sink 3 bullets or 3 charges into one person to get them back to full HP anymore. Everyone gets fully juiced up, which is always nice to see.
Elevate just throwing caution to the wind at this point, getting themselves up to the windows. Let's have a look. We saw them do it back on Chalet as well, not really to too much impact. They do give it another try. It's not going to work out as Psycho is the one to find the opener. Sunan is going to be taken down with a headshot, and that leaves us 5 versus 4. And Elevate's time here in the Copenhagen Major might just be limited, Des.
May well be running very, very short. I mean, yes, it's only 1 player at this point as well, but again, given how that first half went, you'd be forgiven for expecting this one to go the way of NIP as well. For now, at least, still dug in behind reinforcers, behind laser gates. They've, of course, still got the Warden on side as well for any flashes that come running on through. They've got Goyo canisters to burn through. They've got heals. There is still a lot that NIP have got to work through here, and we know that they're a slow team, which does give Elevate time to sort of adapt here. But now we're starting to see the fishing coming in from below with the Nook and the Iana sending those nades skyward.
Ape manages to get one, but will be traded out by Pino, and you picked up on it earlier, Des. The teamwork from NIP on Villa particularly
the trades
has
have been
fantastic. Every time somebody dies, there is somebody else there backing them up, and it really has paid dividends for them. 4 versus 3, halfway through the round. Healthcare still in position on those stairs. Going to need to hold on to that position for as long as possible now. Pino just waiting, biding his time, thought that the challenge was going to come, but it wasn't. Just a little bit of bad information there maybe as well, as Healthcare manages to get himself back safely into sight.
It's got to feel like playing the floor is lava at this point. It just keeps on going back and forth constantly. Nades coming up, Flores drones going down. Just making sure that the remaining members of Elevate are staying pretty light on their feet and not sitting in one place for all too long. Now, we are in towards the last 60 seconds here. So they've done pretty well to hold on against the aggression. Pino being brought down and making this a 3v3 definitely will give Elevate a little bit of hope. Even more so as another one comes their way. Maybe finally Elevate will get themselves around here on Villa.
Yeah, they might just be able to do this and prevent that 7-0 that they really don't want to go out with. They want to keep fighting. Muzi can't push forward for the time being until that fire burns out, which it will. Needs to time this well with Wizard as well, so that they push at the same time, and they need to find kills. They're just going to be opening up the vault. That could be a big play here, but there is one hard left of that breach. Wizard needs to be aware of. Looks around, finds his man. No, finds his death as Healthcare manages to pick up the headshot. It's all up to Muzi in a 1 versus 3. 10 seconds left to go. He finds the first. Can he find himself any more? It looks like the man has moved out of the vault. The challenge is there. Muzi's got him down. One more, 4 seconds. Can he find his man? He knows where he is. The challenge comes in, but no! Muzi cannot find the shots, and Elevate somehow hold on.
With the 1-2, the constant dipping in and out there, I surely thought that Speakeasy was done for, but just about holds on and wins out the 1 versus 1. Elevate aren't quite ready to go home just yet, but it's 5 rounds they've got to climb, Tim. That is a tall, tall hill to climb, to ascend, if they want to keep themselves in the competition by sending us into overtime.
It really is, you know, but as we always say, we can only look at this 1 round at a time. Elevate managed to get one done. This was close. Muzi knows where he is. He's just trying to take the fight on his own terms there, but Speakeasy, he's been around this game for too long to get beaten like that. Just keeps the little tap pre-fires going, 2 or 3 bullets. He's not going to empty his magazine to prevent Muzi coming through there, because he wants to be ready for that fight, but he just makes it extremely difficult for him. Absolutely perfectly played in those final seconds, and Elevate get themselves 1 at least.
Whew. Alrighty, onwards we march. The fact that it came down to a 1v1 tells you a whole lot, I think, though. It's not exactly clear-cut for Elevate here that they are out of the woods just yet. As said, it's still a very tall hill to climb. Bit of a change in their setup coming in here, though. Quite dug in when you're looking at it, with things like the Yokais on side, the Clash here, the Goyo canisters, Shield, for example, coming out of both Sunan and out of Speakeasy. Just a lot to really dig in and say, right, you're really going to have to work your way through these layers of utility if you do even want to think about touching the site.
It's as we said earlier, you know, a lot of the time the mentality is, if you really want to get around, bring a shield. And that's exactly what they've done. Clash needs to be dealt with.
I mean, they tried the Monty and it didn't work too well.
It didn't work out too well, but they're going to give it another go, Des. Sometimes you've just got to keep throwing those dice and see if ultimately you get the roll that you want. Speakeasy can't find his man, needs to be careful that he's going to do exactly that. I was going to say, he needs to hit the deck and make sure that he doesn't get picked up on the reverse angle through that window. They're going to want those Yokai drones for a mite sight longer.
Yeah, Con's fortunate to be alive there as well. That 1 bullet going the wrong way towards his head, and he'd be out of this one. Hard breach is down. Really not the dream start that they would have wanted, but I like the Speakeasy how he did hit the deck. Didn't try and chance it by sprinting across there. Yeah, we saw for the longest time that Echoes would be the one going for spawn peaks, and I used to hate it because the Yokais are so valuable. Later into the round, kind of the power spike goes up the closer towards 0 that you get, that it feels silly to throw away such a valuable operator so early in the round on such a high risk yet high reward play.
Halfway through the round, we still don't have NIP really in control of any significant area of the map yet. Wizard has managed to get established underneath, which is good, but he's going to need some information from above if he's going to make these nades work, and they could really do with finding some kills. Can this be the immediate response from NIP? No, the timing is just off. Psycho's life was lost along the way, and Elevate have got themselves another good start.
A frustration here as well, I think, is that As this clock runs closer and closer to 0, you still got to deal with critical operators like the Clash. Without valuable utility, you are basically screwed in trying to deal with that operator. Here they're trying to put quite a bit of work in around Astra by the looks of it. 2 of them pushing their way forwards. 1 down inside of walk-in, at least for now. But only 45 seconds on the clock. This is looking... Oh, what? Did Muzi just shoot him? I want to say it wasn't Muzi, but it looked like Muzi.
It was told you on the feed.
It was, but he's the one who's playing the Frost and got... No, he didn't. Yeah, so it was. It must have been told you, right?
Yeah.
Weird. I saw him jump in his shoe and I thought, is he going for a second frostbite and killed his teammate in the process? Really rattled me for a second. There was a team kill coming in. Great read from, I thought it was Muzi again, but no, it's Pino picking up kills.
This
Stop
is just
getting different kills. Yes.
This is, in effect, almost a 2v2. You've got the Clash, but of course, with the shield out, there's no active weapon there to fight against you, so they can double team like this. They can move forward and they can look for other challenges, other kills, but no, Ape manages to switch to the secondary somehow, gets taken down, but there's the knife from Healthcare, and what a crazy finish to the round that sees Elevate get their second, and the fight continues, but now comes the big test, Des. Now comes the big question. Can they survive through that third choice site?
That is the tough one, and I'll keep on saying I'm not convinced they can, but if they get through this site, there is every reason why they can go on and win the next 3 by playing the same sites all over again. It would be crazy for the second time in a day they almost, if not do, manage to achieve to turn around a 6-0 that really looked like it could have easily been a 7-0. Some replays here from that round as well. I wonder if we'll see this here, look.
No, it was Muzi.
Yeah, that's...
Unless they just made the decision that it couldn't be collected and... that was that.
Maybe?
Or, like you said, they were concerned about a second frostbite.
I mean, there was a second frostbite. You saw as he jumped in, and maybe that's what he had to guarantee he got rid of. It's just unfortunate, yeah. Unlucky, I guess.
Never mind.
Is what it is.
We move on then. We will be in round number 9 here as we go to Dining and Kitchen. It's a site that NIP were able to win twice. Will Elevate be able to replicate? Are we on another timeline like we were against SSG, where we come into the second half with Elevate 6-0 down, thinking that that is going to be their race run, only for them to inch their way back into it a round at a time. We will see over the next 3 minutes, because NIP, this is your chance. This is the third choice site. This is the one to go and win this on.
Ape, naturally, I think we saw this out of him and Healthcare a couple of times today. Cheeky at the windows, hoping for a spawn peak to come in. No one's going to give him the pleasure of over-peeking too aggressively here. They were at this window last time around with the Clash as well, just trying to find a little bit of information. So it's a similar sort of story. Gives you that kind of safety in the northwest side that you aren't going to have someone trying to aggress onto you too early. So you can still play around top red quite safely without being sprayed down from that angle.
Muzi's going to be the one to work through the basement. Droning going around. It's such a large area. It's very difficult to drone every single corner. Muzi's doing his best. He's moving quickly, but you really can't cover the whole thing. He's more going to cover his path to the stairs, I think, so he can just go in there and start working his way up, and maybe make a little challenge directly onto site as well. Healthcare for the time being is going to be wedged inside of statuary at the minute. He's got his triple wall reinforced in front of him, and his position is to delay that push into Master for as long as possible.
Being diligent still, though. Again, for NIP, the big focus that's been the story of the day has been diligence, I think, and information. Sometimes to their own detriment, but they're taking a bit too much time to get things done, namely figuring out exactly where they want their push to come from. But it's always been in close proximity. Kind of like a slow-moving juggernaut. You get too close, they will bite your head off, but they have to actually get close to sight in the first place, which you can prevent them from doing. Speakeasy, the first one to fall to Cons, who's having a wonderful map. He was 7-0 earlier, sorry. Has slowed down a little bit across the last few rounds, but still putting up some big numbers for the team.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic outing here on Villa. Ape is going to take down Psycho, though. Manages to just level things up at 4 versus 4. Time will soon start becoming a factor as well. Muzi is able to move up those pantry stairs, so can maybe start looking to apply pressure directly to site, but a nicely placed Gumine from Speakeasy means that he is still assisting his team even from beyond the grave. Unfortunate
not to be able to finish off soon on there as well. Did manage to double back on himself and get out of dodge without staying attached and glued to that bomb chassis. So that's another play now they're not 100% sure on the exact location of. They can actually forego top floor control here, which can be really risky, as you've just seen. Healthcare just beaming Pino there, finding his head on the way through as well. It's another man advantage for Elevate.
just challenges continue, and NIP seem to be running out of ideas. They're just running in through doors here, just getting cut down one after another. Wizard manages to find healthcare, but Cons is down. It's all up to Wizard effectively. 2v2. Ape taken down. That's 3 on the round, but he's low health and only 9 seconds. Can't find the last. It's healthcare to close it out, but that was a little bit closer than Elevate might have liked.
A little bit ropey there towards the end, but we've had 2 or 3 rounds this half like that now where they really had to battle for it, but it's 4 rounds on the bounce. Was it not the same? No, sorry, 3 rounds on the bounce. That was the thing I was looking for, that quarter completion to show that they can win each site at least once. Gives you some hope that they can do it again. NIP have called in their timeout here. They want a conversation about how to get this done now. They know they're going back to these same 3 sites. They know that they've lost all 3 of them. Sure, it's come down to 1v1s in 2 of them. So what? They want to win far more convincingly than just letting things come down to a chance gunfight between 2 players.
This is getting tough for NIP because, you know, they've also got the prior knowledge of what happened in that SSG matchup as well. They know how capable Elevate are of getting themselves back into this. It was far closer than it should have been against SSG. And in NIP's minds now, they're, you know, looking at that thinking, we don't want to be the ones that, you know, effectively allow Elevate to go one step even further, maybe take us to overtime, maybe take us the distance here. You know, they want to get this done here and now, and every round that slips by just mentally makes that more and more difficult.
Attackers need to locate.
All right, well, we've loaded in with a pretty interesting attacking lineup. We'll save commentary until it's been fully locked in once we get to the start of the round. 88 again is going to be where things start out once again, so you will see that same 3-site rotation. It will start here, up towards Trophy and Statuary, and then across and down in towards Kitchen and Dining. Now, big anti-throwable setup as well coming out for the side of Elevate. Most teams today that I've seen run have gone more towards playing just a Wamai or just a Jaeger. Rarely both alongside each other like we used to see back during the utility meta, back when, you know, there were countless shields, there was loads of gadgets you could protect things with. Really the big killer of that meta one was nerfing Wamai, so we got less discs, and then mainly in towards Jaeger as well, stopping it so that although his ADS can now recharge after a few seconds, before it used to be you got 2 charges, so with 3 ADS stacked together, 6 throwables could be cancelled out all at once, which was just absolute madness when combined together with the magnets. Now that comp has been locked in here, Tim. I'm really keen to see what Pino and Psycho especially get up to. We know that Cons is going to contribute in with the smokes as well, but this could be absolute chaos if they pull this off the way they want to, and they've already got rid of the Wamai. That's all those additional magnets that get charged, lost.
Yeah, that's a great start from Muzi there, just managing to open up with a big entry kill. NIP, they need to not lose anybody here. We've seen, you know, we've commented on their trading, we've seen good trade work from Elevate as well, so NIP just need to make sure that they consistently remain with a man advantage here. They're going to see the one heading towards the top of Red Stairs. Psycho's going to take the opportunities. First smoke canister does get taken out, but he's just going to take the opportunity to see if he can have a little look through Pino.
Nice.
And he goes 1, 2, and that leaves us 5 versus 2, Des.
Brilliant catch overall, locking down Study, flooding in towards the site. Speakeasy's got a look low. Shotgun comes out. He's trying to shoot him through the wall, but simply cannot find him. Ape's all that's left standing. They have been hoodwinked here by NIP with a fantastic attack after a timeout. They win it out in the 3v1. NIP stay and Elevate go home.
You really did feel that it was only a matter of time there for NIP to get that one over the line. I want to pay credit to Elevate there. I've commented on it a couple of times through the games. They've actually done fantastically well today. Their performances have been entertaining, and it's difficult circumstances for them, but ultimately, after a little bit of a surprise loss for them maybe in the first round today, NIP managed to come back and continue fighting through phase 1.
They do. I've got to really give credit to that last attack as well. The setup was beautiful. The lockdown of Study, playing behind those smokes, so it was pretty safe to hold the angle. Yep. And what you had was the Amara come zipping up into top red window, storm inside the site, somehow get past the player that was there, and then really start doing some damage. Find the kill on site, spin to the player top red, and there was nothing that could be done. No support that could come from Study because of the lockdown.
Yep.
Just overall really, really smart stuff from NIP.
Yeah, with, you know, Pino just stepping in there, just taking that, you know, aggressive lead that we've seen him do so many times. He knows something needs to happen. He knows that a hold needs to be broken, goes in, bang, bang, 2 kills, and that pretty much takes out the Elevate defense from there. They're then clinging on at that point. But, you know, it's a tough finish for Elevate. It was always going to be a difficult day for them. They've had to play 2 former world champions, Des, with the coach standing in. It's never going to be easy. And they've performed admirably, to be fair.
I'm not even going to give a shout. I'm going to give a shout out to Sunan as well. Like, he's no spoit, right? He hasn't come in here and set the world on fire, but I feel he's held his own there today against again 2 former 6 Invitational winning teams.
Yep, that's the fact. And, you know, there's been moments where he's won rounds, he's, you know, picked up big kills. He's really done a job for his team.
Yeah, some replays here coming out as well from that game, just in case you wanted to see the kind of slaughter that first half started out as NIP were up 6-0. And Elevate may have battled back valiantly, but ultimately, Tim, just not enough.
It wasn't, you know, particularly through...
we had to see this twice, by the way.
Particularly through the first half, NIP they were riding on a wave of confidence. You can see it, you know, in the way they were taking those gunfights. They were just absolutely dominating every different angle that they were on.
Some of the holds as well, I mean, Cons, again, especially the player I think I want to give a big shout out to in this game. Yeah, I think it's easy to look at you like Muzi, Pino, Psycho, big names that we've all known and loved and seen so many times. Wizard equally had a really good time on Chalet, so in a way, it was those 2 newer members today that I feel have really kind of stepped up and showed what they could do, alongside, of course, the many greats that we know already exist on NIP.
Well, they can be the difference makers, essentially. When you've had those roster changes, you know, those are the 2 players that we're looking at as to how well can they settle in, how well can they perform, can they, you know, bring something to the table alongside those big names that we know, and today they absolutely have done.
Whew, okay, well, that's been a pretty fun first day of action, I think, overall for us.
It has, it's been fantastic.
We're gone now for 2 days. We're not back until Thursday.
Couple of days off.
But there is tons more Siege to come over the next couple of days.
You know what I'm going to be doing for the next 2 days?
Lying in the bath.
I'm going to be watching the Copenhagen Major.
In the bath.
Possibly.
Definitely. What we'll do is we'll throw it to Ginny, who's with Gennaro and Pino, Ginny Pino, whatever you want to call it.
Can we just cut it here, please? Can we cut it here? Thank you. Thanks, production. Wow. We don't want to listen to what Des has to say, but we're here with Pino, so first of all, congratulations. You guys win your first best of 3 here at the Major. How are you feeling at the moment?
Yeah, it feels good. The first match we had some problems with the audio, and we didn't fix it until the second match. So on the second match, we could fix it. And the hertz too, the 360 hertz, it's hard to adapt. So on the second map, I switched it back to 240, so it felt better. And that's it. The first match, we had some problems, adaptation to the tournament. And on the second match, we could fix it and play better, so it feels good. We are not out of the tournament on the first day.
Yeah.
So we got to bounce back and play better to the next match and the phase 1.
You have another best of 3 coming your way, so you are making that lower bracket run. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, it feels good to play best of 3s. We are not a team of best of 1s. We ended last place on BR6, so we prefer to play best of 3s. We can play better maps, so it feels really good.
Yeah.
And if we can make it to the playoffs on the phase 1, it will be better to play best of 3s.
Okay, so from the best of 3 that you've just played and you had a really good performance, what has been the biggest takeaway that you want to implement into your next game?
Play with more confidence. The first game we are kind of nervous because of the best of 1.
Yeah.
6 Karma played really good. They evolved a lot with the new lineup. So we need to play with more confidence, more team play, communicate better, and that's it.
Okay. Well, that's good that you're aware of that, and thank you so much for taking time for the interview. Enjoy your celebration, and we'll see you on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's it from us for today in terms of the best of 3s and all the games that we've seen. And we started off with 4 best of 1s. We ended it with 2 best of 3, but let's have a look at the brackets of today, just so we can have a little bit of an update to refresh our memories on what we've seen, because some of us have the memory of the goldfish. That's me. I don't know if you do too, but we started off today with Nip up against 6 Karma. And as we've just heard from Pino himself, Karma actually put on a really good performance. They're now in that upper bracket up against Space Station Gaming, who also had a good performance themselves up against Elevate, which means that Nip against Elevate was that lower bracket semifinal. And with Elevate going home, NIP goes further. Now, looking at Group C, which was the second group of today, we started off with Northeption up against Reven. Reven went on to the upper finals, joined by Soniqs after they beat Vega, and Vega unfortunately losing that best of 3 against Northeption. So that is the second team that we have said goodbye to today. I'm personally really looking forward to Reven up against Soniqs, but tomorrow we have other groups first. A little bit of a treat with another 4 best of 1s and 2 best of 3, starting off with Sandbox up against Fury and M&M against Falcons. My personal favorite, if I'm being completely honest, having Falcons show first time here, MENA region being represented. I am very proud. Now, Group D is the final group for tomorrow, and we're going to be starting off with 2 best of 1s as well. W7M Esports up against Team Bliss, and Wolves up against Varel. Now, every single one of these matches are going to be a best of 1s, and the winners head over to that upper finals, which is going to be best of 3, and the losers are going to drop to that lower bracket. So, as we've seen today, even though you lose your first best of 1, doesn't necessarily mean you go home. But if you lose a second, best of 3, unfortunately for Elevate, they also know now what that feels like. Thank you guys so much for tuning into today. It was absolutely packed with Siege, which is absolutely what we do love. We're going to be back tomorrow with the exact time, exact schedule, just different teams and more action.